this hour of whatever it is where they are. A lot of them don't know about the Greys. If you were to give somebody a 101 on Greys, what they look like, what you know of them, their intent, all the rest of it, sort of a little 101, what would you say?
Well, what I would say is that this image of the Greys, it is a creature with big black eyes, a large head, a thin body, ranging from something that is very ephemeral and small and seems to float rather than walk, to creatures that walk and have a sort of a stride to them, kind of a dancing almost walk, that are 3.5 or 4 or even 5 feet tall. That's what they look like. What they feel like, well, to touch them, first of all, you can get a big allergic reaction from doing this. And I've experienced that, and seen it happen to others. The other, and there's a limited ability on their part to control that. The other thing is that I've had one of them once jumped on my back, and as thin and ephemeral as it appeared, its legs against my hips and its arms pinned my arms to my sides were like iron. It was like iron. It was like I couldn't get it all in any way or move my arms in any way, whatever.
Do you think that was all of a physical nature, Whitley, a true physical nature, or do you think that in some way you were mentally disabled, as it were? You're deep into this. That's a good question. And the answer is, I don't know. It felt physical. It felt very physical. Sure. But whether or not that's entirely true, I don't know. I'll give you an example of why it may not be true. And this is typical. It just happened. It happened to a carpenter I knew. And I'm telling you now a specific story, folks, that is multiplied probably 100,000 times over the letters we got of the kind of things that the Greys are able to do. He had finished out a house up the road from us. This was before my close encounter experience, and he didn't tell me about this until afterwards. So anyway, he finished out this house, and he had still all of his tools in it, and he decided to stay in the house overnight because the locks weren't on the doors yet. He didn't want to leave all those expensive tools in this house. So he slept on the floor in the living room of the house. And in the middle of the night, he was awakened by a noise. And he saw what he thought of as a little man standing across the living room from him. And he was, as he put it, scared, brainless. Mm-hmm. I agree. I absolutely agree. I'm sure I would have been too. And he fumbled to turn on his flashlight. And he got the flashlight turned on and could see that it was like a big bug, as he put it, a big insect. And he tried to shine the flashlight on it, whereupon it completely transformed into a bird of paradise, a big, beautiful, one of those big tropical birds. Yeah. And at that point, he dropped the flashlight and knocked himself out trying to run out the front door, as I recall him telling, because apparently the door opened in and he tried to push it out, etc. And the thing disappeared. Then, as I recall, he told me he went home, leaving his tools behind, and decided he'd pick them up the next morning anyway. Understandably. That's incredible.
That's just one of many cases. I'll give you another case. a man and his wife, a very complex group experience that happened in our cabin. We had 17 people at the house at this time. And a gray had come in the window into one of the bedrooms and punched the lady who was sleeping in that bedroom, Raven Dana, in the shoulder. And she woke up and immediately had all the things happen that happen to people. She thought it was a raccoon at first, then realized how could a raccoon get in through a closed screen window like that. Then she realized it was one of the grays. And she reached her hand out. And it reached its hand out and touched her hand. And she had a mental impression of it saying, what would you want me to do? And she said aloud, you could go down that hallway, because we had a low-light camera on in the hallway. The film crew was there. So it left the room. It went into the next room. The two women in that room went past through the camera, by the way. We never found a single image of it on the camera, frustratingly enough, on the film, on the video. Woke up the two women in the next room. Then disappeared. The next thing that happened was the head of the film crew and his wife were sleeping on a roll-out couch in the living room, the convertible couch in the living room. He saw this big-headed little man standing beside their bed and reached to turn on the light, whereupon it turned from a big-headed little man into something with the head of a falcon and then disappeared.
Again, morphing, it sure does sound like something from another dimension as opposed to another...
Morphing like that, exactly, and then disappeared. Then he woke his wife up, and they talked about it for a while, not knowing that the people in the other bedrooms were all talking about what had happened to them. Raven Dana wasn't talking to anybody because she was alone. The other two women were talking about what happened to them. The people in the basement had had an experience with a big ball of light that had come into the basement at the same time, and they were talking about that. Ann was sound asleep upstairs. Andrew and I were out in the woods, and it was dawn was just breaking, and so we came up to the house. At that point, we saw a translucent, hooded figure go down the deck, across the backyard, go racing off through the woods, and this is important, moving between the trees, not through the tree trunks.
Mm-hmm.
And at that moment, the man and woman in the bed in the convertible couch leapt out of the bed because they thought it was on fire. They had experienced a terrific burst of heat, as whatever it was, the thing that had disappeared had still been there, but invisible. And then,
so in other words, everybody was experiencing or feeling something almost completely different, some sort of something that was different. Yeah.
But related to their perceptions at that moment. In other words, this was not a group hallucination.
Right.
The people involved were not in direct contact with each other at all. Then Raven Dana, who is the one who had touched it, and I had warned them because of my own experiences to be very careful not to touch them. Mm-hmm. Because it's, by that time, I was under the care of an allergist who was being very helpful to me, and I was able to be touched by the grays like he jumped on without having an allergic reaction. But that was because he had done an elaborate allergic analysis of me and was treating me for the underlying allergies. And they were the very allergies that the grays identified that I needed to be treated for. So if the histamine response to them wouldn't overwhelm me.
The real gray goo. Listen, Gary in San Antonio, Texas, going back to the subject of carpenters for a moment, says, ask Whitley, please, if in his interaction with the Greys, what they say on the matter of, is there a God? Did they create Jesus Christ and send him as a teacher?
Somehow I don't think that's part of their thing. I have never had the impression, I've had the impression that my religious feelings and my closeness to Christ are my own business. I've never felt that they
participated in that, and I never felt they were particularly against it either. In other words, that just wasn't an issue in my experience. I know that there have been rumors that they said in that Eisenhower briefing document that they had created Christ and all of this stuff, and I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, that's the sort of thing that people would get from them, but that never really arose in my experience with them at all. Not at all. It never affected my religious beliefs in any way.
Well, what you just described, Whitley, everybody, that house obviously being electrified with a lot going on, but everybody having different perceptions and different experiences. My God, that surely does sound like something that would come from another dimension with different laws of physics and all the rest of it, and as opposed to coming from a different planet. But I don't know. This whole thing is so fascinating to me. And by the way, your book on the Greys is a gigantic success. I hear it's getting really, really rave reviews, and the people who have written to me privately are giving it rave reviews.
Yeah, apparently it's a success. It's doing really very well. And I think that a lot of copies are being sold, and I'm very grateful for that. The publisher is happy about it, and I know that it's important. I think that the book the reason people are responding to it is this. First of all, there's a tremendous freedom for me in being able to write about things that I believe are true, but that I can't prove. I did that in Majestic, and Majestic was a big success too for that reason, because people can look at that and they can entertain these things that in nonfiction I could not write about, but also I can get across things like the way it feels to be a family who has this in the family. It's the family and that are the main characters, some of the main characters in this too. And that's important, and there are little points in the book where people who have had the close encounter experience are going to read these things. It's going to resonate in them, and it's going to bring parts of their memories up that they did not have access to before, because I lived through that process for years, and I learned how to do it, and I've communicated that through this book. So, and there's also a lot about the possible government programs connected with this. I've worked hard on this, and the other thing that's changed is it used to be that no one dared tell their friends, they buy a book like this, keep it in the bag, take it home, read it by themselves, and never tell us so. That's right. People have forgotten about that, because everybody knows there's something to this now. That 80% or something of the population believes the government is holding back about the UFO things, which of course it is, and for good reason. I mean, I can tell you the reasons if you want to know.
No, I do want to know. I want to know what you think they know, and also why they're holding it back.
Okay, here's the reason they're holding it back. It's quite simple. Put the president at a press conference, and the president says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have some good news, some extraordinary news, rather, he would say. We have determined that UFOs are intelligently guided." And the first question of the press is going to be, what about the abduction? And he is going to have to either say, well, we don't believe that's true, which will last about 2 days, and then it's not going to be believed. Or he's going to have to tell the truth. And the truth is, we know they're penetrating into our lives, but we don't know why, we don't know what they're doing, and we have no way of controlling them at all. Now, I would submit no president will ever give that press conference, because it says that the fundamental promise of government, that government will protect the individual, cannot be met. That in this case, that they can't do it. And they're just never going to say it. Never.
Well, I agree with you. That is their primary charge, and as you point out, they can't, or others believe, Whitley, that a deal has been struck with them, and that in return for certain technology or information, we can't know what really, these abductions are more or less allowed. Which do you believe?
I don't think there's been that kind of contact, because I don't think the Greys think like that. I think that there's a lot of believe that it's possible that over the years, one of the things that has been done by the intelligence community is to spread rumors of contacts like that against the possibility that if the Greys do show up, people will believe the government has secret knowledge and will continue to turn to the government for support rather than just completely panicking. And these rumors have worked in waves, in the sense that that whenever there's a large number of sightings or a large number of abduction reports of substantial government secret knowledge come out in the Greys, I have a story about one of the big sub-stories is about the struggle of people within the government who are in communication with A Greys to make that communication work usefully for us. And I think that's an accurate depiction of what's actually going on, frankly.
All right. I recall in a previous program we did, and one, frankly, that I'm never going to ever forget, Whitley, you had kind of an emotional, almost an emotional breakdown right on the program, talking about an encounter that you had had with the Greys in which they took a sample from you.
Yes.
It was as if on that program that you were reliving the incident itself, as though you were feeling it, as though it were happening to you again. I mean, there was that much emotion. You recall?
Yeah, I recall very well. And it is, the emotion is still there because the experience was so intimate and so difficult for me. And it was one of many. I mean, I've had other experiences like that that I don't really talk about. Not because I'm keeping secrets. I'm not about keeping secrets. I tell everything I can. But it's just too difficult for me. I had, you know, it's hard. It was hard. It was all hard. And to wake up in a state of intense sexual excitement, which has been artificially induced in you, and to have that happen, helpless to do anything about it, and a man who has taken a vow that he respects enormously, and who believes in those vows just to the bottom of my heart. Before God, I took that vow, and that vow's validity was denied me. It's not something one is going to ever forget.
No, that's right. All right, hold it right there, Whitley. Whitley Strieber is my guest. We are discussing The Greys, which just happens to be the title of his new book. It really is getting rave reviews. If you want to read a book that'll kind of curl your blood a little bit, The Greys is definitely the one. From Manila in the Philippines, Southeast Asia, I'm Art Bell. Good afternoon, everybody, from a land where they turn back time. I'll tell you something about what's going on right now. We've had a lot of typhoons and things like that lately here. But today, not today, sun is out, streaming through the window in the other room. It's a little past midnight on the West Coast, a little past 3 a.m. on the East Coast. But here, the sun is streaming through the window, and I just opened it for Yeti, and he's doing what cats do and basking in the midday sun here. My guest is Whitley Strieber, and you know, there's something I was thinking about our best interests. Now, we make an appointment, and we go to the dentist, right? But if we were taken to the dentist, let's say, against our will, and the dentist began to perform a root canal, God, I hate root canals, and we didn't know that it was in our best interest to have the root canal done, and certainly it probably is in our best interest, right? we would view it as a horrible abduction and probably torture, wouldn't we? So in a moment, we'll talk about our best interests. Again, recalling a very, very emotional show that I had with Whitley, and one in which he admitted what amounted to an involuntary sexual experience that was meant to end up collecting semen for whatever reason. Whitley, I sort of laid something out there. If you didn't know, if you hadn't made an appointment with a dentist and you were just suddenly appeared in a dentist chair and he just started to do a root canal on you, you would not only think you were abducted, you would think you were being tortured as well. So when we talk about our best interests and whether or not they have them in mind, how do you feel about that now?
Well, quite honestly, what I have to say is I don't know the answer to that question. But I think that what my work is about is finding out the answer. And it is, but doing it in a way that if this tripwire is out there somewhere and we could inadvertently open a door that we can't close, that won't happen. We won't trigger any tripwires. And it could be that the government is in a position of knowing that and realizing that it has to be done in a sort of indirect way so that we will be able to exchange information about this among ourselves. We will be able to get scientific study of it, be able to do all of these things, all without the final thing of the government saying this is real, and that, in other words, we will be empowered on our side so we understand whether or not this is a visit to the dentist or a visit to hell.
It's hard to separate the two at times. You know, a lot of what's been described, both by you and by others, with respect to the Greys, sounds very hellish, frankly. But again, you know, a dentist in the end has done a good thing for us. It's a root canal, and we've been through hell, but we sure feel better afterwards. So I guess that's really the root of the question, is whether in the end all of this is being done to help us or not in our best interest, in their best interest. In other words, they're doing some sort of genetic thievery from us, or manipulation of us. God, it's a question I want answered so much. It's obvious to me after listening to you and others that it is going on. We just want to know what it is.
Well, of course we do. And the other possibility is this. You always have to try to turn it around and look at what would we do under the circumstances. And one of the things that we would definitely be doing if we went to another world would be to be looking into their genetic structure. And that would be a quite complicated and involved process because the human genome is extremely complicated, and in order to really examine it thoroughly in all of its permutations, and if you're interested in the speed with which the species is evolving, for example, you can't do that by examining just 3 or 4 people. You need to get a whole cross spectrum of the species. You need to understand the way the human genome is deteriorating and changing, in other words, the kind of genetic diseases and so forth we have, and how those might have evolved over time. You need a whole other spectrum of the population. So the result is that you'd be at that for a long time. And if you wanted to do it in secret, with them, and there is a good side to this, with a minimal amount of bruising to the culture and to the individuals involved, you would definitely do something to put them to sleep while you did your work. Mm-hmm. You would make every effort to prevent them from realizing what had happened.
Right.
And
so that their culture would remain intact. You know, there was an interesting article written a long time ago now, my goodness, in 1977 in Science magazine by E.D.H. Kuiper and Michael Morris, two physicists. The Kuiper who discovered the Kuiper belt, a very famous guy actually, and speculated just very briefly on what would happen if aliens came here, and they concluded that they would be very secretive. They would not show themselves. And the reason they came up with was an interesting one. They said that the only thing they could possibly want from us, if they were so technologically advanced that they could cross space, this was before the idea of interdimensional travel or there being other coherent, structured universes in addition to our own in the same space, was present in physics. So they were assuming definitely from another planet. If you came, the one thing you would want from us, from the people in this planet, would be to know how they were doing things differently. In other words, innovation.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to understand that, you would have to keep yourself very well hidden. Very well hidden.
You know, I can buy all of that, Whitley. Of course, you would keep yourself well hidden. It's just that this is some kind of puzzle, and I'm trying to figure out if it's in our best interest, whether they have our best interest in mind, or whether they're just trying to learn about us, or whether they're manipulating us. And boy, is that a big and important question. If they're just,
I think Art, that it's the most important question in the world, and addressing this question in a useful way is what my whole life is about. Because when I realized that they were real, even though they were sort of on the cultural periphery, and I was right at the center of things with books like War Day and Nature Sand, I was really getting into this world politically and culturally. I would be a factor in the mainstream right now if it hadn't been for this. But at the same time, I was coming into contact with these remarkable beings with all kinds of abilities and effects on my life and on the lives of others that were completely unexpected to me. And I was seeing that they were making an effort to hide, and I thought to myself, this is the most important thing in the world. This transcends everything. There are two things. One, the ability of this species to survive over time, and that means environmental issues. And two, these people and what they are doing here and why. And that, therefore, I decided I will devote my life to these two things because this is the most important stuff I know. And I have done that. And I am working, and this book is, I'm excited by the response to it because I think that means it's working. It's doing what it's intended to do, which is to help people remember and to focus their memories so that they begin to understand what, in their terms, what happened to them actually was and what it meant. And for people who haven't had the experience, to get a taste of what it's like. And
Whitley, with the current state of our environment, which is really pathetic, and countries like Iran and North Korea clamoring to get their hands on a nuclear weapon, and probably well on the way toward it, if not already possessing it, something awful is bound to happen. A lot of people wonder, and I wonder, if something awful does happen, would there be an intervention, or could there be an intervention? Would they step in to stop self-destruction?
Well, I doubt if they would step in to stop like a war. But if the planetary environment begins to fall apart on us in a terminal way, I would not be surprised to see them come out into the open, because if it's in their interest that we continue to live, and it may be then that that overbalances the need for secrecy, and they therefore come out into the open. I think under those circumstances, they probably wouldn't be very pleasant. I think that they would be pretty annoyed about the whole thing, and we could expect them to be rather arbitrary about what they did to save the environment. because they would have lost something in revealing themselves. They would have redirected our culture toward them because we would from then on, we would be focused on them, and they would know that, and therefore this innovation that they might have been looking for would be at an end. So they would be looking to us for other things, and let's hope that those would be things that we would want them to, that it would be useful to us to give them.
Well, as you look around, just changing the subject a little bit for a second, as you look around at the state of our world right now, environmentally, particularly environmentally, I wonder how close you think we are to the beginning of the terminal stage.
Oh, we're in a terminal stage already, Art. We've been in one for a couple of years, and I'll tell you why. A couple of years ago, it was discovered that the great engine of the Gulf Stream, of the North Atlantic Oscillation, of that current, where cold water goes down from the surface in the Northern Ocean and underneath, and the circulation keeps the world's ocean currents going, was failing. That there had been 12 great columns of water there, and now there were only 2. Mm-hmm. And when those stopped, then over a period of months or years, the whole flow of the Gulf Stream will stop too, radically destabilizing the climate. And in addition to that, there's another problem that's come up, and that is that the Caribbean has apparently grown too warm to sustain the monsoon that goes over the Amazon every year. And the Amazon has now been dry for 3 years. And
yes, I'm aware of that.
Terrible drought in the Amazon. And incidentally, one of the things that we need to do, the coast community needs to do, and the unknowncountry.com community needs to do, is we need to collectively do our thing in order to try to get that monsoon moving again. Because if it doesn't, and that forest dies, mm-hmm. then life on this planet is going to change, and there will be fewer human beings as a result in significant quantities over time. We will see a dieback of this species because of the drastic climate changes that this will cause. The Amazon is the heart of the environment. If it has a heart attack, we're going to suffer serious problems.
Well, it certainly feels now as though, as you point out, we're, at some beginning stage of the terminal point in all of this, and
oh yeah,
there's a kind of a tipping, and I can feel it's already beginning, and it just scares the hell out of me, Whitley. It just really does scare me.
Well, especially because we're distracted by all these crazy wars that don't really seem to make much sense, but wars really never do, and we're not thinking about this problem. And the horrible irony is, Art, as you and I both know from the work we did, it's not even a difficult problem to solve. The idea that it's an insoluble problem we can't do anything about it is a complete illusion. It's a fabrication. So sad.
Well, I don't know, Whitley. This may be one area, I think we've talked about this before, where you and I disagree. I'm more of a pessimist than you are, but nevertheless, if you really think it's soluble with any means that we know and understand now, just lay it out for me, because I really would like to understand how this could be turned around. Everybody would.
Sure. If you go on my website and you click on the quick watch and you go down to the bottom of the page that explains that, I think it probably needs to be updated, that page. I think it's still in 2005 or early 2006. But down at the bottom there is an evolution of something called the Canadian Prime Minister's Challenge, which is a method of doing simple things around the home that will radically and dramatically reduce your carbon dioxide emissions. And if people did just a few of these things around their homes in large numbers, this problem would end. If we had had the leadership in the presidential leadership 5 years ago or 8 years ago to do this, it's Clinton or Bush. And remember, Clinton was as indifferent about this as Bush is. The only difference was that he acknowledged that it was real, and Clinton and Bush pretended it's not. That's the only difference. Neither of them did anything much.
Yeah.
And but if you had a president who was willing to say, "Hey, folks, let's change a few light bulbs. Let's make a program to get more efficient refrigerators. Let's raise the temperature a little bit in the summer and lower it a little bit in the winter," you would be saving millions upon millions of tons of carbon dioxide emissions every year. And if they did that over the whole Western world, it would make a significant difference. And even,
Perhaps it would, but I'll tell you what.
Countries like India or China are getting well organized enough to where they could do it too. Or the Philippines, for that matter. I mean, you have a system there where if you take your car out on Mondays, you're going to get fined.
That's right.
And it used to be that no one cared in the Philippines. But the country's it's advancing, it's becoming more organized. And as it does, they can become more responsive to these environmental needs.
Yeah, but there's one other aspect. The whole eastern part of the world part that I live in right now, is beginning to go industrially nuts. In other words, the people here want everything that we have in the United States. The people in China want everything. 2 cars in the garage, the whole business. And by God, they're going to have it, and they're well on the way toward having it. And when they get it, I just don't know that the world, I'm a pessimist. I don't think the world can sustain the kind of environmental hit it's going to take when this part of the world that I'm in right now begins to become as industrialized as we were.
No, it can't. And therefore, it isn't going to be like that. Something else will happen. Because I'll tell you this species, there's a death wish among human beings, and it's expressed whenever you hear someone saying global warming isn't real, or saying that I look forward to the end of the world because I believe in the rapture and I'm going to go raptured up to heaven. All of that, that's the death wish speaking. When you hear a Muslim fundamentalist saying that he's eager for the end of the world so that Imam will come up out of the well that he's supposed to fall into. All of those things, that's the death wish speaking. But the death wish is tiny compared to the life force. Because the life force has to do with people falling in love with each other, with children being born, with all of that urgency that you just talked about to have a better life. But we're not going to go, the people who want a better life are not going to go all the way, I don't think, all the way down the road to destruction in order to get it. There will come a point when they will realize that if they are going to have a better life, they're going to have to acknowledge the limitations that the environment puts on them. And you know what? They'll figure out how to respect the planet's needs and also have a better life.
All right, hold it there. We're at the bottom of the hour. You're certainly an optimist. I wish I agreed with you, but if you saw the drive with which people here in Southeast Asia and Asia generally, in general, are moving toward the kind of industrialization that the U.S. had, would scare the hell out of you. From Manila, I'm Art Bell. It is indeed from Manila in the Philippines, where the sun shines down and warms the yellow cap. I'm Art Bell. My guest, a very dear friend, Whitley Strieber, is talking about the grays, and we're talking, of course, also about the environment a little bit, and I'm not so sure that the two are not intricately connected. In a moment, we'll continue. Whitley said something earlier in the show that I want to get back on right now. He said there's some evidence that the grays are not repeat, not light years ahead of us. Now, that's very interesting because obviously, if they were light years ahead of us, they would have a technology that would A, solve our global warming problem, and B, provide us with enough energy to continue without using fossil fuels and change everything straight up. And they could do that right now. So, Whitley, what makes you think they are not light years ahead of us?
Well, one thing is very clear: they either can't or don't intend or won't solve our problems for us. That is quite clear. Now, with regard to their not being that far ahead of us, one of the problems with technology gaps is that they look larger than they actually are. And the classic example, of course, is the Aztecs, assuming the Spaniards were gods because they'd never seen horses before, they didn't have the wheel, and they happened to arrive at the same time that Quetzalcoatl was expected to return. And so there was and they had cannons and could kill people from a distance. So the whole culture was essentially frozen by what were actually technologies that were only slightly in advance of what the Aztecs themselves had.
Mm-hmm.
They just looked awesome. And if you go back to your own life, say in 1975, what would a laptop computer have been to you then?
Magic.
Or magic, or the internet, magic.
Mm-hmm.
Magic. And but it goes even deeper than that. If you look at our own technological advances, when I first wrote Communion, I was just excoriated and laughed at because, and the main reason was they were saying that everyone was scientists were all saying it's such outer space is so vast, no one could get here. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But now they're saying not only could they get here, there's a whole lot of different ways they could do it. They could be from a brain world. They could be from another dimension.
That's right.
A parallel universe. And we are also realizing that there are ways of crossing interstellar space that are outside of space-time. They could even, we haven't discussed this yet tonight, be time travelers. And all of these things are now possible. In other words, they could be coming at us from different directions, conceivably even more than one different direction, which is extraordinary. Now, look at just one technology. They have the ability to use invisibility awesomely. They are really very capable of using invisibility.
Mm-hmm.
But let's go back now to that night when the little pig, he's beside the filmmaker, he turns, his head turns into the head of a falcon, then he disappears. Then he leaves. Andrew and I see him moving down the deck, translucent, in other words, partly visible.
Mm-hmm.
The people inside have experienced a burst of heat. The reason is that he has been doing something to bend light. That's why he disappeared. But whatever he was doing caused heat because it takes energy to bend light. And he held that heat technologically in his immediate proximity so that they would not feel it and be aware of his presence. Then when he realized we were coming closer, and he was caught between them and us, and with me especially, being so sensitized to them, I might have very well have detected his presence in one way or another in the room. He decided to take off. He then released part of his invisibility, therefore a burst of heat. And when we saw him, he was still partly invisible and partly visible, in other words, translucent. What we're looking at there, Art, is the function of technology. We are in the process right now of understanding invisibility. We will be building and creating devices that enable invisibility.
very soon, but with the difference that our solution is much more elegant than that and will not require the presence of something that bends light and that therefore has to do with gravity. It works differently. One of the things that the visitors do have is the ability to manipulate gravity.
Mm-hmm.
This is something we're far away from. And it's another thing that suggests to me that they may be from another reality, as well as maybe another planet. Maybe the two things are the same. I don't know. Because the manipulation of gravity seems right now very far from possible to us. But the visitors do it easily. When they used to arrive at the cabin, you would hear them in a little ship come right across the roof, and you would hear things like, it sounded like ball bearings clicking in it, going click, 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 and it would drop down into the little yard in front of the house. You wouldn't be able to see it, but you knew it was there because you had just heard it arrive. And you had to be, I learned to be very consistent with myself. And the more determined I became to not let go of those things, the more I noticed the little things, the little giveaways of the visitors as they moved around in the yard. You could hear them, for example, even though they were invisibly still here.
Whitley, our government, obviously, if they are in communication with the visitors, they're not going to tell us about it. You know, you elegantly pointed that out earlier. They really can't.
No.
But what about somebody like yourself? I mean, you have had an uncommon amount of interaction with them. Have you attempted communications, or if you have not, do you want to attempt communications? Do you want to be the messenger? Do you want to be the person to describe to us what their motives are? Do you want to talk to them?
I'm interested in empowering us. My focus is on us. I'm interested in human beings becoming an effective part of the relationship. Right now, we are passive, non-functional in the relationship. They do what they want to us.
Yeah, exactly.
I want that to change. I want us to be active partners in the relationship. Whatever their motives may or may not be doesn't even interest me that much. What I'm interested in is, what can we get out of it? We are obviously not that far behind them technologically. We're already close to invisibility. There are scientists who are working on these incredible drives that are going to enable us to leap across space, apparently. There's all kinds of stuff like that going on at every level technologically that are catching up with the visitors quite quickly. I want us to be empowered in this. I'm interested in our side of the relationship. I'm interested in making it active. And to do that, you have to make it knowledgeable. The foundation of knowledge is going to come from the people who had the experience, the people who know them, and the people who are interested. And I hope that's a large number of people. That's why I'm out here.
Well, if we cannot do it through our government, and this may be one thing we cannot do through our government, then it's got to be through people like yourself and through others out there. So,
right.
How do you advise people? I mean, you're not the only one in contact with these visitors. There are so many others in contact. How do you advise contactees now?
Well, what I think is that people should do their best to tell their story as best they can. And the result of this is going to be that you get all kinds of remarkable stories. We had the letter mail that we got in the initial years after communion came out revealed an array of contact experiences that was so far beyond anything you could even begin to imagine, that it was awesome. And the other thing that was awesome was the extraordinary human ability to cope with this. People were coping with things happening to them and their families very, very well. Because the other thing that you learn when you're dealing with the visitors is that we are highly intelligent. We are not stupid. we're not the sort of second rate, we just are less informed. We have less knowledge, but we are very smart, and they respect that, believe me, more than we do. And they are quite careful. They were careful, very careful with me. When I began to home in on observing the things that they did with gravity, they began to hide that from me because they thought that I might conceivably be able to describe this accurately enough, in my opinion, they thought this, to scientists with whom I am in contact, that they would be able to make leaps, because I don't think they are ready for us to be on an equal footing with them when it comes to things like that. They are not. They want to be in control of the relationship. I want to at least be in control of our side.
Well, one of the things I've noticed, and one of the things that makes it very, very difficult for all of us to correlate this information, is that the contactees, Whitley, seem to all have different perceptions, so many different descriptions of the visitors, so many different descriptions.
Yes.
For example, somebody who is very religious will come and come on the line and tell me about an experience they had, and they will automatically, you'll get a line like, well, I saw this creature or this being, and I prayed to God in the name of Jesus. I said, let it be gone, and it was gone. Now, that story may not be one bit different than Whitley's encounter with a gray that ended up in some other way. I'm saying that people's perceptions, beliefs, and faith guide what they report.
Yes. And this is what we have to address this with. This is what our culture and our experience of life has given us. And it is the way we handle this, the way we come to understand how we address it that counts. Because we cannot say that the person, for example, the man of faith who thought they were demons and prayed them away,
yes,
is wrong.
We cannot say that. That's right. But it confuses everything.
I can find you other people who believe the Greys are angels, who are also, I believe, fundamentalist Christians. So, you can get any side of any of those points. The point being this, that empowering us in this means that we acknowledge that this is real. And we do this as a culture without the government having to say, yes, it is real, and possibly tripping that wire we talked about earlier. Mm-hmm. We do everything except that, so that we get to the point where there is enough scientific study, and even if we can't get it to the point where there can be funds granted within the foundational community, because the National Science Foundation has stated that UFO research is not a fit subject for grant money. And if they change that position, then that is the government acknowledging that this is real. So they can't change that position. So what we need is for physicists and other scientists to be thinking about this, to be thinking about it, to be speculating about it, writing papers about it, as in the context of what we understand now, and gradually focusing on it more and more clearly. And we need the average individual who is having these experiences to be able to come out in public more and more openly without fear. And fortunately, that's ending. The days when some CNN reporter could laugh this off the face of the earth are going, because nowadays, when you see that on TV and some idiot is snickering about it on the local TV, people get mad and they make themselves heard.
Yeah, look at what's changed. You and I wrote Global Superstorm, Whitley, and they laughed, they snickered, but in the last years, my goodness, that certainly has changed. And now it's just about a consensus in the entire scientific community now that what we wrote about is well underway. So yeah, all of that's changing. I mean, look, we have physicists now, theoretical physicists like Dr. Kaku, who talk about 11 or more dimensions. So the scientists may not know it, but they're moving in that direction anyway, Whitley. I mean, they cannot talk about 11 dimensions where the laws of physics may be entirely different than ours without finally getting to the possibility that those dimensions might be inhabited by creatures that are not locked into the same laws of physics that we all have to live by.
Right. Very true. Very true. And
So they are moving in that direction.
The letter mail I get from people who have experiences is much more developed and subtle and dimensionalized than it was earlier on. Earlier on, it was extremely complex and very surprising and very amazing. But now, people aren't simply reporting these extraordinary things. They have insight into what's happening to them. And that's a big step. A big step. We're going toward a point where we are going to be in control, at least to a degree, of our side of this relationship. And hopefully that will bring it into more focus, because right now the visitors seem very anarchic to me, in the sense that there are guys out there that are real creeps, and there are others that seem, pretty more mature. Let me put it that way. Some are like bandits. They'll do anything. They rape people. They don't care. They don't care about us. They don't recognize us as anything except animals. Others are extremely sensitive morally and sensitive to the human soul. And I'm just talking now about the grays. We haven't even begun to talk about the blondes, and that's a whole nother ball of wax that I address as best I can in the book too, based on what I had extensive communications with a blonde who is portrayed as a character in the story.
Okay.
Hated the grays.
All right, Whitley. Well, we're getting to the point where we're pretty close to taking phone calls, and inevitably you're going to hear from contactees and people who've had experiences with the Greys, and maybe it'll be an opportunity for you to sort of express to people who have this contact what you think it is they ought to do. I mean, do you just lay back and let it happen because you have no choice and do observation? Do you attempt to communicate? If you have one of these experiences, what is the best thing you can do?
Well, I certainly can talk about that, and there's a lot of different things you can do depending on how well you remember it and whether or not you had it alone or with a member of the family, and the degree to which you are having it. Does it happen to you once? Do you remember only one time, or does it happen to you a lot? Does it happen to your kids? Does it happen across generations? There's a whole lot of stuff you can do, and including that if you get deeply into it, it becomes possible to communicate. It is. I mean, it's definitely possible to communicate. And that's another thing that I tried to write about in this was one of the reasons I made it into fiction was that communication is so hard to describe. It's like riding a bicycle. It's easy to do, but hard to tell how you do it.
All right, buddy, we got to hold it right there. I'm Art Bell from Manila with Whitley Strieber. We'll be right back. Coming to you from a land where it's a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I stepped into the next room, and there was Yeti lying in the Philippine sunshine on a little rug, and I thought, boy, there's something I had to do. So I snapped a photograph of him very quickly and just put it up on the website. So there's Yeti lying in the Manila sunshine as it's dark across all the states. Good evening, everybody. Good morning. Whitley Strieber is my guest. We're talking about, and we've had a pretty deep discussion about the visitors. We're about to open the phone line, so if you have questions, now would be the moment. I've obviously dominated a lot of Whitley's time, so Whitley, if you're ready, there's about a zillion people who would like to speak with you on the lines awaiting.
Well, I'm ready.
Okay, then, here they come. Wildcard line, you are on the air with Whitley Strieber. Hello.
Hi, Art and Whitley. My name is George. I'm from Ohio, and I've been an abductee all my life. It happened to me first when I was 5 years old in 1951. Again, when I was 21 years old in 1967, after I just returned from Vietnam and was at a duty station in California. And that experience I remember totally, and did get help with regression on the examination part. I gotta say that I was scared to death when I realized where I was, and this person stepped into the light and I saw him. I couldn't talk, but I thought, oh my God, I'm gonna die. And immediately, this being in my head said, you're not gonna die, you're gonna be just fine. We're gonna do a few things and we're gonna put you back where we found you. And my fear was completely gone. It was like it was old home week. But what I wanted to stress was I had a very spiritual experience during this abduction. And I do have some knowledge of the subject since I'm involved, and I'm here to help if you need it, and I can email you.
Well, sure, you can simply email me. You can email me at whitley@unknowncountry.com. Now, let me ask you.
No, he's gone. He's gone.
Okay.
He said, what he said was, he said he had a spiritual experience. So again,
Yeah, well, I
it's
know
kind of
exactly what he was talking about. Because many people, when they are in a close encounter situation, if they overcome their fear, as he did, he reports having done, then it changes, the whole experience changes, including the way the Greys act. It all changes. I've had that, to an extent, I've had that experience.
The very same thing, Whitley, is reported with people who have had out-of-body experiences. The ones who have close to out-of-body experiences have a tremendous amount of fear. They're frozen. They're scared to death. If they somehow can get past that initial frozen fear, they seem to have a good experience. I've never managed to make it past, well, except once.
I had a one really cool out-of-the-body experience that it got me to go to. I went to one of Bob Monroe's Gateway weekends at his foundation at that time, right after this experience, because it was a perfect split. And I moved out into the room. I was still in this level of reality. I was completely separate from my body. I could see myself and my wife there in the bed, and I moved out through the wall and the window into the front yard. It was magnificent. Just marvelous.
Yeah, but again, you got past the fear, and that seems to be the key with any of these sorts of experiences, is to get past the fear. And boy, if you're confronted with a gray or an alien, I just don't know how you do that, but I guess he did. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Whitley Strieber. Hi.
Hi there, and Whitley, I'm so glad to be talking with you. I have wanted to talk with you since 1982. I am blind, and I am a UFO abductee whom has been consciously aware of my experiences with a variety of beings since 1976.
Wow.
Yes, and I have been given permission. I have been waiting for this, to tell you this, since I first learned of you. Up until just a few months ago, any time that I would record audio tapes or put together print presentations, either various ones would interfere with them getting to you, or they would induce fear within sighted people, and they would mess with the material. All of that interference has now been rescinded, and I am going to be allowed to share materials with you that have been there for you for so many years.
Well, what can you share with us now?
I'd be glad to. Very much a mixed blessing. Oh boy, has it ever. From everything from saving my life against me being struck by lightning, which happened just last Friday, to me meeting my soulmate Then you go to the other extreme where these negative ones try to trick me to be involved with this woman who is a very negative shaman and who puts false thoughts in people's heads via remote influencing. So I could run the gamut, shall we say, from one extreme to the other.
Okay, caller, what makes you certain that all of this is some sort of external influence and that it's just not your life sort of rolling along with the good and the bad?
Right. Well, first of all, let me explain to you something. I've gone through the missing time and ended up in places where it's 2 hours later and I'm dropped off in a completely different area. I am a hypnotist for over 36 years. One time they took me up in a craft where they adapted an exercise that hypnotists know, where they put the hands on the back and they take a person through a circular motion. They adapted the beams so that I and a friend went up in a craft. Another time I was with this sighted girlfriend and we both woke up and found a large puncture wound on our forehead with a big knot, and she looked at it and looked at me and looked at her and said, Dan, we both felt them. They had tried to induce partial or amnesia when they brought us back. I've had markings on my body, just lots of different things.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm curious. Whitley, how in the world, when you hear stories like this, do you discern, no disrespect to the last caller, but how do you discern between people telling stories and imaginations and the real thing? I suppose since you've been there and done that, you probably can discern, can't you?
Well, I can, to be honest with you, and it's true that people who really are in the experience generally always can. But at the same time, it's not appropriate for me to say, well, to pass judgment on people because maybe I'd be wrong. I mean, I don't know. I think I can. I wouldn't presume to do that because the dialogue that's necessary, part of it has to do with letting all of that stuff come out. And over time, what is real will gradually be what is left over time, just the same way as panning for gold. If you keep panning, eventually all you got left in your pan is gold.
Yeah, that's right. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Whitley Strieber. Hello.
Hey, Whitley. This is Jake. I'm calling from Boulder, Colorado. It's really awesome to talk to you guys. I don't know much about your book. I haven't read it. But I had a question. Have you come throughout your studies and writing the involvement with the graves and mind control? Because I've had many experiences where, and like you said, it comes with articulating and getting out what really happened. But have you found a lot of people that were involved with mind control in the graves and other entities?
Well, it's a huge subject, and it's a big subject in my life. And the reason that's true is that in May of 1993, I had an object put in my left ear. I was awake when it happened. I saw the people who did it. There may have been a gray there, but there were certainly two human beings there. It happened on a May night. I woke up, and as I awoke, I heard a male voice say in the backyard, the windows were all open, it was a warm night, in the backyard say, condition red. I then saw a man and a woman standing in the doorway, at the foot of the bed. They came quickly across the room. I then could not see anymore. I felt myself being turned on my right side and pressure being applied against my left ear, waves of pressure. And a female voice saying, I don't really remember what they were, but they're sort of comforting things to me, like the effect that this was going to be
a wonderful blessing and that I shouldn't be afraid and things like that.
Well, for the sake of the audience, I remember having Dr. Lear on and describing a surgeon attempting to remove that from your ear, and the surgeon said the damn thing moved. I'll never forget that, Whitley.
Right. The surgeon was on with you.
That's right. That's right.
And he described, and that the video is up in the subscriber section of my website to this day, where he actually sees the object move out when he touches it with his scalpel.
Right.
But let's get back to the issue of mind control. Does this mean I'm under mind control? This was my question immediately. And if so, if I thought that was true, I think I might even consider killing myself. But personally, I do not believe that it is true because I am working too hard on behalf of a level of freedom and independence based on knowledge about this for it to be any kind of bad mind control. So,
okay. Well, I hope that's right.
I hope I'm right. That's all I can say. I hope I'm right. Now, whether these implants involve mind control or if mind control could be involved in this, mind control is a matter of influencing the way a person thinks from the outside by introducing material that they believe to be their own thoughts. That's what mind control is.
That's right. So how would you know? How would you know, Whitley, if it was happening?
Well, I think you would know by what you did. By what you did. And what I'm doing is trying to really empower the human species to perform our side of this relationship in a functional manner. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I don't think it's a bad thing to be doing.
No, I don't either. But the question is whether it's your original thought.
I don't think if I said, I don't think I can answer that. And if I said I could, maybe I would be under mind control.
First time caller line, you're on the air with Whitley Strieber. Hello.
Hi, this is Dan from Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Yes, Dan.
Yeah, question for Whitley here. I've got people like this in my own family that are good people, but they're relatively, I'll just say backwards and ignorant. They don't know anything about the subjects you've been discussing tonight or about the condition of the world. And they make up a sizable percentage of the world population, and they have power. And in my opinion, they're not evil. They don't want to hold things back. They don't want to harm the world, but they do.
He makes a very, very good point, Whitley. There are just a lot of people out there who are just blind to all of this, including the environmental catastrophe that's hanging over our heads and getting closer every day, and the visitors and all the rest of it. They're not actively debunkers. They're not evil people. No. They just don't know.
The weight of that is what we have to bear. If those of us who are on the active side of this particular human triad, if there's those of us who are trying to do something, are strong enough, we will succeed. And if we're not, their inertia will bring the whole species down. There's no question about that. That's really the crossroads we're at right now.
And you're more of an optimist than I am. First time caller line, you're on the air with Whitley Strieber. Hi.
Hi. Are you talking to me?
I am.
Hi, Art. Hi, Whitley. This is Jody from Washington State. Yes, I want to talk about the blues. They're aliens. They're smaller than the grays.
Yes.
I've had experience with both of them. First, I'll just tell you about the grays. I think they're very invasive. My girlfriend, I was trying to help her, and the gray came right out from behind her, and my girlfriend was in a lot of pain, and it put a implant on her left ovary. It was a big substance, She went to the doctor and had it removed, and it was a big mass, and they didn't even know how to describe it. And there was another woman that I worked with, and it was terrifying. The gray came out of her, and there was a group of women with me, and they all saw it. And it kept saying to me, well, you must read your stuff in books, that's how you get your knowledge. And I was looking back at him, and I said, no, you don't have the right to be in her body, get out. And I was really freaked out, but they're very invasive. They're not nice. Now, and I was in Georgia when this happened, and I was living on a wildlife refuge. And now the blues, when they came, I was living on a wildlife refuge too, and they were smaller, but they were nice. And they kind of protected me, I would believe, from the grays, because I was pretty scared. And they came, and they're smaller, and they come like in a big white orb light, like a bright flashlight. And when they came out the edge of the bed, and they raised me up, and then they put these tablets of information, like little codes, almost like the computer-looking kind of alphabet, weird codes, and they put them into my solar plex. And ever since then, I'm able to time travel to different dimensions. I'm able to photograph. I'm able to solve crimes. I'm very psychic. And so I truly trust the blues. But the grays haven't bothered me or come near me or been around my friends or anything. And I'm not the only one that the grays were very invasive with. You know what I'm trying to say to you. I mean, I'm just not the only one.
Well, what she's talking about is something I hear a lot of this physical invasion business. And it is not something that has really happened to me. And this has always been outside of my body, but a lot of people report this, and this sense of physical invasion. I, however, have seen the blues once or twice. The first time they were with the grays on my first close encounter experience, and they seem to be working for them. I have numerous letters, not emails, but from before email letters about the blues and about their presence, and they do seem to be a somewhat more benign presence than the grays. It's true, but at the same time, this business of them working together is repeated too from time to time. You do see that as well. So it's a very mixed bag. I thought what the caller talked about was fascinating, and there's obviously so much about this experience we still have.
It is fascinating. All right, Whitley, hold tight. We're here at the bottom of the hour. But, so many different perceptions, so many that have had this experience. But my God, so many different perceptions about what these creatures are, what these creatures want, what they did, whether it was religious or secular. I mean, just so completely different that if you didn't know better, it sounds crackpotish, doesn't it? I'm Mark Bell. Hello all. I use the term, it sounds kind of crackpotish, doesn't it? And I meant that in no derogatory sense at all. But if you listen to these people that have had these experiences, these experiencers, if you will, the people who have encountered the visitors, their perceptions are so different. Their faith is so different. The way they tell their stories is so different, and the way they perceive what happened to them is so different that, frankly, it does sound a little crazy when you listen to these various stories. It's hard to separate it, and it's damn easy to sit back and sort of listen to a program like this and go, well, what a bunch of crackpots. But this is something that's really happening. We are being visited, folks. And the fact that you're hearing different perceptions of those visitations doesn't mean it's crazy. It is happening. Whitley Strieber, who knows a lot about it, back in a moment. Once again, Whitley Strieber. Whitley, I hope you're following what I'm saying. Somebody tuning in the middle of this program, listening to these descriptions, I'm sure probably half of them are sitting back, and I know not all of them, because I'm getting a lot of very sincere responses here, but as people listen to these descriptions, because of all these different perceptions and faiths and ideas and the way they greet the visitors and their understanding of what just happened to them, it just, there's no thread, or there's very few threads, Whitley, that go through this that make, sense to somebody listening to it.
What's happening is this. They are trying to describe in a language that was not designed to describe an experience that they have very little actual information about what it really is. The only thing you can say that's clear from what we're hearing is that people have had something surpassingly strange happen to them. So strange that maybe it is beyond the imagination of the average person to come up with a description like this. But whether or not what is being said and what really factually happened instant by instant of the same thing is a whole different kettle of fish. This is one of the core reasons that I wrote The Grays as fiction, so that I could help people who are having the experiences to explore what was for me a years-long process of clarifying my understanding of this in such a way that I could communicate meaningfully with the visitors a little bit. But we know there are other creatures on this planet like dolphins who have complicated languages, and we can teach dolphins to do things, but we can't understand a single word they say to each other. We're not even close.
That's right.
Undoubtedly, they're in the same position with us. And these visitors are even farther away. They're just light years away. But the struggle of the government agent in the book, Lauren Glass, to communicate with the captive gray Adam is my struggle to communicate with the Grays as I lived it. And once we're better at communicating, these stories that you hear will seem equally strange to what you are hearing, but there will be a consistency to them, in the sense, not that everyone will be describing the same thing, but we'll all understand what the heck they mean when somebody says, well, the gray came out of so-and-so.
Right. Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Whitley, Strieber, and Art Bell. Good morning.
Good morning, Art and Whitley. This is Scott from Tampa.
Howdy.
Hi there.
Fascinating show. And I have to say, I think I'm bordering on a skeptic. Some nights I might not, but tonight perhaps I am. And the reason is that it doesn't seem that any of the encounters are at random. And I was wondering if Whitley had a point of view on whether or not encounters among the population are at random, or are they selected somehow?
They're not at random. I would not say that they were at random at all. I don't have that impression. And I have some rather surprising things to say about that. We made a list of all of the people who had written us letter mails, who'd given us return addresses and names. It was quite a long list. And we had, not everyone who had written, but everyone who had written with describing an experience. And to our surprise, many, many of these names appear to be Scots or Irish names, people from the Celtic countries, in other words. And, of course, the fairy lore, which is not, there's nothing to do with Tinkerbell, it's a lot more intense than that, comes from those countries as well. And if you read that lore, you find a lot in it, as Jacques Vallée, the great UFO researcher, did, that is similar to the modern close encounter experience. And you also find in the experience that it moves down generations. If one member of a family has it, almost or quite often, older members of that same family will have it too. And sometimes I've had once a family showed up with 4 generations in tow: baby, the young mother, the grandmother, and the great grandmother, all who had close encounter experiences dating back to the 30s. So it follows families, and it seems to have a Celtic orientation. There's a certain number of American Indians in that as well. The other thing is this: when you get a group of these people together, and I've been in many groups of them, there is a mildness to it, almost as if they've been chosen because they're not aggressive people. They're very mild people. They don't raise their fists to anybody. And it's like they're looking for certain types of people, and there's definitely some kind of process going on with regard to choosing them. It's not random.
All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Whitley. Hi.
Hi, this is James from Bremerton, Washington.
Yes, James.
And first, let me say that this is my first time calling in a radio station, so I'm pretty nervous.
Just relax and let it out.
I'll do my best. I had a couple of experiences in my past, and I'm not really entirely sure whether they are extraterrestrial in nature, but there are things that I've thought about many, many times throughout my life, and they've always left kind of a hole of wonderment. The first time was when I was, roughly 6, 7, or 8 years old or so. I was very young. And I was left alone. My mom went out to work, and she had called me that night to check up on me. And so I was walking down a hallway between my kitchen and living room, and we have our main door right there, and it has a window in it. And I was looking out the window, and I glanced what seemed to be, I'm not 100% sure what it was now, but it seemed to be a creature. And just for that moment, I was overwhelmed with such fear that I just ran around the corner still holding the phone, and I was hiding. And I told my mother about it. I haven't really talked to her much since, but I do recall catching a glimpse of the creature, and I was kind of hoping that Whitley might have seen this type of creature. What I saw was it seemed to be roughly maybe 5.5, 6 feet tall. It seemed to be wearing a shirt that seemed to be kind of a metallic blue color. It was seemed to be a very thin material. And what was really strange about it was it appeared to be bald, but it didn't seem to have a face. Now, I'm not sure whether it was bald in the back of the head was facing towards me or not, but that's the impression that I got.
Now, why did you think this was a creature and not a human being? This was just simply standing facing away from you.
Well, it was a strange, I don't know, it's hard to explain. There's just a strange feeling that I got. If it was a person, then I don't think I would have had quite the feeling of fear that I had.
Well, the answer to the first question is I've never seen personally anything like that. There are so many descriptions of different forms in the letters I've received, though, that there may be one or two with that form in it. It's not one I ever remember reading about either.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always possible, you know. I mean, these things, you can see things that are, you can have a brief hallucination, or something can look like something that it actually isn't. And that's made it be all that it was. And they're also, in terms of the close encounter experience, there are hypnagogic, hypnotic states, where as you fall asleep, you may become paralyzed and see a bizarre being or some equally strange hallucination, and people will sometimes weave that into a close encounter experience, or same thing can occasionally happen upon awakening. And those are commonplace, ordinary parts of life. They don't signify anything particularly serious. In general, I tend to kind of, in my own life, dismiss these things if they are not accompanied by some pretty definite physical evidence at the moment. In other words, if the creature had come into the house, then yeah, you could definitely say it was real. Or if you had seen a face, that it was not just a moment's hallucination or a little bit of a moment of sleep or something like that. But in this case, I think you just have to leave it in question.
Yeah, I've always wanted to see about getting myself hypnotically regress back then to see if I can get a more clear picture.
Well, that also is a very good question. Whitley, how useful is hypnotic regression, in your opinion, for this sort of thing?
It depends on two things. First, if you don't have any real memories, then the chances of your weaving a memory out of your culture, out of your knowledge and your expectations are very high, whether the hypnotist is leading or not. So that's real hard. When I went under hypnosis, by the time I was hypnotized, I had everything I've ever talked about under hypnosis. I remembered pretty much of the close encounter experience. The initial hypnosis session was very surprising because it involved things that had happened the previous autumn in October that I had not consciously remembered. But then when we got to the things that I did consciously remember, the hypnosis didn't add anything to it except detail. And it was also performed by a leading forensic hypnotist, a real professional, a specialist in that very thing of extracting evidence using hypnosis, and who had successful case solution in his career. In other words, he'd helped people solve crimes doing this. So his techniques were effective in drawing not the expectations or desires of the subject, but the actual memories of the subject, and that was proved in trial. So it's a very mixed bag. I would not necessarily try hypnosis under the circumstances that you described. What I might try, though, is to let yourself to try to get into a relaxed situation and just see if you don't remember a little bit more. And don't push it at all, and maybe you will. If this is frightening and troubling to you and has left you, and it sort of sounds like this might be true in your voice, with a kind of an undercurrent of fear, it might be good to go to a psychologist, and not for hypnosis at all, but just to talk about it. Just somebody who will listen to you. And it doesn't matter what they think happened or didn't happen to you. You can just talk about it. And as you talk about it, this may help you to get a little bit more closure on it.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Whitley, Strieber, and Art Bell. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
All right,
This
sir.
is Dean, Mesa, Arizona. I was a security guard back when Mike Siegel was on the air. I told him this story a few years back. I was sitting in the truck, security truck, and I was looking out over the gate area waiting for a delivery. And anyway, I guess I dozed off. I don't know. Next thing I know, I'm walking down this hallway of what I think was a spaceship. I could see the moon. We were like so close to the moon. It was like a real thin window. And there was two of these aliens, I guess, who were walking me down this hallway. And they sit me down in this like canvas chair, almost like a hammock type of chair. And I could see like a pinkish orange background. And I could see these beings. They were like transparent. And they told me, they said, well, it's time for you to go back to work. Somebody's waiting on you. And I woke up in the front of the truck, and sure enough, the delivery truck was down there at the gates waiting for me. Have you ever heard of transparent beings at all?
Well, certainly translucent. If they were completely transparent, I don't think you'd been able to see them. Well, they must have been able to see something.
It was a very pleasant experience, by the way.
Okay, again, he made a very important point, caller. If they were translucent, you would not have seen a thing. So obviously they had some transparent, rather. So they had some form right?
Yes. Well, what I could really see was them. I could see their eyeballs and their mouth and their nose, that they looked human. Other than the top of their head was bigger. But I could see the light behind it. This pinkish orange fluorescent light, I guess you would, closest thing I could say it was. And it was just too real to be a dream.
Well, if we're dealing with a situation where there is something happening that's really complex and extremely strange that is trying to throw us off because it wants to remain in the world of dream and conjecture. And the result is that people are coming back with stories like this that are very hard to understand. And yet, there is one part about this story that's extremely familiar to me, and that is the process of a person being out at night in a situation when they are alone and suddenly finding themselves in this state. Is it a state that he's in? I mean, did he fall asleep and then somehow go into a kind of a hypnagogic state like we were just describing? Or were you really taken somewhere? We don't yet know the answer to that question. My guess is that many people who have these experiences are being taken somewhere. I think they probably are. And they're coming back with descriptions of what happened to them that are very hard to understand because our language was not built to describe these experiences because they weren't part of our world, apparently. Or at least they certainly weren't something that we were trying to talk about to each other.
It's almost like the varied aspects of the descriptions we're getting are it's almost like they're meant to confuse, and they do a pretty good job of it, Whitley, but it's obvious, it's so obvious that this is real. This whole phenomenon is absolutely real. It's really happening. But when you get these folks together and listen to story after story after story, it just kind of sounds crazy because it's all so different. Listen, buddy, we're out of time. It's been so great having you on the air. You don't need help with the Grays. It's going to sell like crazy. And so your website, you want to give that a quick plug?
Yeah, the website's unknowncountry.com, and go in the store, get the Grays, take a look at it, and tell your friends about it. There's no reason not to anymore. People accept this now. It's fine to tell them about it.
It's already happening. Buddy, thank you for being on the program, and good night.
Good night.
That's Whitley Strieber, folks. Very, very, very good friend of mine. And take it from me, in account after account after account. Crazy as it may sound, this is real. It's really happening. Get the Grays. Read all about it. From Manila, I'm Art Bell. Good night.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the cosmos along all these time zones, every one of which is covered one way or the other by this program, Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. It's the weekend, and I am honored to be with you. It really is an honor. And I've got so much that I've got to kind of get off my chest. Remember, folks, life is not a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in a pretty well-preserved body, but rather to skid in broadside, thoroughly used up, totally worn out, and loudly proclaiming, "Wow, what a ride!" It seems to just fit, doesn't it? Awful lot of static on the handbands tonight across America, from Arizona and south of the border on through the entire one half of the U.S. Some pretty violent thunderstorms raging their way across the U.S. border. So there's a lot going on there tonight. Speaking of static, a couple of people I want to thank profusely. The radios that I use are made by a company called ICOM, and they've got headquarters up in Washington. And there's a technician up there who has been really, really good to me. through the static discharge problem. His name is Bruce Weber. Yo, Bruce, thank you so very much. You and your company have provided this wonderful support for the radios that you sell. So thanks, personal thanks. And also Industrial Communications Engineers Limited, who constructed a very special arrestor for me, actually designed and produced it and sent it to me in order to try and rein in the out-of-control voltage on my antenna, so I'm protected 6 ways from Sunday. But again, to both of you, thank you very much for all the help. There's a lot. This is going to be a really good night. We've got Ed Dames coming in the next hour, and a lot of what Ed has had to say has now started to pan out. None of it very good either, and we'll get to all of that. President Bush was told more than a month now, they say, before September 11th, that Al-Qaeda had reached American shores, that they had a support system in place for its operatives, and that the FBI had in fact detected suspicious activity that might involve a hijacking plot. Now, to be fair to the president, and I really do think we need to be fair, I don't think there's any indication, or I haven't seen any, that they really knew what was going to happen. I haven't seen that. So I don't think they saw it coming. They saw trouble coming, clearly, but from what I've observed in the 9/11 hearings so far, they would not have known that that kind of air attack was going to occur. Hundreds of reinforcements joined fellow Marines besieging Fallujah on Saturday in Iraq, and the U.S. military said it would move to take the city if ceasefire talks fail. Now, this whole thing in Iraq over the last week is incredible. I mean, I saw on CNN a story in which, you remember when the statue of Saddam Hussein was torn down? Remember that? Big press moment and sort of the symbol, you know, of the fall of Saddam Hussein regime, you know, the big symbol. I mean, that was it, the video symbol. They played it again and again and again. What they finally determined was that the crowd, while we thought they were shouting in support of America and shouting in support of the sudden freedom they had and all the rest of it, well, some were, but most of them were actually shouting the name of a cleric. That's what they found out. They went back and looked at the film, and it was determined that crowd really was shouting the name of a cleric. One of the clerics that now is, well, I don't know, it's the second or third, but I guess it'd be the third war, right, with Iraq? But, you know, they have arisen, and now we're fighting a fairly serious war there. I was not in favor of attacking Iraq before we did. Very much spoke out against it. I'm sure many of you will recall, but now we are there, and now we must win. And it looks like we've got more of a job on our hands than we originally thought we might. Insurgents who kidnapped an American civilian threatened in a videotaped release Saturday to kill and mutilate him unless U.S. forces withdraw from the city of Fallujah. Very unlikely, I would say. We're not going to withdraw. We're there, and now we have to win. We have to figure out how to win. And that's no small matter. A man I very much respect, Harry Brown, who ran for the office of president as an independent, has issued a statement about the whole 9/11 thing, and basically Harry is saying that, as usual in America, we are asking the wrong question. The wrong question. Our American president is saying that the reason this is being done to us is because, you know, these people hate our freedoms. They hate what we stand for. They hate the fact that we are a free people, America. Harry says that's wrong, and what he says deserves attention, I think. He quotes Charlie Reese, who said, "It is absurd to suppose that a human being sitting around suddenly stands up and says, 'Hey, you know, I hate freedom, so I think I'm going to go blow myself up.'" That deserves a little bit of thought. Harry instead, and I don't agree with him fully all the way through on this, but he feels that what we have done abroad, what America has done abroad, And we are a warlike people, you know. We are. In fact, perhaps increasingly so. We are a warlike people. We might as well face up to it. We say a lot of things, but we do in fact encircle the globe with our power and our influence and our military. And that's what we do. I've got so much to get on. Anyway, I just sort of wanted to pass kudos to Harry. Not that I agree with all of it. But I do agree that perhaps we're asking ourselves the wrong question. Because it wouldn't have so much to do with somebody hating our freedoms as it might have to do with what we have done around the world. And I think, agree or disagree, fan or not fan of the administration, or really every American administration, because we've always pretty much been the same. Let's face it, we are a warlike people. We've been in a lot of wars. That's just the way it is. And so what we have done around the world, to some degree, Harry is suggesting, is now coming back to haunt us. And it's not that people, as the quote said, just get up one morning and decide to kill themselves because they're objecting to Americans' freedom, but rather what we have done around the world. Worth a little bit of thought, I would say. All right. You're going to enjoy this. At least I hope you're going to enjoy it. A major song writer, singer, has not only written but sung a song about this radio program. You're about to hear it. Let me read you this. Last summer, when independent singer-songwriter Sean Hogan was flying home from working on his forthcoming album, he glanced away from the Midwest skies to catch a newspaper headline that read something like "Conspiracy Radio, the new format." Though he did think it was a little late for the horn blowing, as a talk radio format was nothing really new to Hogan. Still, he did share the enthusiasm for the entertaining and late-night, debate-oriented radio format. It was a sign, says Hogan, a sign from the sky, in a high-spirited tone. I had always enjoyed late-night drive home from many a gig in the mid-'90s while listening to Art Bell's radio programs. I thought for some time about writing a song about art, or would that be about art in a show? When I got home, I started to think about the mood it created when you listen to his program. You have to admit that anything that makes you think is generally a good thing, and art does that all the time, said Hogan. I wrote the song around the headline, Conspiracy Radio, it's a catchphrase, and in the end I feel it captures the sense you get listening to the dark in his show. When I played the song, my co-producer, I thought it ranked right on up there with some of my best stuff, so it was initially only going to be on the next U.S. album. I decided we ought to put it on the new Canadian album, too. We recorded it, and though it is not entirely finished, it sounds fairly exciting so far. Hogan says I sent it to Art, he really likes it. In fact, he's going to air it on his weekend show. That's what I'm going to do. By the way, Sean Hogan won the Roots Artist of the Year award 6 months ago for his recordings in Canada. At the same time that he was having some of his first U.S. success with his debut international release scoring a top 30 American album chart position. So, if you listen carefully to the song I'm about to play, you will hear this program, the one you listen to, Coast to Coast, mentioned repeatedly. You will hear Area 51 mentioned. If you listen very carefully, you will hear my name. So here it is. I like it. It's by Sean Hogan. It's kind of country, but it's not exactly full. I don't know. You determine for yourself. This is it. It's called Conspiracy Radio, and once again, it's by John Hogan. actually pretty cool.
I heard it all. Who took the fall? There's a strange smell in the air. It's the devil you do or the devil you don't. It's the devil you must beware.
That's it. If you listen very closely, some of the words are pretty cool. It shouldn't be snowing in the middle of summer. You gotta listen very close. Anyway, that's Sean Hogan in Conspiracy Radio, all about this program, and I thought not bad at all. Congratulations, Sean. And everybody's gonna say, oh, where can I get it? Well, on his album, I guess. Now, we're going to have, after the break, at the top of the hour, Ed Dames is going to be here, being much hated, much loved, but always listen to Major Ed Dames, Dr. Doom, otherwise known as Dr. Doom. Clearly, one of his predictions has now come true. Well, more than one. The article is entitled, "The Day the Sun Nearly Shut Down Earth." Comes from London, the News and Cities section. A wave of massive explosions which erupted from the sun's surface, you may recall it, actually came close to shutting our butts down. The solar flare last November, you remember that one? I was jumping up and down about it. The monster that they couldn't even measure. Well, now turns out, you may know, it was actually twice as big as the previous recorded biggest. So violent that satellite detectors couldn't figure out how big it was because they'd all went off scale. Totally off scale. Now it turns out it might have been as big as an X-48 with the the equivalent of 5,000 suns all at once. We had an aurora, but it was aimed away at, from Earth. A shot, you might call it over the bow. I mean, clearly this is one of Ed's predictions, and clearly this is a shot across the bow. A shot across the bow, of course, doesn't actually hit the ship. It's intended as a warning. Ed Dames said there would be a shot across the bow by the sun. Clearly, this qualifies. In fact, let's see, what does it say? An accompanying aurora was in fact seen, aurora seen in the skies over southern England. At the time, one scientist described the power of the flare as being greater than, quote, every nuclear warhead being detonated at once, end quote. So if that's not a shot across the bow, then I don't know what it is. And the answer is, it is a shot across the bow. And then on to another one of Ed's predictions with regard, I believe, to the first nuclear weapon that's going to be used in anger. Well, guess what? It was in all the headlines. I got it from Matt Drudge. The headline is, North Korea says standoff with U.S. at, quote, brink of nuclear war, end quote. North Korea said Friday the standoff over its atomic ambitions was on the brink of nuclear war as U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney headed to the region for talks with key Asian allies. The Stalinist State's official news agency accused Washington of driving the military situation on the Korean Peninsula, quote, to the brink of nuclear war, with plans for a preemptive strike on North Korea. Whew. Now, the North Koreans are famous, of course, for blustering around either in Yan. Very, very famous for that. And they frequently say things like this, but I'll tell you something. When you consider what we did to and are doing to Iraq, and our major motive for doing so, of course, was their possible weapons of mass destruction. So, if that really was the motivation, then we obviously had much more motivation to attack Korea, didn't we? Because Korea has nuclear weapons. Korea has lots and lots of nuclear weapons. Well, I guess I should qualify that. Not like Russia, but how many do you need? And we're one to go off. They also, by the way, have the means to deliver it possibly to as far as the U.S. West Coast. And would they do something like that? Yes, they're crazy. The North Korean regime is clearly crazy. And I mean crazy in the truest sense of crazy. They are whacked out. They're whack jobs. And they may be fully capable of suicidal moves. Of course, if we were to be, if a nuclear weapon went off on the West Coast somewhere, we would obliterate the nation of North Korea would cease to exist. And I can't imagine they would doubt for 1 second, but that we would literally obliterate their country. Anyway, my point is that with regard to two predictions Ed has made, one has already happened. That X-48, no question about what it was. It was a shot across the bow. And with respect to North Korea, well, there's not very much question about that one either, because when you look at a headline like this, you know that something awful can't be far away. This bumper music was done by Jim Watkins to celebrate the great Dean Scream. Listen carefully. Celebrates it pretty well, huh? Listen to the phone numbers coming up very carefully, because we're about to do open lines, and the numbers are a little different here on the weekend. So, listen carefully.
To talk with Art Bell, call the wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. With Art Bell.
It is. The Associated Press reports the following from Juneau, Alaska. A bird beak deformity, first recorded among black-capped chickadees near Anchorage, is now being increasingly seen in crows all along southeast Alaska, broadening an already mysterious phenomenon. black-capped chickadees, northwestern crows, and 27 other species of birds in Alaska have been reported with beaks up to 3 times their normal length. The deformity often strikes mature birds and reduces their ability to feed and preen effectively in many birds. The deformity leads to death. Said Colleen Handel, a wildlife biologist with the U.S. Geological Survey's Alaska Science Center in Anchorage, we don't know what's causing the problem. She's been looking at it now for 5 years, doesn't have the slightest idea what's going on with the birds. Nor do I, but I can tell you this. There's going to be more and more of this. More trouble with the foliage, with animals, with frogs, with other, well, I call them parakeets, you know, like the ones you take into the mine to be sure that, you know, parakeets keel over, right, when the air is too noxious for humans to breathe, and they give us a little warning. So what you're hearing right now is like the noise coming from a parakeet. As advertised, let's do it. Open lines. Wildcard line, you are first on the air. Good evening. Morning, something. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're on the air.
Earlier you were mentioning Harry Brown and
Oh, yes.
and us being a warlike people.
Yes. Harry, of course, is a libertarian candidate, was a libertarian candidate for
Right.
president. I'm also a registered libertarian, in case you're curious.
Okay, yes, I'm well aware of that. What my question is, I mean, can you mention, or can Harry Brown, or can anybody come up with a culture or a nation state or anything, any group of people that has not been a warlike people?
Probably not. And
Other than
you know,
possibly the
hold it. When I say we're a warlike people, that's not necessarily any knock on us at all. It's just what we are, and the world is a warlike place.
Yes,
So,
I would agree with that. And that being the case, I mean, especially with you know, in the case of
you mentioned Harry. Let's go to what Harry said. Okay, Harry was saying that, you know, our president is saying that these people are doing what they're doing because they hate our freedoms, sort of, right? He actually said that. So,
sort of, yeah.
yeah. So I think it's more like Harry said, that it's what we've done around the world, and I'm not rendering some harsh judgment on it. I'm just saying it's a fact. We're warlike people like the rest of we're just like the rest of the world.
Like the rest of the world.
Maybe a little better. Maybe a little better than Russia and China.
Well, I don't know. I'm not making a judgment call on it. All I'm simply saying is that the Arabs, they have not been a warlike people. Their religion is not a warlike people. And
wait a minute now. Whoa.
How does someone respond?
The Arabs have been a warlike people too. I mean, come on, where are you coming from? Look at your recent history in the Middle East. What do you mean they're not warlike?
I didn't say they weren't warlike. I said they are warlike.
Oh, they are warlike. I'm sorry. I thought you said they weren't.
No. So I'm saying that we are responding in kind.
Yeah. Look, I've got no argument with you, and I don't think in the end you've got one with me either. I think we pretty much agree.
Well, that could be the case. Yeah, you might be very right.
You know, I think that. Thank you very much for the call. I think people take statements like that as, man, that's anti-American. No, it isn't. It's an observation of what I consider to be just a fact. We are warlike people. We're maybe a little better on balance than the communists were in Russia, and the communists are in China, and some others, but in the end, we're still warlike, and we do warlike things. So, if you get away from our own propaganda, and Americans are propagandized like every other nation on the face of the earth, then our acts don't look all that different. You know, it's a warlike world. We're just real good at it. In fact, we can make bombs that go right through windows. You know, I mean, you pick the window pane you want it to go through, and you can put that 1,000-pounder dead on through. We're pretty good at it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air, huh? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. On the air you are.
East of the Rockies, yeah.
That's
Okay,
fine.
remember I got 3 things. veteran, combat medic from Nam.
Well, hey, brother.
And, yeah. And the thing is, the other day I heard our Secretary of State refer to this cleric as Mahdi.
Mm.
Now, there's another pronunciation for that, and it's called Mufti.
Mm.
Now, the thing is another great general went up against the Mahdi. His name was Gordon of Khartoum.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is that this cleric is considered by Muslims to be the Mahdi.
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot bigger problems than we think we do. It's not just Iraq.
Oh, we have very large.
Now, above all of it,
Yeah.
our troops are there. We'll settle how they got there later.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's now a done.
You know, we got
it's a done deal.
Quintilius Varus in the White House. You can look that up.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
he's the one that lost in the German forest.
Yeah, but anyway, sir. Fact is, we're there. So what now?
Oh yeah.
So what now?
We got to get the job done somehow.
What do you think needs to be done?
A lot of psyops, psychological operations.
Think so?
The Moro rebellion in the Philippines. In order to interrogate the Muslims, they wrapped them in pigskins, which meant they couldn't go to heaven.
Yeah, I know the theory. You know, I would recommend that any of you who would like to give this some thought and email me, I'd appreciate it. I'm easy to email, artbell@mindspring.com or artbell@aol.com. And instead of arguing about how we got there, because that's now an accomplished fact, we're in Iraq, and we're presently having one hell of a time of it. The question is, where do we go from here, and what, if anything, is the exit strategy with regard to Iraq? Nobody wants to be remembered as losing another war, right? We are perceived as having lost the Vietnam War because we turned tails and we got out of there. If we were to do that with Iraq, it would be perceived that we lost. We're not going to do that. I mean, it's clear to me we're not going to do that. So what should the strategy be, number one? And number two, how do you foresee an exit to it? Where down the line is there any way for us to get out or get it sufficiently under control that we can get the oil, which is probably why we went there in the first place? West of the Rockies, you're on air. Hi.
Hi, Art Bell.
Hello.
It's nice to talk to you again, and I'm glad that you got over your back problems. I was just diagnosed with...
It's called losing weight.
Oh, yeah. Degenerative disc disease. But my question for you, I would have emailed, so I don't have the computer, but you used to play a song by Lorena McKenna as bumper music, and it used to be a theme song for a show series that was on a show. I don't remember what the title of that might have been.
No, you're missing it. It's not Lorena McKenna. You're talking about the one I played at the bottom of the hour, right?
No. You haven't played this one for, it's been like maybe a year ago. You used to play it quite often.
Now you have me confused. I've got quite a bit by Lorena McKenna, but nothing that I am aware of that was connected with a TV show. The only one I played that was connected with a TV show was Boom Bob by Matisse, and that was...
Yeah, no, that's one you just did. No, this
yeah.
is Lorena. Okay. Thank you anyway.
I'm very sorry I couldn't help. Maybe I'll think of it later. International line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, Art.
Where are you?
I am in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Winnipeg. All right.
In the middle.
Good to have you. What's up?
Well, I woke up this morning with quite a start. Like, I don't want to scare you or anything, but it had to do with you. It was a bit of a premonition.
Oh.
I woke up, I usually fall asleep listening to it every night, and I woke up this morning and I heard the strangest thing, and my heart started racing. I sat there and listened for a whole hour for the news to come around again to make sure I hadn't heard something wrong. But I didn't hear it again all day, and I figured it would have been huge news.
What was it?
As it was when you retired, but there was a gun battle, and you were killed in a gun battle.
I was.
Yes, and it specifically was one where it just said you were killed in a gun battle in which your son was injured, and there is a news story that has been circulating about the Al-Qaeda guy who was a Canadian, and his sons were, and they were in Afghanistan, and he was shot, and he was killed, and his son was paralyzed, and he just came back to Canada because they have a one-time only thing where they can use where they can come back to Canada, so we have a right to return, no matter who you are, or who you're connected with. but that gave me quite a fright today. And I was just nervous. I listened to the radio all day, and when you finally came on at 12, I just had a huge sigh of relief. And I don't know whether that was just...
Well, imagine how relieved I am. All right, sir. Thank you very much. Take care. Yeah. No gun battles. One never knows. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, is this Art?
That would be me.
Yes, sir. This is Rich from Tomball, Texas.
On a cell phone, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, extinguish your radio.
I turned it down low, but I
Now
was...
turn it off, all the way off.
How's that?
All the way off. There you go.
Completely off.
Yes, indeed. All right, so what's up?
Okay. This so-called bumper music that you play,
Well, yes.
I would like to know the person that sings you. A few nights ago, you played this song. It's called "Over the Rainbow."
Oh no, that wasn't me, and so I'm not going to be able to help you out. That would have been George. And what you want to do is call during the week, sir, and speak with one of the producers, and they will be able to tell you all about it. I don't play that, so I'm sorry I can't help you. East or Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Arvell.
Yeah, howdy.
I'm in a dark Houston, Texas, and in a candlelight. Anyway, two things. One,
I want to ask a little bit about that. You say you're in candlelight. Is that because you don't have lights?
that's correct.
Is that because of the storms?
Very, very, very severe storm, correct?
Let me tell you, it has been. I was watching the lightning map, and across half of the United States, between the U.S. and Mexico, there must be some awful stuff going on. What was it like there?
Well, we had two tornadoes within about a quarter mile of my house in southwest Houston, and on the radio, on the Doppler, on the television,
yes,
the whole screen was just purple.
Yeah, oh, I know.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
You have greenish purple lightning.
I know exactly what you mean. I looked at it and went, oh my God, somebody down there is getting slammed.
Oh boy, it is. It was. One thing on the methane that they were talking about on Mars.
Yes.
What's kind of interesting to me is being down here in the Gulf Coast, we pay a lot of attention to what goes on in the drilling and going on out there in the Gulf. You know, they found a lot of methane down there in the bottom of the Gulf, which is very, very deep canyons, which resembles a lot, like they say, the surface of Mars.
Yeah.
And there are these little snake-like worms that they call that live down there.
Well, that's where.
And there is water.
The methane, sir, comes from life. Comes from life.
And I just, on a secondary thought, you know, a long time ago, you know, you can go religious or whatever. You know, what if the planets got reconfigured by a blast of a star, and let's say instead of Earth, Mars, and Venus, it was Mars and then Earth. Well, what if the life on Mars, if it is there, even if it's not this worm or whatever it could be, gets re-implanted by us going back to Mars? I wonder if that would accelerate it.
There are all kinds of interesting possibilities. I mean, we just finished saying, other than the two rovers that we most recently sent to Mars, everything previous to that was not sterilized. Therefore, there could have been microbes all over the probes that we landed on Mars. And when and if we do finally establish, without question, there is life on Mars, we are not going to know if it's life that was native to Mars or, in fact, put there by us. That's one big problem. And then, as was pointed out by, I guess, last week, and this caller didn't exactly point out, but it's the same thing, we're sending a probe right now to recover the leavings of a comet. In other words, comets were once thought to perhaps even seeded life. So we're going and we're getting comet dust and eventually Mars dirt and dust and organisms, and we're going to bring them back. And you've got to wonder how good an idea that would be. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, okay, I'm on now?
Yes, you are.
Oh, listen, Art, I got something to say. You know, you guys, sometimes, I love your show and everything. Sometimes you guys, you know, you talk about the Iraqis hating us. And we know since the Shah of Iran and all through the Middle Eastern thing this country has done, I mean, you know, you really can't blame them. Sometimes,
Well, look, there are legitimate reasons for different peoples around the world to hate what we've done. I guess that's the point that Harry was trying to make. We have done a lot around the world.
Okay.
Right? there's no arguing that. You can make it look better because we're America, and I guess we try to do a notch or two better, but hey, basically, we're doing the same thing. We're at war.
Right, but listen, sometimes it's scary. You know, to say we're warlike and that we're wrong, that is the most pro-American thing that you can say, because we got to express our opinion. And what we're doing in Iraq is not insane. I'm sure it's a reason, but sometimes you talk about warlike as if it's okay.
No, it's not okay. I'm not saying it's okay. And
sometimes you can come across.
No, I don't mean it to come across that way at all. What I personally feel, I'm separating from what I observe. And what I observe is that we're a warlike people, like the rest of the world. We're not any different, maybe a little better in some ways, but not in any big ways. We're still out there at war and killing people.
Okay, in the case of North Korea, if I was North Korean and the United States was parading around with, what we're doing in Iraq, I would turn my nuclear electricity over to making weapons too, because United States, willy-nilly, almost, you go into another country, basically we took over, Iraq, took over a country, basically, because of whatever, but how can we tell another country that we should be the only ones with nuclear weapons?
Because that's what we are. We are, after all, interested in our own welfare, aren't we? And do you have to apologize for that? I don't think so. You don't have to apologize for being interested in your own welfare. And no, we don't want those crazy bastards in North Korea to have nuclear weapons. I don't either. Do you? They are crazy. Go and do a little reading about North Korea. So I'm not going to apologize for acting in our own best interest, although I might argue a bit about what our own best interest is. I'm not sure that at the time we invaded Iraq, that we were invading the country that was really threatening us. Didn't turn out to have weapons of mass destruction, but Korea does have them. North Korea not only has them, but they're threatening to use them. So if the measurement was our own self-interest, what America best does to protect herself and her people and her borders, then probably attacking North Korea would have been a better bet. Wouldn't you think? Let's see, on one hand, we've got a country like Iraq, which we thought might have something, and on the other hand, we've got a country like North Korea that says we do have something. We know they've got nuclear weapons. Moreover, they're stating they're going to use them on us. They've talked about attacking California with a nuclear weapon. So I'm not an apologist for a nation like ours that protects its own. That's what we have to do. I'm simply saying that weighing everything together, and that's what I'm trying to do here. You have more relative freedom here than you do anywhere else in the world. You have more of an ability to express your point of view than anywhere else in the world. This is the best country in the world by far. So I never said that. And as far as screening calls, no one screens them. I just pick them up. Had you called Larry, you would have known that. I never screen calls. And as for an hour push bashing, no, indeed not. Wrong again, Larry. Wasn't that at all. I said we're a warlike people. America is a warlike nation. And that just makes us like the rest of the world. That's all. That's not a bash. In fact, we do what's in our best interest. And I was arguing that in our best interest, we would have or should have perhaps, based on reality, attacked Korea, not Iraq, Larry. There is nobody that comes on this program more loved and hated than Major Ed Dames. Major Dames is the world's foremost remote viewing teacher. Edward A. Dames, Major U.S. Army, retired now, is a decorated military intelligence officer, an original member of the U.S. Army prototype remote viewing training program, served as the training and operations officer for the Defense Intelligence Agency's Psychic Intelligence, or PSIINT, collection unit, and currently serves as executive director for the Matrix Intelligence Agency, a private consulting group.
Ed is a technical consultant for the feature film Suspect Zero, plays the role of an FBI remote viewing instructor in the movie as well. As I said, there's nobody more loved nor hated on this program than Ed, and she's been appearing with me for years. And two of the things that we discussed earlier tonight, the North Korean brink of nuclear war headline, and of course the day from London, the day the sun nearly shut down the Earth. It happened in November. And we now have learned that it was the biggest spit of the sun, of our sun, in all measurement, in all the time, short as that may be cosmically, but we've been even measuring what the sun does. And it definitely qualifies as what Major Ed Dames called the shot across the bow that we could expect before the kill shot. There can't be any argument about it. I read you this entire article, the magnitude of what the sun did. It was the shot across the bow, was it not, Ed?
Correct.
Ed, you're in Hawaii right now, aren't you?
I'm home in Maui at the moment, although your Canadian listeners will be happy to hear that I'm teaching my first workshop in Edmonton soon.
Oh, really?
And that'll be the first there. I've got one in Maui next month, too, and that's my first in the islands here at home. Usually I teach away from home.
Yes. Why did you move to Hawaii, Ed?
Beauty and peace. I came from a very violent background, so I was attracted to the peacefulness of the island, and I've always loved the ocean, so as much as you probably love the desert.
It's very peaceful in Hawaii. That's quite true. In Maui, oh my God, there's some beautiful parts of Maui. You can take some drives on Maui that almost are prehistoric in nature. I mean, the plants and flowers that you see are just beyond all belief as you drive up. I spent some time there, as you know.
I just literally almost bumped into the California governor yesterday morning as I was taking off my dive gear.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So lots of people walking here for a break.
And what was the governor doing there?
Scrolling.
All right, well, look, I just, in the first hour of the program that I know you didn't hear because our time for the program is offset there in Hawaii, I spent a lot of time talking about several things. Of course, the current war situation, but also the day the sun nearly shut down Earth. Clearly the shot across the bow. I guess, you know, this is kind of reverse of the way we normally do things. Remote viewing, I mean, most of my audience is, by now they know what remote viewing is, but I suppose we have this responsibility. A remote viewer is a trained, disciplined psychic, really.
I think that what we do is we turn that innate ability that we all really have into a skill. That didn't come easy. It came at a price of about 2 decades and $20 million worth of research to find out how to do that accurately, how to turn one's unconscious attention to any idea whatsoever, lock onto it, and to produce information about that idea, whether it's a person, place, thing, or event, accurate information. Now, the things that we're talking about mostly tonight are predictive intelligence. Very valuable to military intelligence. But when I retired, I turned my attention towards civilian scenarios rather than military.
Boy, you sure did. You actually turned your attention toward things that a lot of the general public really does want to know about. And so, you know, you're very different than most of the other remote viewers, and I think I've interviewed just about every single one of them, Ed, and they all mention you, and they all, nobody really has a bad word to say about you, by the way, Ed. The other remote viewers are generally quite respectful.
Most of them work for me, either in the military or in the civilian capacity, or both. Mm-hmm. But what I deal with are things that I think are important because these events, the kinds of events that we've been talking about on your show for 7.5 years, and will again tonight, are going to take the most human life. These are the events that will kill the most people. And therefore, I feel almost responsible, I suppose that's an apropos word, to get the word out, just in terms of warning. Take it or leave it. But these particular, and I'll set the stage for this momentarily, these things are going to kill a lot of us. And so I think the ignorance is not bliss in terms of warning.
For some people it is. No, for some people it is. Ignorance is bliss. And I'll tell you something right now. Those of you who are scared and made ill at ease by very serious predictions, some pretty doom and gloomy, you really should turn off your radios. Because some people are much more blissful if they don't know, and they don't want to know, and I understand that. There are some things even I don't want to know, and I suspect some you don't want to know. I've asked you a couple times, have you ever remote viewed the manner of your own death? And I think I recall that you chose not to.
Correct. I'm not really interested in that.
Well, I wouldn't want to know about mine either. There's a lot of people who don't want to know that the sun could kill us and may kill us, and that you've actually seen this event. Now, most people poo-pooed it when you first said it, but you talked about a shot across the bow. Well, is there any question at all? I don't think so. You could call this a shot across the bow, and you'd be technically correct. I mean, that's what it was. It was a shot. So now everybody's going to want to know, me included, Ed, now that the shot across the bow has occurred, can you use that as a marker to see how far the so-called kill shot is away?
The answer is no to that question. My team and I have derived the answer to the question pretty much, but not. It's another question. Yes, we know what to look for now, but it took a lot of work, and that's why I'm on the show tonight. I want to tell your listeners what this harbinger is. When you see this, duck and cover, and I'll get into the details later. You remember years ago when I said the jet stream will drop down to the deck?
And it did.
Okay, and you remember after about a year later I said the mother of all tornadoes.
Yes.
Is going to happen a week later, and F5 pops up, which is unprecedented.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and then the shot across the bow in October of last year, I said the sun is about to go on a rampage, and in November 4th, that was the X-45. Okay.
Yeah, there's no argument about any of this. This really is all true. And I'm glad you're saying it, Ed, because when you come on, I inevitably get a lot of emails and you know, the angry people who, well, I've been keeping track, and Ed missed this and this and this and this. You have missed some.
The big ones are the easiest ones. They're so easy because unconscious as your best friend is going to look right at that and say, you need to know this.
But you've also hit a lot. I mean, look, you don't predict some of these things. They're not even likely. It's not like calling a 50-50 shot. You're saying, look, the sun is going to fire this gigantic shot across the bow. Well, that's not an easily predictable thing. And boom, there it is. So, you know, the audience can judge for themselves. You've hit a lot, you've missed some, but in my estimation, you know, these things are 1 in a million. Shot across the bow, 1 in a million.
Well, they're unprecedented. What we're going to see are things that are unprecedented. It's
exactly.
Very much like your book, The Coming Global Superstorm.
Yes.
There's no precedent in history for what's coming. I'll talk more about that.
I don't think there's any precedent in history for what's going on right now.
One more thing. Now, this is not a geophysical event, but I've been saying it for 7 years. The next use on the battlefield of a nuclear weapon will be on the Korean Peninsula. Okay? Now, I'm not saying a nuclear slugfest. I'm saying that the North Koreans have emplaced a nuclear weapon and will detonate it when hostilities start on the ground. And that short war will end very, very quickly without a slugfest. Okay? But that event is going to be eclipsed by this grand catastrophe that I've talked about, that I've been trying to get my teeth into for a long, long time, even before I did your show.
Well, all right, but stop. Before we get to that, let's stick with Korea for just a moment, Ed. If the North Koreans were to detonate a nuclear weapon in South Korea...
I'm saying, no, on the North Korean Peninsula.
On the North Korean, on North Korea's territory?
Yes. The thing is in place. Once ground hostilities
is going to, is everything that moves, every moving target indicator is going to be shot up by the United States. So they can't afford to take the family jewels and put it on a truck or a missile or anything else like that. They're going to lose it. And so what they've done is taken at least one weapon and then placed it, think of a mine, a nuclear mine. They've placed it on the North Korean peninsula, not far north of the DMZ, so that if we attack or counterattack, once, let's say, the 2nd Infantry Division is in position, that weapon will be detonated right there. Like a mine.
Well, here's what I think, Ed. It seems to me that if North Korea used a nuclear weapon against our troops or our country, you know, they threatened to let one fly into California or whatever, we would obliterate that nation.
No, we wouldn't.
I think we would, Ed. Why would we not?
Too many civilians, too many innocent people. Most of the combatants, we'll have no problem obliterating. That's what they signed up to do, is become obliterated and obliterate in turn. But the world is going to stop this war really quickly. When we escalate to a nuclear war, the pressure from the rest of the world to stop this thing now will be so great. It will stop. We might get one in, Art, and the North Koreans might get one more in. And yes, there'll be a lot of devastation. But that cloud is going to drift over to China. I mean, the peninsula is connected.
Right, of course.
So much, there will be so much pressure to stop it. It will stop immediately. Yes, a lot of loss of life.
Recently, I put a link up on the website. I don't know if you happened to catch it. It was a tour through Chernobyl by this young lady.
It was great.
You saw it. Oh, good.
It was incredible.
It was incredible, and to imagine somebody intentionally letting off, I mean, it's just unthinkable, and yet...
Dealing with a madman in an insane environment.
Yes, they're crazy, aren't they?
In their own way.
And
they're afraid.
You know, that's a good target for you, Ed. We keep saying that. The North Koreans aren't crazy. Is it possible for you to take on as a remote viewing task, finding out if, and I don't know how you would do this with remote viewing, if the top leadership of North Korea really is suicidally crazy?
Well, in terms of military intelligence, what I would be looking at would be intent. Intent is always very, very valuable.
Yes.
That's true. So I wouldn't care whether someone's crazy or not. I would want to see what the intent is.
Oh, so you can look at intent.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's and how do you? I mean, that's reading a mind, right?
Correct. It is. Yeah.
So how do you do that with remote viewing? I mean, normally you sit at a desk and you draw an object of your attention or something. How do you convey intent?
There are a number of different ways that we could talk. For instance, if I used you as a target, which I would never do for ethical reasons, it would be Art Bell, and I would qualify that with deep mind, and I would qualify that with a time qualifier, present time. I'd go into your deep mind, present time, and then I could use any variations on that theme. Each one of those remote viewing sessions would take at least an hour. So I could look at what's uppermost in your mind at this moment.
Really?
I could look at things that are...
Well, okay, here's what I'm trying to understand, Ed. How would a thought, which you'd be looking for an intent on my part, how would that manifest itself? I mean, normally you're as I say, you're drawing an object or a bridge, or, you know, that's the typical remote viewing stuff when you want to prove remote viewing works. But when you're in somebody's head, that's a whole different...
No, actually, it's all the same. It's all information. Let's say that you hated someone, and that's uppermost in your mind, and you've told no one this.
Yes.
So what I would find when I would remote view you in this hypothetical situation would be after I gain access to you, which would take about 20 minutes, standard protocols. We teach this in the workshops. Then I would start sketching perhaps a rifle and crosshairs and a scope, looking at a person. That would be a sketch. I would describe the person, the rifle, and things like that. And then I would turn my attention to this tangential figure, this person, let's say, and find out who that is. And I could go back into your head, allegorically speaking, and find out why you hated this person.
that's fascinating. So
But that does not mean, Art, that you would act on the information. So I may be just, wasting my time, because yes, now I find out that you hate this person, you'd like to shoot them, but you never will.
So
I'm wasting my time.
Huh. So, a very strong emotion or feeling on my part might not translate to reality. And so you could come back with a report that the North Koreans hate our guts, that the North Koreans are... But what about this suicidal aspect? In other words, the only people crazy enough to start a nuclear war, since mutual assured destruction always and did work, except with people who are truly out of their minds and suicidal, you could determine, could you not, if the leadership there has suicidal tendencies?
I wouldn't. I want to look at the actual physical phenomenon, the physicality, the real world, the material world aspect of this. And in this case, the event itself is a fait accompli. It's so big in terms of scale, but it's actually minor. I'll talk about that momentarily. It's actually small in terms of the solar kill shot.
Well, we've got to take things one thing at a time, and a nuclear detonation on the Korean Peninsula is not a small matter.
Art, how will it affect your life right there in Pahrump? I dare say that things aren't going to change much for you.
Hold tight, Ed. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back.
Caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
And this is seriously disturbing stuff. So be warned. If you're easily disturbed, and a lot of people are out there, you turn this off. I mean that. This is really disturbing stuff, and you've got to, I don't know, you've got to take it or leave it or digest it, or maybe it'll make you think, which is good, but whatever. It's pretty disturbing, so be warned. Speaking of seriously disturbing, Ed, just not to sidetrack you, but Priscilla from Edmonton, Canada writes, hey Art, please ask Ed about Aaron Donahue. I interviewed him, she goes on, that guy was seriously disturbing.
Aaron was a former student of mine, is a former student of mine, and he essentially made some decisions that, and some choices that I could not support, sustain. So I divorced myself of him.
He's very interesting, very disturbing, as she said, very disturbing, and actually he spoke highly of you, Ed.
No, I'm aware of that. I'm just saying he's made some choices that I just can't.
He's aware of that. He's over there on the kind of the dark side. I mean, most people would say you're kind of on the dark side, Ed. But I mean,
we all have a dark and a light side.
But for somebody to be on the other side of you, that's a long way out there.
On the edge.
Yes, on the edge. Anyway. I kind of want to understand this. So you can read minds, you can read a mind, you could determine the intent of the North Korean leader, though that wouldn't necessarily mean he'd follow through.
That's correct. We'd rather look ahead at the physical phenomena or the physicality of events or the existence now of weapons hidden or otherwise, those kinds of things, real world stuff, rather than simply ideas which may be floating around and the person's head that may or may not be acted upon.
When you see a nuclear device going off on the Korean Peninsula, how does that register with you in remote viewing?
It's sort of like a fleeting image in the mind's eye, a dim, blurry, fleeting image. We know as professional remote viewers that any real a visual image that you have in your mind's eye that's static and clear is always imagination. So that's taught in the basics, day one, hour one in the workshops. When we teach, so it's taught, it pops up as a fleeting, blurry image, and we have to sketch that and describe it. Everything that comes into conscious awareness about the event has to get down on paper as a sketch or as a word idea.
You were saying that a nuclear weapon going off on the peninsula would not affect me here in Trump. Maybe not. Let's see, would it?
I challenge you to tell me how that would really affect you other than your idea. The kill shot would. That's my point.
Yes.
These are the things that I'm talking about on your show because it's a great venue. These global catastrophes, these global superstorms, these global kill shots that affect the entire globe, all life on Earth, not simply a region, a food supply, a military unit, a country, not just a big earthquake or a war. All those things, many things, or those are problematic. They can be avoided by an individual. They're regional and fairly short-lived in historic terms, and they're subject to human control, or in the case of war, subhuman control.
Is this kill shot going to occur in our lifetime?
Yes.
That was a yes.
That was a yes.
The best you can do, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 10 years, 20 years, what? Just your best shot. I know.
I'm going to give you my best shot.
I appreciate it, and I know it's not easy. Timelines are set and missed and so forth.
No, but we narrowed it down. That was, in fact, I don't have to do too much more of this geophysical prediction stuff because we worked so hard to nail something. What we wanted to see was instead of the event out on the horizon, which is so complex, it deals with the sun. And remember, I used to call this a discontinuity in humankind's
Yes, all right, let me remind the audience. There was a time when Ed had been telling me that there was a time past which he really couldn't see or could not remote view, which he chose to call the discontinuity. I call it just a big old brick wall out there. It's kind of like you can't tell what's coming. Well, describe it. I mean, those are my words. Was it like a brick wall or what?
It was like the great nothing. There's so much stuff happening on Earth at once, a confluence of events, huge events, that you can think of it as just a big cloud, dark, thick, black cloud. So much, so many things that one mind, the professional remote viewer turns one's mind towards that. It's you can't sort and sift through what's happening.
Now, when you began looking at different things with remote viewing, did you continually, as you looked out in years, keep running into this, what you call discontinuity?
No, because I turned my attention mostly to things that I could actually act on, what problems to be solved, those kinds of things.
Right, but I would imagine, no matter the subject, when you got out that far, if it required you to go out that far, you would run into it, right?
Yes, and not only are we running into it now, but what the harbinger that I'm going to tell you and your audience about this evening on Easter Eve, this harbinger will have already popped up in people's dreams. Many of your listeners will have seen this in dreams. As a professional, I don't have any monopoly on the truth. I just have a monopoly on accuracy. So the truth trickles down. It's like an over-the-horizon radar. Our mind looks out and says, uh-oh, you need to know about this. The problem is that our egoic mind and our analytical mind and our conditioning muck up the real pristine information. Professionals don't have to worry about that.
That was muck with an M, in case, Howard's unfans are listening. So let's have it then. What do we look at?
The coming global superstorms, when did you think that would happen, Art, when you wrote the book? Did you have any idea?
No, Ed, I just see it on the way. I saw it on the way then. Actually, I saw it on the way back when I wrote something called The Quickening, and I just sharpened the focus with global superstorm. But no. Timeline-wise, no. I could feel us this year.
This year. Yeah, remember the F5 tornadoes that I said were coming?
Yes.
Watch what happens this year. So the superstorms that you were perceiving are going to begin this year, 2004. Those are the biggest things this year. Now that's a global superstorm, just as you perceived it. It isn't just Ohio, which is going to get hit with one.
We're actually, as you and I speak right now, if you look across fully one half of the United States at the U.S.-Mexican border and above and below, I talked to a man in the first hour, Ed, who had lost power, was sitting there in the candlelight calling me because of the violent storms, tornadoes, he said, on the radar all around him. Really, really bad weather all across. Violent.
Yeah, the tornadoes are going to be huge, and they're going to chew up the land. Not just America, but America's going to get hit really hard. Ohio's going to get one. And anyway, that's this year. That starts this year. Okay, that's sort of the beginning of things. But as far as this global kill shot is concerned, where the sun actually starts putting out like a scattergun effect, these very large solar flares. I say kill shot, but it's actually a series of very large solar flares.
Yes.
They're going to hit the Earth. You'll see the sun start to get pockmarked like it has the measles with sunspots.
Now, you're predicting this, Ed, at a time when the sunspot cycle is ebbing.
Well, it was ebbing when the X-45 popped also.
You're totally correct. Totally correct. The scientists went, what the hell's this?
Yeah.
At this point in the cycle. But we're down a little further down line, and, it's for a few years now, we're going to continue to be on the lower side of this sun cycle, and you're saying it's going to go berserk.
The sun is in another cycle. The sun is the end of a very long cycle. The epiphenomena that you see, these 11-year cycles and 21-year cycles, those are just small little epiphenomena in a very large cycle, which is probably about 11,500 to 12,000 years. And we just happen to be alive at the tail end of one of those. Now, here's what, this is important, and before everybody goes to bed, listen to this. When you see a space shuttle, one of our space shuttles, being forced to come down and land because of a meteor shower, that is the beginning of the end. That's the harbinger. Immediately after that will begin some drastic geophysical changes in the Earth, eventually resulting in a wobble and possibly an entire pole shift. A wobble will cause waves as high as 2,000 feet. Now, the space shuttles are grounded until 2005. So we're not going to see this until at least 2005. But that's what to look for. When a shuttle is forced down because of the meteor shower. Beginning in 2005, we're going to have a tremendous number of earthquakes, very serious earthquakes worldwide, followed by, for some reason or another, intense meteor showers. Now, I don't understand why, but I'm just...
Too bad. I was about to ask you the relationship, but you obviously don't know.
No, I'm a trained observer, and that's what I'm observing as remote viewer is and not just me, my entire team. These meteor showers, very intense meteor showers, but the meteors are not, it isn't just the Leonids and a nice display. These things are coming down to the deck and hitting, impacting Earth. But when you see that one event, when there is a space shuttle mission up and it has to come down.
And aborted because of it.
That's right. Then you have to dig in. There's no more time left. There's no more time for predictions. There's no more time for anything. That's it.
All right. Let's talk for a second about the kill shot itself. Does the kill shot, can you give me the dimensions of it? I mean, there will be some who will live through this, Ed, or will no one live through it?
No, we're looking at a couple of billion people. They're going to be crisped, and not crisped necessarily, but die of dehydration. What's going to happen is there is this passing space body. It does look like the idea of Planet X or Nibiru. I don't know. I don't understand the geophysics, but it passes
passes by at the same time the sun erupts, so I'm assuming there's some type of a linkage or a flux there.
Could be.
Okay, when that happens, shortly after this spatial mission is aborted, what happens is these solar flares are hitting the Earth, and they're coming through when the shields are down, our electromagnetic shields are down. They're causing a lot of heat, the atmosphere to heat up. So it's not like we're getting fried by X-rays. It's what's happening is the Earth is heating up. The winds are picking up to very high speeds, and most of the death will occur from people dehydrating, being in winds that are 300 miles an hour, and then finally when the Earth starts to wobble, and I don't know how long this is going to take, but the Earth will begin to wobble, and my guess is that it's not a direct effect of this passing space body gravitationally, but it's because of rapid melting of ice.
Which is going on.
But this is really rapid now, and then the Earth starts to wobble. The wobble is what causes the massive waves, the ocean waves.
Well, whether you believe it's man's hand or nature's hand, doesn't matter. There was a story the other day suggesting global warming has now begun to feed upon itself, which means that it's going to worsen at a far more rapid pace than previously considered. At least that's one great theory, that it's begun to feed on itself. Those are the kinds of stories I'm seeing right now.
Well, the heat engine is, the sun is our engine, our star, that's our engine. Yes. And the heating is the primary source, not the ocean currents and the Humboldt currents. The heating of the atmosphere is the primary engine that drives these huge tornadoes. Now, the one I looked at the other day as a remote viewer was so huge. It was gargantuan, and it was so destructive, and we're going to see a lot of them. So I would encourage people, pull out their copies of the coming global superstorm and thumb through them again.
All right, well, you mentioned the shuttle occurrence, and that can't happen for at least a while yet. Is there any measurement between that time and the other one is close into it? That close, or how close?
That particular event is the nearest recognizable preceding event to the first solar flare.
But there's no real way to measure that, is there?
No, there isn't. We know that in 2005 there's a lot of earthquakes, so that may be one thing, and the year after that looks real dark and a lot of meteors, but things get fuzzy right there, and I think it's because we're running up against this wall. But it's another thing in terms of survival.
Yes.
I wanted to talk about that.
Good.
This is all natural cycles. I'm not judging this, and everything has an end, right? People,
sure.
Relationship systems,
yes.
Nations,
yes.
empires.
Yep.
Has a beginning and an end. So except for our souls, we even go somewhere else. This is a natural cycle. But in terms of survival, we've talked about this before, and now it's going to become more important to take note.
Feels more important to me.
Yeah. You need below ground protection at some juncture.
These are the things you've always said too. There's nothing different here. You've always said underground.
Yeah, there's a couple more things
sure.
I want to add to this list.
Underground.
Okay, water. You have to have supply of fresh water. It's imperative. Food is, food is a given. The places that you need to be, hopefully, we don't know in terms of this wobble what kind of wave action we're looking at on Earth. It's just too complex. But to be on the safe, if one wanted to be on the safe side, you would either have to be either far inland or very high, or both. They're 3,000 feet above sea level, or very far inland. Okay? Another very interesting thing, if you own a large sailboat, that's okay too. Because...
I shouldn't laugh.
No, really, it's a strange thing. But large sailboats, with very heavy keels,
yes.
If they flip over, they right themselves, and a regular boat doesn't. So that's good. But the damaging thing, even after the Earth settles back down and reestablishes an equilibrium with a new pole star are. Actually, I did a video on this where I detail it. It's called the Kill Shot. It's a CD that we put out. And you don't need to get that CD if you're listening to this show.
It is a CD called The Kill Shot?
Yeah, where I detail
No
it.
kidding. When did you put all this together?
In detail, because it gets too complex.
When did you put the CD together?
Doing it now. It's actually being filmed now.
Well, I'll be darned.
Yeah, but your listeners don't need that CD. It's for other than Art Bell listeners who that's what it's for. Because I cover most of all I do on the CD is I show you with models and other things where the new pole stars may be, that kind of stuff. Point is, once the Earth reestablishes equilibrium, axis pointing somewhere else now, all right, that's still not good enough. You're still in trouble because there's going to be so many broken nuclear reactors, radiation clouds will be everywhere.
Oh, good.
Breeder reactors will be broken. Nobody's going to be tending them. So that's a big problem.
Okay, Ed, hold on. Well, and that, folks, was the good news. We're going to get to the rough stuff here shortly. Of course, kidding. That was awful. Absolutely awful. My guest is Major Ed Dames, and the worry of it all is that, yes, for what misses he has had, he's had an awful lot of really big hits, in my estimation. The biggest recent one being the shot across the bow.
To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. With Art Bell.
In any given show one ever does with Ed Dames, there is always an appropriate place to play this particular piece of bumper music. In fact, you could use it probably in 2 or 3 places. Major Ed Dames is my guest. Warned, be warned, this is difficult, disturbing material. Cutting right to the heart of the matter, we're talking about a kill shot from the sun, which actually is a series of shots from the sun, perhaps much like the one in November, only earthbound, the result of which would be any number of things, including a couple of billion dead on Earth, the beginning of a wobble of the planet itself, 300-mile-per-hour winds, I mean, just all. So I'm getting a million computer questions, some of them very relevant, most people wanting to know about their area, but, you know, some interesting questions like, hey, Ed, what about the U.S. sub-fleet, you know, the sea boomers and fast attackers and all that sort of thing that we've got prowling the seas? What happens to those doing, you know, with 2,000-foot high waves?
Well, they've got reactors in there, right? So
That's
we're
right.
still looking at reactors that aren't going to work anymore. They're going to end up, many of the coastal reactors, whether it's the Manchu breeder reactor in Japan or others, are going to end up at the same depth under sea that city off the coast of Cuba is, that National Geographic is so interested in. 2,200 feet under the water. So that's still radiation. A lot of the clouds, though, will be in the air. I have to clarify one thing. It isn't the kill shots themselves that kill Art. It isn't the direct rays. That only shuts that takes out all our circuitry, our satellite circuitry, those kinds of things.
Yes, it would do that.
It's one after another in conjunction with this passing space body. Those two things together, that synergistic effect of those two things together, the passing space body could trigger the solar flare. I don't know. But they happen together. That's one of the reasons it took remote viewers so long to unravel what's going around it. We could not separate one from another.
Well, when we have close cometary, when comets pass close to the sun or even hit the sun, it does seem to produce a disturbance on the sun. There's been some correlation of that. And what you're seeing, would you dub it Planet X?
I would. I absolutely would.
You absolutely would, really?
Yeah, yes.
You know, and I've got to tell you, you know, there are people like Nancy, what's her name, and so forth, who say Planet X is going to get us, and they've laid down some days and deadlines and times when it was going to happen, and it didn't happen. And then there's others, for example, on the net, that from time to time post pictures of, you know, things they claim they see out there right now, planets, bodies, that kind of thing. I kind of thought it was baloney, at least the pictures I've been seeing, trying to show something incoming right now. To me, it looks like a lens flare or any number of other things, but it definitely doesn't look like. And anyway, so what is all that baloney? Is this thing still way out there? Is it visible now? What's the deal?
I don't know. All I know is it's not a comet. It does not. It's planet size, perhaps as large as Pluto or Charon, or Charon. It's planet size. It passes real close to the Earth, and as it comes around the sun, it passes us again. And it looks like the Sitchin idea, Earth and Upheaval, those kinds of books. It looks like there's something there. But this thing comes in the solar system like a bat out of hell, swings by the inner orbits and back out again, and it leaves. But when it does, whatever orbital frequency it has, however many years, some people are suggesting every 5,600 years, some of those passes are pretty darn close.
And you believe that its passage is connected with the sub-disturbances that you see?
That's my best guess, because they're so close together. I don't see how. I mean, I'm postulating art, but they're so close together. They're concomitant. They're coincidental. It looks like one is triggering the other electromagnetically.
Would we not be aware of something the size of a planet on a trajectory that would bring it close to Earth far, far ahead of time? I mean, how much warning there would we have, do you suppose?
Probably 3 months.
3 months.
Yeah, that would be my guess. 3 months.
That would also be a very
sharp trajectory, and it's moving fast.
That's going to be a very interesting 3 months in human history, isn't it?
There'll be some hand-wringing on the part of astrophysicists, I think. There might be some sleepless nights on the part of leaders worldwide.
Well, that seems to me that's putting it mildly. I mean, the end of the world people would be hot at it, wouldn't they, the moment they knew?
The end of the world people are hot at it every time they get an opportunity. All I'm saying as a professional remote viewer, this is the end of life on Earth as we know it.
Yeah, I'm getting that message, I guess.
It's like the bridge is out ahead type of thing. You're on the freeway and the big sign, bridge out ahead.
Out ahead,
That's
yes.
it. That's all she wrote.
Well, that's not quite all she wrote, Ed. If 2 billion people die, then by present estimates, that'd be 4 billion that might live. That's still human beings somehow going forward, although I suppose I could ask why, and would those people wish they were dead, as in the old scenario of, you know, better to die than to live with what the world would be?
I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for character development in this Mad Max post-cataclysm world. A lot more. There may be another 2 billion that succumbs to the after effects.
You mean human being against human being?
Yeah, and you know, the resources are going to be pretty tough to come by, and there, you know, we don't know what areas of the Earth will really be affected.
Well, darn,
I think your transmitter will still be up.
It's always on the tip of my tongue, Ed, about where, you know, it might be worse, where it might be better, where I live, for example, would be safe. Everybody wants to know that. I'm getting a million messages. You know, Santa Fe, is it going to be all right? Tucson, will it be all right? Questions and questions and questions.
The only places that I know for sure that we have actually looked at, and I mentioned you on your show, are, you know, to the west of Glacier National Park, some areas in the western part, the eastern part of Vancouver, of British Columbia. It looks like Switzerland and Liechtenstein are survivable, but learn remote viewing.
Well, you said, you have said now a number of times that my transmitter, as in shortwave, might be operating. That would indicate that in some way we remain physically intact here.
Yeah, I think you will. HF will be up worldwide. Satellites will be gone. The satellites will be gone. There is one other thing to worry about too.
BPL.
I'm sorry.
Couldn't resist. I mean, once the satellites are gone, there is this thing proposed called broadband over power lines, and they're going to screw up shortwave with it big time. That's another whole story. So I was just sort of.
No, I mean, this stuff will all come back eventually, but when, we're going to have to rebuild. I have a sneaking suspicion that this is not the first time this has happened on terra firma. It's just, it's very, very suspicious. But the nations that will really be eminently survivable will be the ones that do not count on high technology. Just have guns. So China is really, really poised, even now as our factory to become the top of the heap.
Yeah, if you go back to the Stone Age, then the people with the stones are the immediate survivors, right?
Yeah, same old status quo pro ante. What's changed?
And we now depend on computers and satellites, and these things are now, well, we're utterly dependent on them. Our economy, our government, the information flow. We are completely dependent upon these things, and they would be first to go, wouldn't they? Satellites.
Oh yeah, the satellites will come down with the solar flares.
Yeah.
They will come right down. I'm not talking about single event latch-ups and things like that. I'm talking about burnout. And power grids will go immediately. The X-45 pointed at Earth will take out all the power grids that it hits. All of the North American power grids would have gone down.
That's clearly what the scientists would seem to be indicating in the story, that if something of that magnitude had hit us, that would be the result.
Yeah, and that would take, you lose a lot of satellites. It takes time to get those back up if you want to do it. It takes time to get power back up.
Yeah, so this isn't science fiction, folks. I mean, we had this magnitude of flare. The only reason it didn't happen is because it was pointed away from Earth. If it had been pointed at Earth, what Ed says is what would have occurred. And it could have been, I mean, it's like playing Russian roulette, a little bit like that. And if the gun barrel had been pointed at Earth, that would have been it. So that was a shot across bow. And you're saying that magnitude or greater is going to occur, bang, 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 in sequence, depressing the Earth's magnetic field more with each hit.
That in conjunction with this passing space body, let's call it planet X for lack of for hypothetically. Actually, not hypothetically. It looks like it is planet X. The two working to get those two effects seem to be synergistic. One triggers the other, and that is what produces this finally the rapid melting of polar ice caps, the wobble of the Earth, and finally these very large waves.
Okay, you've mentioned having to live underground for years now, Ed. You've mentioned chlorella as something that would be a long-term way to stay alive, substance. You still stick by all of that? I mean, when this begins, that will be the way to survive?
Well, on the underground part is because of the high winds. That doesn't mean that it's a permanent position, but the winds will be so high.
For how long?
A few weeks. I've talked to NOAA folks, and they've done some back-of-the-envelope calculations, and they say, well, we're looking at massive belts, big belts across places on the globe where winds will be sustained at 250, 300 miles an hour for a couple of weeks.
How did you approach NOAA with this? What did you say? Did you say, in the event of a wobble of the Earth or a magnetic pole reversal, I mean, what were you putting to them?
This was years ago when I was a spy master.
Yes.
I had some scientists I was working with, and I approached Noah, this one of the scientists who was helping me out. Obviously, I can't mention any names. And I said, look, this unit, he was aware of the remote viewing unit, the side spy unit, the military side spy unit. I said, we're looking at a pole shift of approximately 12 degrees. We actually did some remote viewing. 12-degree pole shift. If the Earth suddenly shifted 12 degrees, what would be the effects on wind and water? And that's how those calculations came about.
Now,
winds would pick up after about 2 days.
And let me try and be straight about this, okay? I mean, our pole now wanders a few degrees at least every now and then, and is presently on the magnetic North Pole on its way toward Alaska, I believe. It's migrating in, I'm sorry, Russia. It'll end up in Russia or something like that. It's wandering now. So what are you talking about, 12 degrees? You're talking about
I'm talking about
Earth
the
itself.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Earth's axis.
Oh.
Not a precession. It's 50, 100,000 years. Not that one.
So you're talking about a 12-degree wobble.
Yeah.
Really bad.
Right. I actually demonstrate this in the kill shot CD with a gyroscope.
Gotcha. All right. So a 12-degree wobble, and that's what you asked Noah about. What would the effects be in this? And they came back to you with this 250 mile an hour, 300-mile thing.
No, it was actually because of the coefficient of friction between the Earth's mantle and the land and the air. So it's so loose, it's so light. It'll take about a couple of days for all of the energy to be transmitted into the atmosphere. That's when the winds will begin to pick up. So after several days, they'll begin to pick up to 200 miles an hour and then 300 miles an hour. Not all over the globe, but in belts. And that will be sustained for several days before it starts to die back down. So I'm talking about being in a whole protected area like a subway or a basement for up to 2 weeks.
That's quite a while. Now, let me note for the audience that what Ed is saying now has it really resonates for me when I recall what Gordon Michael Scallion said. And Gordon Michael, for years, another guy that I'm pretty close to and have a lot of respect for, though he saw it in a different way, Ed, he too said the Earth was going to wobble, and he referred to the fluid and the dynamics of the way it works inside the Earth, and he saw all of that unbalancing and sort of causing a wobble of the Earth. And it's pretty close to what you're saying. I guess you're imagining different scenarios that will begin this process, but it's exactly otherwise the same thing that Gordon Michael Scallion said.
Well, I don't understand the geophysics, and I'm not certain about the dynamics, but I am telling you right now, after that particular event where a space shuttle was forced down because of a meteor shower,
yes,
very, very soon, I'm not talking years, but very soon afterwards, months perhaps, will these events begin to transpire. I stand by that. Took a lot of work to establish that. A whole lot of work.
How much work? How long have you been working on this?
I mean, if you think about periodically over the years, but in the last year, a whole lot with a whole lot of people, a lot of viewers.
Well, I certainly recall when you began talking about the discontinuity. And you've just sort of recently made it add up to this. When I say recently, it seems to me I heard hints of this maybe in the last 2 shows we did, Ed.
Well, what we said was that I was attempting to establish with my team a bracket this very large event.
Yes.
Bracketed.
Yes.
The way that, but specifically what I meant was to establish a recognizable event that immediately precedes this continuity. And that's what we had to work on. Turned out that wasn't that difficult.
I can't even imagine what it would be like if the Earth's people had 3 months' notice of something that was going to come that close to Earth. I mean, very rapidly when they saw its size, they would understand, our scientists would certainly understand the effect that it would have on Earth, or likely would have on Earth, and it would be, you know,
I don't think that it would be that. Remember, we're talking about unprecedented events here, Art, that have never before transpired in human history or in physics. So they would not be able to do, I mean, calculations are one thing, but they'd be rough. First of all, nothing like that has ever had to happen. The idea of a planetary body passing Earth, or any body that big. First, they'd have to look at the trajectory. They'd have to calculate the mass of the object.
All right, let me try this question. Remember I said people have been taking pictures and that sort of thing. Would there be any chance at all that people would be right now, today, or yesterday, or last week, or last month, or last year, could have possibly optically observed this planet coming toward us? I mean, it wouldn't that be baloney? It'd be too far out still to be seen.
Know. I'd have to ask some of my astronomer friends, and I have.
I mean, a planet is going to be something relatively dark, and it's not going to be seen until it gets very close. We have to look hard for our own planets right here in the system, right? So
yeah, I don't know what the albedo would be, and theoretically it'd have to be, you know, something that would be close enough to the sun to reflect light. And if it's dark to begin with, you know, we might not see it until pretty close.
3 months. That would be a very interesting 3 months in human history. Or should I be saying that will be a very interesting 3 months in human history? I guess I should say will be, depending on how you feel about Ed Dames. Love him or hate him, he's quite the messenger, isn't he? From the high desert in the middle of the night, which is exactly where we do what we do. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Yeah, you're going to wonder, I certainly do, if you had information of the sort that Ed has, what kind of process would you go through before you decided that you were going to tell the world about it? I mean, basically it scares the you-know-what out of everybody, so you'd have to think real hard before you release this information. I think we'll ask about that. I mean, even if our own government knew that there was an object out there headed to Earth that would cause, you know, potentially, okay, fine, a wobble, mass death, billions of people dying, that sort of thing. I know this sounds like heresy to some people who believe that everybody should know everything, but at some point, really there's an argument, a fair one, I think, that can be made for not telling when something like that was going to happen, because the obvious would occur. There would be looting, there would be the Mad Max scenario, there would be people dying who didn't need to die. Many of them, even billions of them perhaps, panicked over such an event. So even I think at our own government would take pause before making such a thing public. And you are making this public, and I wonder what kind of process you went through mentally before deciding to say something like this and really lay it out like this.
There's no process at all. It's just truth.
Well, yes, but surely you must have had a little bit of pause before deciding to tell everybody about this.
No.
No.
No pause.
No pause.
I just
Why?
put myself in their position. People, you know, I'm supported by thousands of people who take care of me as my doctors, and truck drivers and all kinds of people, they do their job to support me, and they give me a high quality of life. I'm going to turn around and do the same for them. You know, this is what I do for a living. You know, I run an over the horizon radar station. My team and I look ahead through time.
Yes.
We say, holy mackerel, look what's coming. So that's my job. Now you can learn how to do this.
Well, I know I can. And you know what? I haven't yet, and you know why I haven't. Because I don't know if I want to know, Ed. I'm one of those people who may be blissfully... I mean, I listen to what you say tonight, and look, here's somebody who asks, hey, Art, ask him about the Great Lakes. Are they going to wave up like the oceans? What's going to happen to the Great Lakes?
Art, I have to bring something up, too. And this is tangential to the conversation, but I think it's important.
Sure.
You don't have to be some people are really in touch with themselves. Let's say, for instance, that you're one of those. Now, I know, personally, that you can make a whole lot of money by having made some decisions. You could be living in Atlanta, be very unhappy, and make a lot of money.
Yeah, I know.
You turned down positions.
Yeah, a lot of
You
things.
chose to be happy in a place that was peaceful, with a night sky as black as an ink pot.
You're correct. Yeah, you got it. That's exactly correct, Ed.
Yeah. So people like you who really follow their hearts and are not chasing materialistic goals or are chasing something inside. You don't have to be remote viewers. You're already connected. So you're okay. That's one of the reasons you're going to be okay, because you didn't buy into the party line. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do?
You didn't let those outside things push you. You know?
That's
Follow
correct.
an internal compass.
Yes. Yeah, oh, that's true. I did. I do. That's what I do. But
So whether or not you ever heard me say these things before, or believed me, or heard Gordon Michael Scallion speak, whether or not it was true, you'd still probably be okay, because you follow that internal compass.
But how does that necessarily, with a global disaster of these proportions, save?
Because the people that don't follow the internal compass need some assistance. I was one of those for many years, so I know I can put myself back in time and say, gee, how would I feel if someone knew this and didn't say anything?
Mm-hmm.
So, do unto others type of arrangement.
You do understand why a lot of people hate you, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You understand that when you bring this kind of message,
I've seen it at the corporate level. When I worked for Fortune 500 companies, when that company wanted that new widget in their product line to be the one, and my team would come back and say, oh no, the Japanese are going to develop this.
All right. Anyway, having said all this, the Great Lakes, I do want to get an answer to this fellow.
I don't know. We'd have to actually remote view it. We have to actually, remote view the Great Lakes in conjunction with this particular event and see how it stands.
Now, Steve in Jackson, California, asks perhaps the most poignant question of the morning so far. Steve wants to know if Walmarts will still be open. Sometimes you gotta laugh, Ed.
I'm saying that some of them will be there all over the place, like ants.
Paul in Los Angeles says, look, does Ed expect to survive on Maui?
I don't know where all the stuff hits the fan, actually. And the stuff hitting the fan will take months to spread. It's a spread spectrum type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how to answer the question. I'm going to take it as moment to moment.
All right. And here, actually, Lonnie in Mill Valley, California, has a good point. If we have that kind of notice that an event of that possible scale is going to occur, Ed, we would, in fact, have time to cool the reactors down, wouldn't we?
That's a good point.
It is a good point. It really is a good point.
Except for one thing.
What?
I don't think that scientists, and I don't think that the leadership in most countries would suggest how bad this is going to be, or even know how bad it's going to be, and so they would not give the order to cool the reactors down.
Patrick in Lakewood, California asks an obvious question. Art, I'm poor. I live in an apartment. He's in a city. How do I get underground? There aren't any underground structures here. Am I dead because I'm poor? What's the real answer to that, Ed? What is the real answer to that? I mean, are the poor going to, as they always seem to, disproportionately perish?
Not in America necessarily, but the poor in lesser developed countries are probably going to perish pretty fast because of infrastructure breakdown. Our infrastructure will come back up faster, and there'll be more of it left over. That's not true in other countries. You know, when it rains heavily in Tijuana, all those cardboard houses, you know, are gone.
Yes.
The people have no homes.
Yes.
That's what I mean by infrastructure.
Yes. Well, isn't it probable that those people are going to be the greatest victims?
I don't know. I don't know. I think that anybody living in a city is going to be in big trouble. I'll tell you that. I mean, that goes without saying. But they, you know.
So then an obvious piece of advice, get out of the cities.
Get the hell out as soon as you smell something coming. Whenever you detect that something wicked this way comes, get out of the cities. Go anywhere, because anything's better than being in the city.
You see, Ed, I can't see it as distinctly and in the kind of detail you can. From my point of view, I smell it coming already, and I've smelled it coming for some time. But I can't nail the events down the way you seem to be able to do. I just know it's coming. I know. I can feel the changes underway now. I actually, whether it's the weather, social behavior, or the politics of the world, which are pretty, as usual, warlike, or whatever all, I can feel it coming. And I've known for some time that it's coming, but I don't know the kind of details that you have. And going back to what you said earlier, I don't know if I want to know, Ed. I really don't. And that's why I haven't yet tried remote viewing.
It's not your job, Art. You have a job that's really important, as far as I'm concerned, and that you do what you do best, and I do what I do best. Different people have different jobs. Your job is not to know. Your job is to report and to be there to report.
So between now and when these events occur, your job remains what?
I'm done with this. Put monkeys off my back tonight. You know, I've told your listeners that I'm doing this kill shot DVD. People want it, they can buy it. And I'm done. I'm going to go back to problem solving. I want to find a cure for multiple sclerosis. That's one of the things I'm doing. And now not having to look forward through time in these next couple of years.
Why is that not a moot point? I mean, to find a cure for a...
No, I'm saying I want to do that. Now I have more time to do it because I don't have to
I'm understanding that. But with the knowledge that you have, doesn't it make multiple sclerosis, awful as it is, somewhat moot? And everything else somewhat moot?
That's not the way that's not the way I see it.
Okay, so how do you, understanding this is going to happen to humanity, sort of say, okay, I'm done with it, that's what's going to happen, but I'm going to go back and work on multiple sclerosis?
Personally, I need a venue to help relieve suffering and pain, and that one, so many people have asked me, I'm just going to jump on it. That's all. And I want some chips when I check out, too. When I meet the old man, I'll say, hey.
Well, there's a good answer. I want some chips when I check out. That's a good answer, Ed. I understand that answer. That was a good answer to it. All right. We are going to open up the phone lines shortly, and you're just going to be peppered with these kinds of questions, and probably some of the usual. People are looking, in fact, I've got a really cool picture of Mars up right now on my webcam that I didn't do it, but I'm awed by it, so I put it up there. What's the latest on Mars, Ed? They think they see signs of life, you know, this methane and all the rest of it. I guess you're following that?
I am to a certain degree, but it's basically we're still looking at the same situation. There's something under the planet, robotic in nature. There are machines underground on Mars. And we've talked about that a lot on the show.
We have, and the discovery of methane, of course, really suggests life at some level, either was or is on Mars.
or another chemical process that we don't understand necessarily.
Like perhaps, but they're really suggesting, you know, even NASA now is kind of leaning toward life was or is. So
there was a civilization on Mars. I mean, yeah, the remote viewers, military remote viewers, spent a lot of time training against that. Even before there was a remote viewing team, the military psychics were turned against Mars. They did a lot of work describing the civilization there, just for fun, practice training.
did any of that information done sort of, it wasn't really tasked information officially, it was all done on the side, right?
Done on the side, yes.
Were those reports, or were those turned into reports, Ed, that were ever passed officially up any channel at all?
Negative, we would have been shut down. I mentioned on your last show, everything that I had from the military team and from the CIA and NSA, people that worked for me, the reviewers that worked for me, and myself, I put them all into the Our Aliens Real tape, the videotape. By the way, I'd like to thank Lex Mumwood, your webmaster, for posting all those educational websites on tonight's show.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, he is.
So there's lots of good links for people to go read, huh?
Yeah, there are. You can either go to my central website, remoteviewing2004.com, anytime, or you can go to yours, or you can dial a toll-free number and buy any of those things, or sign up for my workshops.
Well, happy to give you plugs. The latest CD, when is this going to be, is this now available?
The Kill Shot will be available in a month, and that's a small, inexpensive CD. It just covers everything we covered tonight, and with the actual remote viewing sessions and examples. And then the new streamlined remote viewing home study course, that's a 4-pack CD. That'll be out in 2 months, and that's worthwhile. It's for those of you who don't want to learn it in person at one of my workshops.
I
want another line?
Yeah, go right ahead, Ed.
Okay. To sign up for a workshop, I teach these personally, and or to order any of the educational products that I created, is the order line is 1-866-607-8439. That's a toll-free number.
Okay, I think I got it. That's 866-607-8439.
Correct.
Okay.
Or you can order
and
online.
so they can now begin to order the new CD tonight, or is it good? Yes?
Yes, they can order all those products.
How much is the CD going to be?
CD, I think it's $19.95 for the Kill Shot CD. The Learn RV set is more, and the video is inexpensive for the Our Aliens Real video. The Kill Shot CD is inexpensive.
By the way, on the Our Aliens Real question, through all of this disaster and stuff coming toward us, will there be any intervention? Can you
No, there won't be. But after things clear,
yes,
there will be another race here with us.
Really?
Yes.
You mean
They will help us rebuild.
Oh, really? But only after.
Only after. I'm sorry to say.
Clearly, they would be aware of what's going to happen. Yes. And could they intervene?
I don't know.
Because with that much power,
Well, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by power.
Well, I mean, they clearly have the power to go from point A to point B at greater than the speed of light, or I think they do, or they're.
Perhaps they could. I think, but maybe there's a grand plan here that we're not privy to.
Well, then that's more tantamount to an opportunistic invasion than anything else. I mean, if they're out there actually watching and have the power to intervene and don't, then that's an opportunistic invasion, isn't it?
Well, I would call it a violation of the Prime Directive rather than your appellation.
Well, so violation of the Prime Directive would be to help us or to avert this disaster in some way, huh?
Right.
Is that right?
Rather than to to allow free will
I mean, we're
to
talking
run
about
its course.
we're talking about prime directive like it's the law of the cosmos. It's something out of Star Trek. Now,
That's right. I'm being facetious.
but maybe there's a lot of potential truth in the prime directive. People know that as surely as they know right from wrong. In other words, not tampering with what's going to happen.
Right. But there will be. I stand by this, and even the military team had this under our belt in terms of information. There is the out years. We're looking at a crisp Earth, a barren terrain in many places, really stark environment, and then Southern lands. I use that term loosely. They all of a sudden they're here. They help us rebuild.
And you see them to be a benign or even benign. You see them as benign.
Well, yeah, they're pretty much our brothers. They look the same. They're a little bit different in terms of features. They look a little bit more sturdier or rugged, and that's the way I would describe them. Their features are a little bit more chiseled, but for all intents and purposes, they look like us, Homo sapiens. And they may be related.
And then they are going to become a large percentage of the totality of our population. They're going to be that much among us, as it were.
I have no idea, but I've never looked that far.
It's actually good to hear you occasionally say you have no idea. All right, hold on, Ed. When we get back, yes, we're going to go to the lines, and yes, I know you have a lot of questions. I'm Art Bell from the high desert, the middle of the night. This is Coast to Coast AM tonight. Major Ed Dames is here, and you've been warned.
Subscribe to the After Dark newsletter and reserve your free CD of Art Bell and the late Father Malachi Martin. 888-727-5505. 1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell.
And mind control. That's what we're talking about here as much as possible. So I can't speak for all of the authors of the Bible.
Okay, let's risk it and go out there and see what's out there for you, Ed. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Major Ed Dames and Art Bell. Hi.
Hey there, Art, and Ed, it's Eric calling out of KTSM 690 in El Paso.
Yes, sir.
Ed earlier spoke about that people would start knowing that things are approaching by a dream. People would have.
Yes, that many people would begin to have the same dream. Wasn't that it, Ed?
Many people will be, as large, very large, life-threatening events come up over the event horizon, where people's lives are in danger, especially people who are gifted psychically with long psychic antennas, so to speak. So they'll be the ones that first pick this up and start having dreams, and those dreams will be very, very similar, one to another.
Do you actually understand what the content of the dreams would? Well, a caller. Yeah. You've obviously, or you wouldn't be saying this. You probably had a dream, right?
I had a dream that I was very dazed and confused. The dream was somewhat not coherent to me. However, I do remember having been told that something was coming down and the space shuttle had to come down. Now, I don't know if it was the Soyuz capsule or the space rocket. So it was all over the news. I was informed to go to this giant hall where there was thousands and millions of people there gathering. And there was a child there looking at me, and he started going into a seizure, sort of. And he started yelling in foreign languages. I did not understand him, but however, there's someone next to me that did. And his message is saying, I asked him, what was he saying? And he informed me, repent now for the times are near.
Yeah. Well, so a lot of people, Ed, are going to begin to get this message all at once, or this will be going on for some time, and will it be apocalyptic dreams, or what?
All of the above. But they're basic, there'll be common elements. And here the common element will be the space shuttle having to come down. Watch that one. You'll see that a lot, that particular one. The rest, as we dream, it's like a snowball. It starts out pristine as a seed, where your unconscious is trying to tell you something to keep you alive. It's your best friend. It's your complement.
Yeah, well, here, maybe you can help me out with this, Ed. I've had a lot of dreams in my time, and how would one ever separate the true prophetic dreams from, I've had a lot of silly dreams, sexy dreams, dreams of all kinds of things, Ed. How does one separate?
Most of them, except the ones that you really feel are important. You wake up and say, oh my goodness, I've never had a dream. That's the one that where something was behind it. And as a remote viewer, if you learn to remote view, you can remote view the seed of that dream. What seed is that dream? The seed is important. That's your unconscious trying to tell you something. Don't get on that plane tomorrow, or stop eating this, or you have pancreatic cancer. By the end of the dream, 2 hours later, all of the trash of the day and your fears and your desires, humans are driven by fear and desire, that all mucks it up, and then finally you end up on a battlefield somewhere, where what started out to be your pancreatic cancer turns into be a battle, something like that. Well, remote viewer can go right to the seed of the dream. If you tell me, I had this dream about this battle, I was right there, it was so clear, it was like vivid dream, that kind of thing. I can take that dream as a professional and go right to the seed, see what happened, and say, hey, this battle that you're having is a battle with a tumor or something like that.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Hi.
I had a question now. He was talking about Revelation, and the Bible Code doesn't mention anything about this, but it says tribulation starts 2005. And then there's a possible chance for peace in 2005 with Arafat Sharon and possible nuclear holocaust in 2006. Now, if,
So the Bible code says all of that, huh?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about possibilities.
Huh?
I'm not talking about possibilities.
Well,
I'm talking about what I'm saying is an actuality. It's already happened, but it's in a different frame. It's out ahead.
Well, you were talking about tribulation now. If it starts 2005, there is supposed to be a severe earthquake, they said, after tribulation begins. And I know Jesus gave a message himself, and he said there was an asteroid out there with his hand on it, and we could not stop it.
I don't remember that one.
This came from the Holy Hill, and
I don't know what the Holy Hill is. I know what Jesus Christ is, but I don't know who the Holy Hill is.
well, it's a place here in the United States. But anyway, the thing is, he came again.
Oh, whoa, back off. What do you mean it's a place in the United States? You're comparing this place. I've heard, like I say, I've heard of Jesus Christ. What's the Holy Hill?
The Holy Hill is a place in the United States that people go where Jesus appears.
How come I don't know about that?
I guess you just haven't heard about it.
All right, well, yeah, sometimes, Ed, there are factions who believe that Jesus and Mary do appear. Category, right?
Fatima, I understand that.
So she's referring to something like that. I mean, some personal experience. Obviously, So I mean, look.
No, I just wanted to make one point clear that almost all of us, if not all of us, have heard of Jesus Christ. Not all of us have heard of the Holy Hill or Medjugorje.
Absolutely, of course, correct. But still, the whole concept that somewhere the Bible, what is written in the Bible, if it is truly prophetic and what you were saying, may mesh, or it might even be illogical that they would mesh. I haven't done the study. I don't know, but it seems.
The problem that I have is that we can't pick out the real prophets in the Bible from the ones that were half on and half off. We don't know which ones.
That's kind of like remote viewers, Ed.
You bet. It's exactly like that. That's what I'm saying. And so when you have remote viewer and then you have prophecy, then it's 2 orders of magnitude removed from what may be the actual. So it becomes really obfuscated then. You don't have chain of custody anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yes, what Ed's saying is that what he's seeing is not a maybe. It's not a maybe anymore at all. I mean, the confidence level of what you said tonight is how high, Ed?
The likelihood is far as I, as a professional remote viewer and an analyst, that's all that I'm saying, from my point of view, from that point of view. The likelihood of what is going to happen described tonight is 100%. Otherwise, I wouldn't be describing it.
How many have you worked on this?
About 8 people in the last 6 months and about 20 in the last 8 years.
Can I ask you another question? Of those 8 or of those 20, Ed, what kind of effect did it have on their lives?
Denial.
Denial?
Yeah.
Even among those who saw this, denial.
They're willing to go on just like it didn't happen, or they're willing to believe they love their job and they love remote viewing, and they stand by their work. You know, hear them talk about it in the media, on television, and movies. But when they see this one thing, they have to be here underground, and their family has to be here. They look at that and they turn away and they pretend that it's not there. They're very upset with it, and so they go on. It's not necessarily denial. It's the will not to believe that.
Well, and if the remote viewers who actually worked this problem with you are in denial with regard to its results, then what do you suppose how do you suppose the general public is going to?
Not in terms of the results, Art. In terms of the acceptance.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
They don't deny the result. They know the results are real because they trust the process so much. But they, you know, it's pretty understandable. I mean, even though I know it's coming, I'm going to want to be near my loved ones. I'd rather, you know, check out with them than save my own hide somewhere else. So that's sort of a fence-straddling position.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mr. Fence Straddler himself.
Good morning, Mr. Bell and Mr. James. This is Mitch from Liberty, New York.
Hello, Mitch.
Hello, I'm listening on 810 on my secret Sanjin.
Wait a minute, do a plug.
Okay. And I was remote viewing. I sent you an email. I saw the sun eject a plume at about 33 degrees as I was looking at it from the left, from the bottom of the sun, just out from the bottom of the sun, 33 degrees. The earth swept through it, and we were peppered because the plume had dense parts and less dense. And we were peppered for quite a while. It looked like Asia and Europe and the Soviet Union got hit first, and we kind of spun into it. And I realized, because we were moving through the plume, that the thing was like peppering. And you were talking about the Bible. The Bible says that the earth will reel to and fro like a drunkard, and the earth will be moved exceedingly.
That sounds a lot like a wobble to me.
Yeah, and that also, you know, kind of tells me that way back when, even before Galileo and all this, somebody was saying the earth was a sphere. But that terminology is usually, you know, for something that's round.
Yes, all right, well, or acting perhaps like a sphere. Anyway, very interesting, Ed. Now, when he described what he remote viewed, he saw enough detail to see or recognize continents, his words, being peppered. You, on the other
We
hand...
can't do that as professional remote viewers. We have to use a whole lot of different protocols in order to know where we're at on the Earth. So that's not remote viewing the way I know. That's more like being a psychic. Lots of psychics call themselves remote viewing because it's an avant-garde term.
That's true. The two, I suppose, are sort of interchangeable, or people make them interchangeable, even though I know you would object mightily and list all the things that are different about remote viewing. It's still, both are predictions of our future, and they sound very similar. His just more detailed. So there'd be no way in remote viewing to see or recognize which continents catch the worst of it.
There would be, but remember we have an Earth whose topography is going to change and will be changing, and so catching the worst of it over what period of time? A month, a year?
Well, I don't know. I I know this. If there were shots from the sun, Ed, you know, depending on the Earth's rotation and where these shots actually hit, yes, there would be areas that would be much harder hit than others, continents.
The reason I don't talk about it, and the reason I'm not saying anything on it, is because I don't want to be responsible for somebody making a decision based upon that information and it being wrong, and me being responsible for the loss of life. That's why I'm not commenting on it. I've given you enough general information to know what to do or kind of where to go in a general sense. But anything other than that in terms of detail, I don't have any detail.
You're suggesting people are going to have to spend about 2 weeks underground, surviving with water, food, and whatever else you need to keep a body and soul going for at least 2 weeks. Is that correct?
If you're not fried or drowned, yes.
If you're not fried or drowned. Otherwise, underground's a place to be in 2 weeks is the probable amount of time you're going to have to be there.
Right, correct. Yeah, because the winds are just too hot. And that doesn't include all of Earth. That includes some zones that we can't nail down.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Hi.
Mr. Dames. This is Michael. I'm calling from Coeur d'Alene at the moment.
Welcome.
And I wanted to lend a little astrophysical support to the event that Mr. Dames is describing. If you study the Milky Way galaxy, that is, you know that the sun travels along our spiral arm where we reside in a spiral. It goes above and below the plane.
That's right.
Every 65 million years, we cross the plane. Now, there are several events happening at the same time, of course. There are other cyclic events that just so happen to be happening at the same time.
Anyway, your point being?
We entered the galactic plane beginning last year. We'll be moving through the galactic plane, and probably peak center will be 8 years from now. And in terms of the sun, the problems we're having now with the activity are being caused by the gravitational effects in the plane. Also, the objects that the two teams I know are working on now, that we're watching approach, these large bodies are in the spiral arm. They're very large.
Okay, well, it does make sense that as we spiral with the sun, we do enter this area where there would be a greater danger, I suppose, of objects, as in planets or things or whatever, that could encounter Earth. I guess that is reasonable, Ed?
I think it's reasonable, but I mean, the odds of being alive at a point that's every 65 million years, I mean, that's a stretch. That's all I'm saying. I can see it's hard enough for me to accept being around at these 11,500, 12,000 year cycles. How many generations is that? 90 or something like that?
A lot.
Yeah, so that's why it's hard for me to even somebody as wild as and crazy as I accept. But I don't know. I just can't comment on that.
International line, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames and our bell. Hi, good morning. We only have a couple minutes here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll take my answer off the air.
All right.
I had a dream also, a little bit more rational. It was a Saturday morning in the dream, early, about 7:30. I was looking due east from Winnipeg.
Yes.
I believe it was a fall morning.
Yes.
I saw glimmering objects around the moon for about 30 seconds. Then I saw the moon break apart and reduce down to about half its volume.
Oh, brother.
The dream was so vivid, I actually caught myself dialing my sister's house to warn her. And I was actually dialing my real phone, and then I, snapped out of it and said, whoa.
Gotcha. All right, very quickly, because we're about out of time. Ed, is that typical of the kind of dream we're going to increasingly get reported?
The kind of dream that will get reported will be a cosmic situation. where you have to look up. And again, many people will be picking up on the idea of the space shuttle being forced down, and they'll translate that into a crash or something like that.
Hold it right there.
It's been too long time with no peace of mind, and I'm ready for the times.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
This is Coast to Coast AM. Major Ed Dames is here.
I've got to tell you, I've been racking my brain, hoping to find a way out. What's that sound? 10 after midnight under starry satellite sky. I lie awake taking in the cover of dark, can't stop, did I hear that right? Live conversations, real life goes on in the dark. Real life phone line, all their experts, all in the world, things are falling apart. Coast to coast, to the average Joe, really hard to tell. I just want close. Yeah, the truth is out there. Ask our best Area 51. Aliens and lazy ones. Ties, tools and lies. Right out of control. Conspiracy.
Want to take a ride? To talk with Art Bell, call the wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Can you believe it? It actually does kind of fit. I like it on top of that. How you all doing? I'm Art Bell, middle of the night. Yeah, that's right. Not far from Area 51. And this is Coast to Coast AM. Ed Dames, I'll be right back. I bet Ed is going to want to respond to this himself. Hey, Ed, Susan in Salt Lake City, Utah says, if the solar flare across the bow happened last November, well then how come Ed is telling us now and not last November? Number one, Ed did tell us. Number two, Ed predicted that long before, not just in the previous month, but long time prior. In fact, there were a couple of extremely large solar flares, and I asked Ed on various shows, Ed, was that it? And you said no. Remember that, Ed?
I do.
Yeah, you a couple times you said, no, that wasn't it, it's coming. But anyway, so you want to respond to Susan here? I mean, I did, but why don't you? You did tell us, right?
I'm sure it's archived. In fact, the best place to listen to is the October show when I said the sun's about to go on a rampage.
Yeah, it's fact. I mean, if you doubt it, go back and listen. It's as simple as that. Go back and listen. First time caller line, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hello.
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 Hey, this is Jimmy in Memphis, Tennessee.
Hey, Jimmy.
Love your show. One of them long-time listeners. First time I've been able to get through to talk to y'all.
Glad you made it.
Me too. When exactly is this event supposed to happen that he's predicted? Does he have a general idea? And I had a dream of an earthquake. I was driving along in my car and an earthquake struck and threw my car up in the air. It was like me, my mother, and two of my sisters in the car, and we just got thrown up in the air, and then the car flipped over and started going, tumbling to the ground. That's when I woke up.
How long ago did you have that dream?
About 2 months ago.
2 months ago. Ed?
Crap out of me.
I'm sure.
2005, massive quakes worldwide. But the event, the real, the hallmark event is the one we've been talking about. One of the space shuttle missions, STS, whatever. They're grounded until 2005 when it's forced down by a meteor shower. At that point is when all bets are off and allegorically the bridge is out. There's no more predictions that I have after that point. That's when everybody needs to do whatever you want to do. And it is not long after that event.
Gotcha. Wildcard line. You're on the air with Major Ed Ames. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
Hi. Ed, I had a quick question for you. A few minutes ago, you two were talking about what would happen to the poor people during the time of the tribulation and those terrible events.
Yes.
And it struck me to ask you, have you ever tried remote viewing the rapture, because maybe that's their only way of escape through faith? And one other comment I just wanted to throw in there, since you were talking about the dreams. Mine, I thought, was more like a vision also 11 years ago, that I saw Jesus lift up the top of the Washington Monument, triangular part, and place palm branches in it and close it. And I never knew what that meant. And all I heard was 3 words: pleased by God. I've never been able to figure that out either.
All right. Obviously, a very religious person, and I know that you understand the concept of the rapture, Ed. Fit in.
I understand the concept, the way it's popularized. Yes, I've attempted to tackle that. There's something there, but I don't know. It appears to be so esoteric and metaphysical that I can't get. I can't get my teeth into it at all. So it's either beyond my ken, or it's a nonsense search term. But I think there's something there, but I just can't deal with it. I don't have the software, the wetware, to deal with that.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Ames. Hi.
Yes, good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, I just have a couple of questions. One to run through real quickly for Ed. As you've always been up front, the time frame, even for good remote viewers, that's always the hardest thing. But tonight, just to be clear, you're saying with, if you said 100% confidence that 2004, the strong storm starts, in 2005, the strong earthquake starts. That's 100% confidence you have in the time frame.
That's not what I said. What I said was there's 100% likelihood, as far as I'm concerned, from my perspective as a professional, that very shortly after that aforementioned event, this discontinuity, this grand conflagration, this tribulation, this cleansing will start.
Yeah, it is very important that we nail this down. So you're really not nailing it down, are you? Beyond just give us the outline.
Well, the shuttles start flying again theoretically next year.
Right.
Early next year.
Right.
So all I'm saying is the closest I can get that I've been able to get so far, and I don't think I'm going to do any more work on this. I really think I'm finished with this stuff because I want to go back to problem solving. And I think this is close enough for government work that when you see that event, very, very soon after will be the beginning of this kill shot sequence.
Well, that is very specific, at least as far as the shuttle coming down because of a meteor storm. That's very specific, all right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Ames.
Yes, morning, Art.
Hello.
Morning, Major Dane.
Morning.
This is Gary, listening to 600 AM Kogo in San Diego, waiting for thumb and four fingers out there.
Yes, sir.
Truck drivers know that term. I just wanted to ask you, as far as, well, make a comment here on the last caller about the rapture. I think what you're looking at is superluminals. But aside from your average cargo cult, there's a whole herd of Noahs out here among us. Let me preface that. Have you ever, or your teams ever remote viewed the individuals, groups, organizations that are working on building large ships to take some of us out of here?
No.
You haven't heard anything about that, Ed?
No.
Nobody working on ships to get us out of here?
No one that I know of, and I probably would not be interested in using my skills and my team to remote view that.
What about remote viewing what our government would do during a period of time like that? Would that be worth pursuing at all, or have you truly had it with this?
No, I wouldn't look at that either. The way I would handle that would be to look at the event and then turn my attention once I lock on to the event or part of the event or the acme of the event, and to lock on to an aspect of our government, whether it be the President, Department of Defense, or whatever. But I would, that's something else I wouldn't spend any time.
All right. International line, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Oh, Art and Major Ed Dames.
Hi.
Press calling from Winnipeg.
Yes, sir.
TJOB 680 on the dial here. Just a couple of comments, and I'll hang up and leave this to you. This Planet X or Nibiru or whatever is supposed to come by once every 3,600 or 3,700 years. It just seems to me that in biblical times, if there were previous civilizations.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Are you still there?
Am I still here?
Oh, good, you are.
Okay, it just seems to me that 2,000 years later, we're still talking about Jesus. Prior to that, 1,600 years or so, there may have been some previous civilization record of this planet coming through. I know the moon has gravitational pull on the Earth with the tides and what have you. If this planet, which I've heard through your program is about 3 to 5 times the size of Earth, comes by, would there not be a gravitational pull? If it came between the Earth and the Sun, would that not potentially draw that solar flare, potentially suck up molten from the volcanic surface of the Earth, causing the earthquakes, causing volcanic eruption,
Causing even a wobble of the entire Earth? I think that's what Ed's saying. Isn't it, Ed, that this planetary body comes so close as to perturb the present state of the Earth?
Either, number one, yes, the gravitational effects start to wobble, or two, that the rapid, the coincident series of very large sun flares causes heating in the Earth and a rapid melting of the polarized cap and other ice, and that shift begins the wobble, that rapid melting.
And you know, short of the wobble, as for the rest of it, rapid global climate change is so much a part of our history. It's like scientists worldwide are suddenly waking up to this fact. We're hearing it all over the place. Sudden climate change. Well, now all of a sudden, scientists are saying, well, yes, sure it could happen. It's happened lots of times before. But it's just sort of dawning on the world's people that, yeah, this kind of thing can occur.
We take a lot of things for granted. I mean, we're only alive for a relatively short period of time, so we assume that it's same old, status quo, pro ante. And that's why things look like precedent all the time, an X-45 solar flare, those kind of things.
Well, you know, I suppose, Ed, that a person could try and take the attitude that being alive during a special time like this, catastrophic as it might be, would in some ways be an honor to live or attempt to live through such an event.
Or 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
That would have been an interesting time.
Oh, I'll say. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Yes, Ed, your big line to cure multiple sclerosis is very commendable. However, there are many who keep stating repeatedly that there is a cure of getting rid of the mercury vapor in the body. It destroys the myelin sheath around the nerve, they short out, and cause all kinds of neurological diseases, etc. You know, the presidential cover-ups, assassinations, the other things, UFOs are not the biggest cover-up. The ADA's cover-up of mercury vapor in the body, its damage, is the biggest cover-up on the earth.
So I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out in no uncertain terms, because it's one of the things that we do quite well. It's that kind of precision. We'll find out, you know, whether that is or is not the case. By the way, you're getting a lot of callers from Winnipeg. Maybe I should be doing that workshop in Winnipeg instead of Edmonton.
Yes, perhaps so. Do you find the level of interest in remote viewing among Canadians to be competitive with that of people here in the U.S.?
In Western Canada only.
Interesting. That is interesting. International line, you're on the air with Major Ed Danes. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm calling from Spain.
From where?
Spain.
Spain. Spain.
Yeah, from
Spain.
Rhoda, Spain.
Rhoda, Spain.
Yeah.
How's everything in Spain?
Nice and sunny.
You're at a naval base?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I was calling, wanting to ask a question about the military. Have you seen what's going to happen with the military after this kill shot?
Well, that's a pretty good question, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I asked him about the government. No answer there. I don't think he's looked at individual organizations' reactions. Where have you, Ed? I mean, the military, that's pretty interesting.
No, I have not.
Well, that might be worth looking at because when something occurs on a planetary scale of that magnitude, surely...
Actually, I'll tell you one thing I am looking at is the PLA. Concerned about the People's Liberation Army because that's one military that I see as a real potential threat to the United States. And before and specifically after a catastrophe.
Young lady, may I ask you a question, please?
Sure.
Since you're in Spain, and there was a recent terrorist action there, not so many Americans, I guess, have a sense of how it really hit the Spanish people.
Oh, yeah. It hit them very hard.
Did it hit there kind of the way 9/11 hit the United States, do you think?
Very much so.
Really?
Yes. Yes, it was. They're comparing it to 9/11. It's all over Spain. There was a national day of mourning. Here in Rhoda, they had mourning conferences and a day of mourning. So they really compared it to 9/11. They call it their 9/11.
Yes, indeed.
So it's there. It hit them very hard.
Well, listen, thanks for the call all the way from Spain. I really appreciate that. Ed, I suppose the subject of terrorism, pretty front and center in Washington right now, is, compared to all of this, somewhat moot.
There's just too much, and it's too fast. I wish it weren't moot. I hate even using that word. But because of the sense of urgency and, I mean, a couple of years isn't a lot of time. Yes, when, even the major wars now are moot because the great cleansing is coming.
You sound
in terms of justice, man, I sure wish I could go after every single one.
Yeah, you sound like a Hopi. You know, Hopi use words like that.
Like what?
Like the great cleansing. They use phrases like that.
The fourth world.
Absolutely, yes. So, actually, to be more specific, there is...
I mean, I'm not a saint. I gotta tell you, I hate these guys. And hatred is not a good thing on Easter, yeah. And but like I say, I'm not a saint, and so I can do that. I just wish I had the time, but I don't.
Nor do any of us, if what you say is true. Listen, I want to give you a plug again. I know you've got a CD coming out in about 30 days about the kill shot.
We've got a whole set to a really streamlined, really neat, learn remote viewing CDs too, so people can do this at home. So we can't come to my workshop.
So I definitely appreciate all you've told us tonight. You deserve the plug. The number for any of your materials would be a toll-free number, 866-607-8439. Once again, 866-607-8439. And
you can always go to remoteviewing2004.com.
Yeah, that number is good when?
Anytime.
Oh, 24 hours, huh?
Yeah.
Operators are standing by. All right, well, anything during the program tonight that you wanted to get in at all that we didn't cover?
No, I just, let's drop by and let's go have a drink and perump one of these nights. I have a workshop coming up in Vegas in June, and how about I take you out for a drink?
Well, that sounds like fun.
Or Ramona, if you're a stick in the mud.
Yeah, we'll work something out.
How's that antenna going? Is that working?
Oh my God, yes, is it working?
What frequency can I listen to you on? I'm a shortwave guy.
All right, why not? I typically hang out on the 75 meter band at around 3.840, 3840 lower side band. So you can get there. The one thing that you said, the only thing that you said that I actually have liked over the last couple shows is that somehow or another, me, my antenna and shortwave station are going to be on the air through this, or at some point, what, during it, after it?
The whole time.
The whole time?
You'll be out for power down. You'll be down for some power, you have to use a generator, but power will come back up. I mean, the basic energetic stuff will be around, fossil fuels and those kind of things. It's just that the earth will be in pieces. A hot time in the old town tonight.
Yeah, at least. All right, well, as always, it's you do a hell of a show. I don't know if I want to say it's been wonderful to have you here, because the message is, it goes down a little rough, but it's been one hell of a show, Ed, as always, and we'll do it again soon, brother.
Good Easter to you, and
take care. All right, there you have it. Remember, what you just heard was a prediction made on the basis of remote viewing. And so you can file it away in your brain any way you want to. We're just one of those things here in the night that does what we do. We bring you these kinds of messages, and you're fully free to discard them. Or not. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. See you tomorrow night.
Kingdom of Nye. From west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Good morning. Coming up in a moment, Red Elk. He is a self-described half-breed Native American from both the Blackfeet and Shoshone nations, as well as part Irish and French. Member of the Yoka, a contrarian group of Native American lost boys, which he is one of 12 inner Yoka. One of the last 9 members of the Red Web Society who are working to bring understanding to Earth. Official keeper of the tunnels. Official keeper of the pyramids. The temporary caretaker of the flying red dragon drum, a very sacred drum on the Hopi Nation.
The altar carrier of the nations, Red Elk is called by both whites and full breeds as the bridge between the native people and all other religions, including the atheists. I'm very appreciative of his including that line. I'm Art Bell, and Red Elk is coming up. Here comes, as promised, Red Elk. Good morning, Red Elk. How are you?
Well, good evening,
Yes, good evening.
my friend, all right?
That's right. You're on the West Coast, I guess, up in the state of Washington, if the area code I see is correct.
Yes, I'm in eastern Washington.
Eastern Washington?
Yes.
Okay. I hardly know where to start. I understand that you know about a lot of things that are below ground, that are beneath our feet in the earth or as part of the earth. Is that correct?
This is correct, my friend. There are 12 of us all told, of the inner Hyokas, and we each have certain areas of the earth that we are in charge of knowing. By being called keeper, it means knower, or the one of knowledge.
That kind of makes you like one of the 12, the majestic 12 of the underground.
At times, I get followed, and I have some problems up here, for what I know now.
All right, let's begin. So we've got to begin somewhere. So, Red Elk, let us begin with tunnels. You know a lot about tunnels. What do you know about tunnels? How did you find these tunnels? Where are these tunnels? You probably won't tell us where they are, I imagine, huh?
Perhaps. Again, I've had some problems from what I know, and for safety's sake, maybe I would be very wise to not speak of some, and certainly not to give away certain secrets that the military knows. And
the military?
Oh yes. The tunnels, my friend. Gee, Mr. Bell, it's hard to say, not to say what you asked, but
how did you find these tunnels?
Well, it just it's just knowledge passed down.
All right,
and then you're taught how to go to them in spirit.
All right. How long have these tunnels? How long has the knowledge of these tunnels been passed down?
Oh, gee, well over 1,200 years.
1,200 years.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it is passed down, I suppose, generationally, correct?
Yes, it is. Actually, I have to revamp what I just said. Over 2,000.
Over 2,000. Over 2,000.
Yes. In my training as an inner Hyoka, this is my main society. It takes many, many more years to be an inner Hyoka than to be a standard, if you want to call it that, medicine person. And most medicine people will train over 7, sometimes even 14 years, and the Cherokee, 17 years.
Wow.
And that's a long time to be trained before you go out to do your work.
It certainly is.
But the inner Hyokas are called to kind of a higher thing. And I was in training for 41 years before I was called to do the work, before I was allowed in.
41 years?
Yes.
Of what kind of training?
Well, how to do just about, how do I say it, that there's no, let me break this down a little bit quick. The one that is called the Pale One, or the Pale Teacher, the whites know as the Christ. And the training is to do the things of Christ.
All right. The tunnels again. So the information about where they were
was passed down to you in this manner. Can you actually go into these tunnels?
Physically, yes. Spiritually, it's much, much more easier. They're so vast that,
But you can go either way, spiritually or physically.
certainly, yeah, there are certain openings all over our planet. And the tunnels, the ones that concern we on the surface, are roughly 3 deep. And then between the
What do you mean 3 deep?
well, we are, sir, we are on the surface of the 6th planet. There are 5 below us. And
5 planets below us?
well, if you want to call it that.
Worlds or
balls, we're there in between.
Would you call them worlds?
In their own right, yes. Mr. Major James, is it?
Yes.
He's made mention of being concerned about the people below. And this gentleman is quite aware that we are not alone just because we walk here and got miners occasionally that, work every day in mines.
Well, how could we, Red Elk, how could we be on the surface and not be aware in some manner or another of these worlds, or at least the immediate world that would be closest to us, an entire underground world? I know that's where you're going. How could we not be aware of it with all the drilling we do and the sounding and the sonar and the blah, 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 whatever?
Number one, the military is aware of some of these things. Number one.
Oh.
Number two, we are all aware of it in our fables and
that's true.
Hotels like ferries and homes.
Oh, no, that's right. There are many, many fables that support what you're saying. That's true. And there have been many stories, science fiction and otherwise, about worlds below our world. And frankly, I guess we have only gone so deep. But you're telling me, I guess, that there are tunnels that go where? Virtually to the middle of the Earth? To the center of the Earth? Where?
Well, the center of the Earth, my friend, is a ball of fire. There's no one that dwells within or on as us.
Okay.
The planets that could live in this, they couldn't exist. There are other planets that are like the ball in our Earth that people do live. They don't look like us, but they can live in that environment. But they're not here.
They're not here.
So we're called the ball number 1, all right? And then there's number 2. This is something that some Indians will shy away from, but I know better. And number 2 is Lucifer's headquarters. This is his place of encampment. And then
okay, now, I really want to get this straight. The very center is fire, molten everything, just hot beyond any biological organism's ability to live in.
That you are aware, yes.
Yes, that I'm aware of. But you're not saying that there's not some kind of life there, just not as we know it?
I'm saying there is no life there, but there are other planets like that, whole planet.
No life there at all. Yeah, nothing.
The other planets are in other places, nothing to do with
All right, and then surrounding that, number 2, the next level, you're saying is Lucifer's headquarters.
This is correct. And he is the originator of a few of these tunnels.
Well, I guess I guess the Christians might not have such a hard time believing it. It was cast down, way down, and we've always traditionally the Christian world thinks of a hell within a burning hell within the center of the world, and it's kind of what you're talking about.
And hell is also a little bit different, but this is another story. Then the ceiling of Lucifer's area is not like anything that you and I are aware of. Our ceiling is the sky.
Right.
His realm is all caverns and tunnels. It's just, it's very sulfurous, it's extremely hot, but he and his people, they were, this is the land that they are comfortable with. And, to throw out the creator, they blew up a planet on the way because it was just the right temperature. Our asteroid belt is that planet. And then he came here, and to get to that right temperature, they did dig down there.
So, the first world outside of that that's unlivable belongs to Lucifer and his minions.
Correct.
There are many who think that Lucifer and his minions affect us on the surface from time to time.
Every day.
Every day? Yeah, I suppose they're hard at work, huh?
Always.
And what about beyond Lucifer's underground world?
The number 3 from center, 1,
2, 3.
Number 3 is also much of Lucifer's domain, and mostly where he keeps his armies of demonic beings, his own creation, the best he could do to make a human being. And it too is tunnels and caverns. It's no sky, no air, as we know it. There's air.
Red Elk, question for you, please. I have been interviewing of late a lot of people who claim to have actually been physically attacked by entities, dark things called shadow people or some sort of entities, and some of them, Red Elk, have handprints, black and blue handprints where something has grabbed them on their arms, their legs, and beaten them up and thrown them across rooms during sleep, that kind of thing. Would these entities be from that level, that storage area for Lucifer's army?
Some, yes. Some come from a little higher levels. Some come from other areas that are outside of our country, or outside of our world, or world, as most people understand it. I too see these shadow people, and I'm not concerned about them too much. They're easy to overcome. As I'm quite a follower of your program, my friend.
Oh, you are? Well, then maybe you would like to explain to everybody plagued by these things how to overcome them.
First off, and the greatest, or next to the greatest, is no fear. Have no fear. That's easy to say.
Yeah, it sure is.
When they're gripping you, it's not an easy thing to do, but I've been gripped in a sense by one far greater than they, and it's overcame. Fear fear can kill you. Fear can keep these attacks coming at you.
Well, a lot of people say these, whatever they are, feed on the fear that they generate in you.
I'm not sure if they feed on it, but they certainly do get a kick out of it.
Well, some motive like that, either they're humored by our fear, or they actually feed on it and become stronger.
Yeah, I'm not sure on getting stronger from these. There are other beings that do, in a sense, suck your energy and suck your fears, and literally, it's like steak sauce on a steak to them.
Red Elk, I interviewed a long time ago on this program some Hopi elders. And
I heard that myself.
You did hear that?
Oh, sure, like I say,
Okay, then good. You remember, I'm sure then, how stern, severe, and immediate their warnings were to everybody.
Yes.
Do you also believe, as they do, that time is indeed very, very short?
Sir, your word believe has a connotation of doubt. I believe that this is going to happen. It means also, maybe it won't. No, I don't believe it. I know it.
You know it?
Yes.
The warnings they gave were so severe, Red Elk, and is this a general belief pretty much across Native American nations of all sorts, or specific to the Hopi, or what?
In that, first off, I have very little to do with the Hopi.
Right.
But this is not held by the North American Indians alone. This is also held by the Laplanders, those in the steppes of Russia. This is held by all people of medicine and knowledge, of people beyond doing evil, sorcery. This is the knowledge of the people that try to do good and try to help the people here. Yes, it's worldwide. It has nothing to do with us alone on this continent.
Might I ask you, you say you trained for 40 years.
41.
41. How old are you now, might I ask?
In June I will be 60.
60. So would you be considered an elder?
I am told, my friend, that I am an elder to the elder, a grandfather to the grandfather. I don't know. Do I consider myself an elder? I consider myself, in truth, a dingbat.
A dingbat, huh?
Yes.
Why have you chosen to come on the air? And of course, we haven't covered it all yet, but describe what the real inside Earth is. Why have you decided to come on the air and do this?
Well, I was listening to this gentleman that has the cave find in Illinois.
Yes.
And it was through the Red Elk Cat Club of Seattle. I made a couple of friends there. And I told him a few things, and somehow it bled over to him.
I see.
And
and obviously that got to me. Okay,
yeah.
I see the providence here. All right, Red Elk, hold on. You want to know what's underneath your feet and inside the earth? This is the man that's going to tell you tonight. He'll be right back. From a little town near the Valley of Death called Pahrump. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning. Red Elk is here. Red Elk, we covered level 3, which is basically Lucifer's army and other undesirables. What from there?
Well, at level 3 itself, it also includes others that are not of his army. The lower you go to, yeah, I understand what you mean, but
there is.
Number 1 is the center.
Is this hell?
In a sense, yes, and in a sense, no. People go where they think they belong when they pass over.
Well, I've heard that.
And hell is really a state of mind that is so true. It is hell.
So,
Lucifer takes great pleasure in that.
We have souls, no question about it. We are a consciousness, whatever it is that our soul is, it survives physical death, right?
Oh, certainly. Oh, yes. There is no death, not yet.
But there is a hell. There is a place where a soul where a soul of this sort, if it virtually sentenced itself to this place, would go.
This is correct. There's some that don't belong there, and there's some in the seven heavens above us that don't belong there. And on the great day, that judgment day, there's going to be a big surprise, and the people that don't belong in the torment, they're going to kick themselves in the rear, and some of those that are la-la-lawing along up there in number 1, 2, and place up there are going to get kicking themselves too, because they're gone.
Well, now, see, I don't understand that, because that would mean to me that the Great Spirit, or God, has goofed. In other words, he's put them in a place, or his will of their causing them to have judgment about themselves is putting them in the wrong place. I mean, it just doesn't seem. It seems like a bureaucratic error.
On the contrary, you've got to remember what time is to the Creator. Time is but a blink in the eye. 1,000 years is but a blink, 1,000 of our years. And he doesn't put them there. They put them there.
Well, why will things change on judgment?
Because the truth will be known. They will all know, every single one.
Oh, I see.
And they will know that the Creator loves them, but the ones that have truly, totally turned their back on the Creator and love, they're the ones that will go into a true hell. But it's kind of our Creator loves us so much that He's not going to let you sit there and fry and sizzle, for eternity. He literally quits thinking about you, and you're gone forever. You become nothing, like you never have been, ever, and no one remembers you.
All right.
Very kind, Creator.
All right, well, the worlds that are above, how many more are above this third world?
There are actually 7, and if you wouldn't mind, I can explain this where people can understand it.
Please give that a try. I'd like to understand it myself.
All right, try to visualize a see-through tube, a plastic tube. All right, and the bottom of the tube is resting on our planet's surface, yours and mine, number 6 here.
All right.
All right, and when you pass over, you in this tube make floors, see-through floors, drill holes in it so the air goes all through the tube,
right,
top to bottom.
Gotcha.
And make the last floor on top, number 7, lower than the tube. There put 3 walls in it, like the peace symbol. Place 3 walls in it. So, but it's all see-through and it's all drilled, all right? So the air is there. This air is the Creator, and love is what the Creator is. It's pure love. And when you pass over, you go into this other old frequency, dimension, whatever.
Whatever.
And it is how you've grown on this planet, on our surface. How you've grown. Where you go immediately. Like the Christ, He went up to the Father. He went up to the 7th heaven. But people, the normal people who don't call themselves, many of them don't even call themselves a God believer, but they do good. They do nice things. They're not a pain in the neck, and they don't live for self. And they're not ego on 2 feet. They get to go into number 1 heaven. And if you go in a little bit, you go into 2. If you go more, 3. If even more, 4. And it really depends on what you do now in this given life, this given dream.
A lot of people call it a school.
Well, this is a school.
Yes,
and I will guarantee you that in time, all that remain in the 7 heavens, all of them, in time, a long way away, they too go to school, even as they pass over.
Now, let's take, if you don't mind, this first world below us. That would be number 6, I guess. Is that right?
No, we're 6.
We're 6, so they're 5. Okay, then let's talk 5.
Yeah, 5 is a very interesting world, and there's a very, very interesting reason that it exists.
How far actually below us is 5?
Sometimes it rises up to just 3 miles below us in places.
3 miles?
Yes. But, in places, it goes up and down. The tunnels I'm speaking of,
right,
that lead into this world, roughly 26 to 27 miles.
And that's an average 26, 27 miles, and as close as 3 miles. Oh, that's really interesting. And what is this world like?
The world, look, it has caps, ice caps, as we do.
It has ice caps?
Yes, it has deserts. It's everything here. There. but those became his, the one that fled with him, became his generals and stuff.
Well, let's call it level 5, Red Elk. With regard to level 5, what sort of inhabitants are there?
Hardly any.
Hardly any?
Yes, it was, if you allow me, I'll explain what happens and why it's there.
Well, I will, but I mean, wouldn't that be virtually the largest of the worlds outside of being on the surface?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So, it seems to me, from our point of view, be the most habitable of the levels below the surface. Why would it be barely inhabited?
That's what I've been trying to explain.
Go ahead.
All right. Now, one of the very first of Lucifer's conquering of contamination were reptilians, lizards. They, as well as another smaller group, came down to this earth to rape it of its golds and minerals, and another group that came down at the same time who were far better. They too came down to get our gold and metals and minerals and so forth.
The
And
Anunnaki.
they made an alliance between these groups.
Would this be the Anunnaki?
No. But they made an alliance, and the lizards and the smaller group that came with them went in, dug into the ground, and they said, we'll take this down here. You guys, you keep that up there.
You said lizards.
Yeah, the Dracolian race, yes.
Alien race?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, and the Creator had already created humans here. And you were talking about those humans last night. The original ones, the ones that we call Yeti and Bigfoot and stuff. And
You agree with that? They were the original humans?
they are the original humans. It's not a matter of where, they're still here.
So I believe, yes.
Well, it's, again, okay, belief and knowing are two different things. But anyway, what happened is these miners, these lizard miners, for some odd reason, I know some of them personally. I'm speaking now. And I've never seen a female. Not on this planet, or rather not down there.
Mm-hmm.
Here, yes, but not down there. But originally, it seemed to be kind of like Columbus coming over to North America with a whole bunch of sailors. They went down, and they had no females, and in the alliance, the agreement between the number 6 gods and the number 5 god, the lizard, they agreed that each would take a certain amount of the population upon this planet, number 6, and divide it, and not equally. They left a little remnant to still stay original, and they were going to use them as their miners. Well, the lizards, they took their group down, and the lizards, how would you put it, a horny bunch, about the best way to put it.
Have they been taking Earth women, I suppose?
Oh, they took everything that they could grab, but they worked them to death. And,
this isn't really off track. I interviewed a lady who claimed she was having, I swear to you this is true, an affair with a lizard alien.
I heard that one, the one with the painted hair.
Yeah, that's the one.
I hope, yes.
So, that sounds an awful lot like what you're describing.
Well, it is, yes. But anyway, for 10 generations, our generations, and at that time, I don't know how long the people, the humans of this planet, the original ones, were living. A long time, though. But for 10 of us, their normal lifespan, they were below ground, being slaves, being food, and being sex toys for these dang lizards. And the lizards, they had no respect for this life. But in so doing, through the sex, DNA was being crossed over.
Hit that again. To the lizards, we are, or our women are sex toys, or slaves.
Just the women.
Well, I mean, they have great need, you're suggesting.
Yes, that would be a good way of putting it. They still do.
They have great need. All right, so either slaves, food, or sex slaves.
Yes. But they, like I say, they were great needs, far greater needs than our so-called gods here. Who were very good.
Now you claim, don't you, that our military understands the nature, at least some of the nature of these lower worlds and of the lizards.
Sir, our military, some units of it work side by side with these people. Not only below, but here. Up here. Not just 2-3 miles or a quarter mile.
So that must mean that the military, I wonder how that happened. Did the military manage to tunnel down, or was there a meeting initiated from below?
Above us, as well as below us, initiated meeting. It, as witches, true witches, bad ones, will, even knowing that there is but one creator and that creator is love, they choose to do their own thing and go with evil. So too, some of our people, men and women, but mostly men, being military, choose to the power of the evil and made an alliance with that. We've got these dang lizards all over the place, and it really sounds strange to say it, but they're all over the place.
Are there portals, openings through which these things come, and we, meaning our military, traverses tunnels back and forth?
Portals, I assume, my friend, that you're speaking of some kind of a big twirling light or something, or are you speaking?
I don't know what I'm speaking about. Maybe tunnels that connect. I'm asking.
Okay, there are tunnels that our military are in, cahoots, if you want the best way to put it, with these dang lizard people. But understand, that does not make all our military in that way. This is what we call the black military. I tell you, we had trouble all over the surface.
I mean, if what you were saying, if everything you're saying was true, they'd have you killed.
Oh, yes.
What do you mean, oh, yes?
Well, my friend, I woke up, I was literally dressed and up at 10 minutes of 1 this morning. I haven't been to sleep since. I've been ordered to tell many things. And,
but do you realize what you're risking? I mean, if what you're saying is
yes,
real.
I know that, but what is death, my friend? It's just a continuation of life. It's time someone starts talking. I just recently got back from Hopi land. And these poor full-bloods down there, the few that I had a chance to really talk with, they were absolutely amazed. I mean, it was just a total amazement that someone other than that little group of Hopi and the bigger group of Navajo, Arapaho, Apache, knew anything about this, knew anything, let alone was doing it, doing something about it, being aware of it. And I passed for white far more than I passed for Indian.
Do you?
Oh yes, I look like a short, squat, fat, beady-eyed, bald Irishman. My brother, on the other hand, he's the one that looks red.
Well, how long has this been going on, this contact between our world and number 5?
Are you talking about our world, or are you talking about our modern time world?
I guess modern time world.
Oh, okay. That I cannot honestly say, but it appears to be somewhere about, again, I cannot have accuracy, but about 45, 47.
45, and boy, so much happened around 45 and 47, didn't it? All right, everybody. Hold tight. There's more Red Elk ahead. So, level 5 is the lizard world. I don't know why, but that doesn't surprise me. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wild card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
My guest is Red Elk. We're talking about what's below our feet, under the ground. My only experience as a talk show host with any previous under the ground thing, well, there have been a couple actually, but the main one, of course, was Mel Waters, who told us about Mel's hole. And in a moment, it's irresistible. I've got to ask.
There's magic in I can see for miles and miles and miles and miles If you think that I don't know about the little tricks you play and never see when you live well, here's a poke at you. You're gonna choke on it too. You're gonna lose that smile because of a while.
To reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
My guest is a Native American named Red Elk. And he's telling us about what's below. Way below. I've got another little poll question. I told you there were a couple, indeed there are. And I've got another coming up in just a moment. All right, back now to Red Elk. And, you know, Red Elk, you understand there are a lot of people out there who say this is just crazy as hell. I mean, this is crazy. There can't be all this down below us.
Yes, I know, but don't worry, my brother. There will be a time in the not too distant future where they're going to say, I wish I'd listened.
Right, well, these, it is true, you know, that these, the rumors of all of this, the rumors of things like you're talking about down there, they've been along and around as long as man has.
Indeed they have.
As long as we've been talking, we've somehow told each other about this.
Excuse me, but the white ancestors on my white side, you know, your own ancestors, and by white, I mean compressing all colors other than Indian, okay? And we've all had our fables, our myths, our tales, our fairies, and little people. And over the ages, it became that, but that did not stop that. And these things do exist. These beings do exist. And you know, in my training, I've learned how to have them come to me or me go to them or whatnot, and even sit down and I don't drink beer, but to the elves, you know, if I know they're coming, I'll go out and buy a couple of beers or 3 or 4 beers, depending on and we'll sit down and chat, and good little people. And there's the other kind, you know, the bad side. But a lot of those bad side little people are much more recent. They're from the last 2 Earth flips. That
Earth flips?
Yes, the one coming up is going to be number 5. But nevertheless, it was the military at that time who stayed underground and inbred and became little people, bad little people.
So the military knew what was coming of that time and went underground to save themselves.
Yes. And they're doing it now, too.
All right. There is a story, Red Elk, that years ago now, I first heard that recording. And I'm going to play it for you, and I'm going to play it for Red Elk and see what his reaction is. Here that recording is. Listen carefully. That's it.
Yes, I've heard it many times. I heard it the original night you played it. I understand that Lucifer and those of him have great power, a tremendous power. And even though Hades exists in a sense in your own mind when you pass over, I've talked to ghosts that won't go because they're afraid you're going to go down there, but nevertheless, they have the ability to pull out out of this mind hell, if you want, which is a real place. These people and put them into torture chambers, torture caves, torture hell, and play with them, go around and stab them, bite them, eat them.
Well, it
sure don't die.
It sounded like that's what we were hearing.
Yeah, that is what you were hearing.
All right, we've talked about the 5th level, most adjacent to ours, the lizard world, and I understand that would probably be of the most concern to us for sure. And we've talked about 3 other levels, but we haven't yet talked about the 4th level, below the lizards.
Well, the 4th level actually is the lizard's realm. And they pass through 5 to get to number 6, us. There are very few that actually stay in number 5. Their realm is in number 5 or number 4 because this is where the greatest amount of minerals and gold is at. And again, I'll have to go back to finish this tale, sir. But,
all right.
What happened is they broke the alliance. And our gods here, who were DNAing us, but with what, far greater kindness, it wasn't for rape. They were doing so through medical, what today we call shots and stuff like that. Much kinder to their portion of the original one. And so they said, we got to put a stop to this. The alliance is broken, we go to war. So they went down to the next level, and they built cities, and they planted grasses, and they made oceans, and so forth. They did this. Well, the oceans were there, but, I mean, they made it as much as the top, number 6, as possible, but with a lighter day sky and a lighter night sky.
Huh.
And then they went down below and went to war against the lizards, and retrieved many of the original ones. that had been there for 10 generations. Their eyesight would instantly blind them to come right up to number 6.
Yep.
So they went there, they dug tunnels, they made tunnels, are good guys, and went down and made a great raid and retrieved many of the people, and pretty much did a good number on the lizard. But, and then they brought them up to level 5 and said here, because it's so much closer in stimulus, buildings. They weren't laying on a rock sleeping when they could, like they were with the others. And beautiful buildings that the long walkers are going to now. The cities, full cities, just beautiful.
So there are cities as there are cities here.
Well, I tell you, these cities here are a bunch of dirt. Filthy mess.
Well, may I ask this? To those who inhabit that world, see those oceans, that sky, that entire world, to most of them, except the knowledgeable, as we have the knowledgeable here, up here on the surface, to everybody else, is that the entire world? In other words, they can only imagine there's something beyond the world they live in, this false sky they have or whatever?
Okay, the ones that were there 10 generations, this world, our number 6, had become the land of fairies and so forth. You understand, in 10 generations. It was just labeled myths. And in time, our long walkers will go below, and they will repopulate the earth there. And then in time, they will come out as they did the last time, through the holes down in Navajo and Hopi land and so on and so forth. All over the world. They were not the only ones that came from below the earth. There are black men from Africa, all over the world. People had survived the flip of the earth, the last flip, and they came forth. But and in that time, I don't know how great, I know it will be at least, I know this, understand, I do know this. After this world flips, there will be a minimum of 1,000 of our years before they will emerge again. A minimum. And, but nevertheless, and I'm sure in that time, this world will become a myth to those who have already started walking to these cities down below.
Red Elk, how close are we to this flip?
Well, like I was telling your staff, I'll be very kind. The Creator can't reveal everything. He won't. But nevertheless, 25 years in the year 2025, and I'm sure I'm covering it very, very well.
So you think you'll make it?
Well, I'm pretty sure, my brother, you and I are close to the same age. And I'm pretty sure oh yes, I'm pretty sure that I'll see the flip. My daughter will.
You really want to see the flip? And how do you advise your daughter and your granddaughter? What do you tell them?
My daughter, my friend, is a lot like the non-believers that are listening to me now. First off, oh, Dad, you're not a medicine man, and yet I'm the first one she runs to when she has a great need, a new car or whatnot. Make it happen, Pop,
Really?
Oh, yes. And she's a full-blood. We adopted her.
So then she doubts you in many ways, and yet runs to you when she
Yes. But that's the way of life, Whereas my grandchildren, they have no doubt at all. I taught my oldest grandchild how to fly, and I have to report.
Wait. You taught your oldest grandchild how to fly?
Well, my oldest boy. I've got one older girl.
How to fly?
Yes.
In what manner?
You just get up and levitate and go wherever you think what direction.
Do you mean you do this in an altered state of consciousness, or
no? Just like you on a.
You mean physically, literally?
Yes. We're so capable, my brother. The things that we can do is phenomenal. we've got this black government who is spending all our tax money to get here, there, do this, do that. And you know, if the people could learn and would learn, and I teach this, I actually teach it, learn what their capabilities are, we could live in a total paradise. We don't need a car or a ship or a plane. We don't need a spacecraft. I mean, we just plain don't need it. It's all mind work, and by putting your mind in a proper fashion, it can be physical.
All right. Well, you know, I've had a lot of people on the program lately who I think have gone a very great length, to great length certainly, to prove, and I think they have proven, that we are idiots for thinking that we were the first to walk on the earth as man. And that, of course, we don't know how ancient things were done, how pyramids were built, how big stones were moved, how some fellow down in Florida moved these tons and tons of stones all by himself. Obviously, at some time, there was another time for man, or some relation of man, and these men had power. They had power and a science that we don't understand today. You believe that's all true?
No, sir, I do not. I know it's true. I do not use the word belief. I know it. Belief is connotation of doubt. And all have made the same identical mistake that we are making now. They turned from their natural abilities, their God-given abilities, that they can do just by the use of their brain and thought, and they've gone into, they became lazy, and people said, hey, let's make a car, even way back then, you know, let's put a wheel, you know, and, instead of shutting your eyes, giving a thought to where you want to go, open your eyes and you're there.
Well, we went to the physical sciences.
Yes, yes. I tell you, technology is the bane and has been the bane of this world and every world, not with no exception. Every single planet in all times, dimensions, planes.
And this technological and scientific striving and achievement that we have done, you're saying that it has kept us from the real ways.
That is absolutely correct, sir. That's why you have people left on this planet called medicine people. You know, I'm not talking about just the red bloods here on this continent. They're all over the planet. My brother, in the future, there will be a time that there will not be a piece of food to eat. There will not be a branch to pick an apple off of. And yet we do even now have medicine people that can take, say, for instance, a branch off an apple tree, a dead branch, and just a few minutes of mind work holding that branch, dead branch in his hand, or her hand, his or hers, and make it turn green, make the leaves come on it, make the flowers come on the leaves, make the apple appear, pick it, and eat it.
You can do that.
I can't. No, but I know of others who can.
You have seen this with your own eyes?
I have. Sir, this is one reason that I thought, okay, all right, there's no accident. I will go on Mr. Bell's show.
Uh-huh.
And I tell the people, I tell you listeners, and my brother right there, my friend, I tell you too, you are so capable. You have every ability, and even the good book, the black book, the Bible, it says so in both Old and New Testament. It says ye are as God's little g, not big. You can do anything you want. It talks about moving mountains. Look at what the Pale one did, the Pale teacher, Christ. You know, he rose people from the dead. He did many, many miracles. We can do the same thing. He said, follow me. not just sit there and talk about it, do it. And it's all taught right there in that same Bible. How he did it, he taught how to do it. In my 41 years of training, sir, I had to go to Bible college, a non-denominational Bible college. I had to spend 8.5 years in the black site to learn the enemy. This is all part of my training. And even at Bible college, non-denominational, many different denomination teachers, from preachers who were teachers there, they didn't even get that training, the actual how to do this, how to walk through a wall, how to know that somebody's under a tree many miles away when you're standing in one spot. This is all our ability. And instead, we're too dang lazy, and we go and we work our rear ends off to pay the electric bill, the gas bill, get a new car, keep up to the Joneses, keep our families fed. My gosh, I have walked in rain for 10.5 hours, freezing rain, where you could see your breath. And I was walking around in a white shirt. I was working in the hot field.
Listen, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are at the top of the hour, so
Okay, but let's see.
I'd like to take some calls when we get back. Can you do that?
Oh, yes, sir.
Every day. Where are they going? Well, this audience certainly deserves an hour with Red Elk. Should be interesting. I understand some are going to think this is a pure lunacy, and others are probably not going to be so sure. And you really shouldn't be so sure, because after all, what do you know about what's down below you? Not that much, right? Red Elk, welcome back. Hi there. A lot of people, my friend, with a lot of questions for you, as you might imagine. So if you're ready.
I'm ready.
Are you ready? I don't know if anybody's ever really ready for my audience, but...
I've been in this a long time. I get a lot of people that are doubting Thomases until they test me.
Well, I know your age now is 60-ish, so do you go into these caves? Do you ever go down? Have you ever gone down? How far down have you gone?
Not very far. Mainly, the one I protect. There is a time cave up around Republic, Washington.
Whoa, a time? Did you say time?
Yeah, it's very tiny. 2 people can get in it, maybe 3 if there's no fat people there. And maybe it's so tiny. It's unbelievable.
Wait. This small cave. You said a time cave. What does that mean, please?
Well, sir, by fasting for 5 days and nights, the leader, the knowledge, the keeper, myself, or others that know how to do this.
Yes.
And using certain objects and obeying certain physical rules, as well as mental preparing yourself.
Yes.
You can go inside, and by the way, this cave, when you go inside, you don't take your wallet or purse in there. If you have any credit card or something, because it wipes out the number and you have to order a new credit card. You don't take a telephone in there, a cell phone. It kills the battery. But nevertheless, anyway, you go in there and you do certain things. And if everything is done correctly, there's laws, there's rules. You know, it's got to be done, and it has to be the right person with the right heart as well.
Okay.
And suddenly you're in a hologram seeing the future of that particular area. At least that's what I've seen so far.
Oh, that particular area. So
well, in this case, I'm talking about the Pacific Northwest.
Well, have you seen its future?
Oh, sure.
And what is it?
Well, first off, there was another one with me who's not Indian, a pure white boy. And he saw the same identical thing. And you're in a hologram. It's all around you. It's almost like sitting in water in a sense.
No, I understand.
Well, the future is this, sir. move from the coast, find yourself somewhere on the other side of Spokane.
So it's not.
Stay away from rivers.
It doesn't sound like the coastal folk have a lot to look forward to.
No, that's all right. Everybody has their own path. Each will be warned in their own way and will ignore or do something about it.
How many do you think will actually do something about it?
Not very many.
That's what I thought.
Not as many as believe what I'm saying now. Over all your listeners.
I know. I know how people are being right now, sitting out there. I know how they are.
We call them the survivors. They are the ones that are identical in surviving as the last four earthquakes. Well, actually three, because the first two pretty well took care of animals and stuff before the man's imprint in the stone next to the dinosaur.
Well, we were told there's a certain class of people that will inherit the earth. It sounds like there's another certain class of people that are going to be devoured by it.
Yeah, well, they don't inherit it too, but they're going to be deep in the sediment.
All right, listen, I promise. So here we go. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Red Elk. Hi.
Hi, Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Yeah. This is Esther, and I'm listening on WABC.
In New York, yes.
Yeah. And my question is, well, first I wanted to ask how to convince my family that Mr. Elk, what he said. But then when he said he could fly, I thought that if he goes on one of the television shows and actually shows people this, everybody will believe everything you say. So
That is such a good point. I mean, it really is. Now, you'd have to, you wouldn't want to go on the lower class shows. You'd want to go on, I don't know, what do you think, ma'am? What do you do? Pardon me?
The View or maybe Maury Povich.
Well,
I don't know. You pick a show. You pick the higher class show.
Larry King. Larry King.
All right. Well,
Larry
that's
King.
unsuitable. Not everybody.
I even have an in with Larry, and so Larry owes me a favor.
Okay. Other than, and also perhaps for those that don't have cable, the Charlie Roche program.
You know something though? In this day and age, man, if Red Elk went on a TV show, even like Larry, and levitated, you know, everybody would, well, I don't know about everybody, but most people would say it's a trick. They'd say it's a trick. Red Elk, what about it though? I mean, she has a point. If you did some incredible public demonstration of levitation or the ability to fly, your word would suddenly become at least very much more listened to than it is now, right?
Oh, that is correct, my friend.
So how about it?
No.
No?
No, that sounds silly. It sounds like a cop-out. I'll teach people to do it themselves. I'm not here for show and tell. I'm here to teach. Now,
Well, if you could teach Larry how to fly, I'd be a believer.
If Larry, who is this Larry?
This is Larry King. A fellow named Larry King.
Is that the guy that wears suspenders?
Yes, he does.
Huh?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Now, it takes someone with an open mind, someone who will obey me and do exactly what I say.
Yes.
And believe me, there'll be a lot more failures until you grasp how it is. Matter of fact, if you want to, two things. And Estelle, is it?
Oh, you mean should the lady on the line? Yes. Yes.
If you want, I will teach you right now how to go about flying. If you want, right on the air.
Well, on behalf of Estelle and everybody else, for heaven's sakes, you go right ahead.
All right. Now, there's two things that I would like to mention. One about the flying. And let me go to the second one first. You have people who are attacked by these shadow people.
Yes.
One-line caller. Mr. Bill, I was on the Laura Lee show about 3.5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I had people call in as this station. And they flew. Now, why don't you put that out onto the air? One line color.
We're about to do that. You were just going to tell everybody how to do this.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Go right ahead and tell them.
I'll do so now, but I'd still say, open up a line. You'll find out there's others that...
My lines are all jammed. I'll see what I can do.
No, not tonight, not tonight.
We'll know tomorrow, the next night, as time goes on.
Okay, all right, what you do is I actually went out and I bought a big, one of these 13-foot round trampolines, because you can get hurt as you learn it. But, or if you got an old beater couch, that's how I learned off an old beater couch. And it's so simple. It's impossible to believe.
Oh, Red Elk.
No, you get up on a mattress, on a bed or something.
Yes.
And start playing. Start thinking, jump up and down. I can fly. Now I'm telling you the truth.
I'm listening.
And you just jump up and down. You've got to overcome all your years of learning. Man can't fly.
But Red Elk, and this is the truth, what I'm going to tell you. When I was a child, I thought I could fly. Red Elk, I tried to fly. I ran down hills. I jumped off things. I jumped off buildings with umbrellas. I broke my arm hang gliding. Flying has been a passion for me all my life. But when I was really young, Red Elk, I thought I could fly. I used to go jumping around like Superman. The Superman jump. And by God, I tried and I tried and I tried. And I was a true believer, and I never flew.
All right, there was your problem.
What?
You tried. You tried to make yourself do it. The trick to learning how to levitate is to make it so enjoyable it becomes real. And you just accept it. I'm flying. You jump onto the couch or onto the mattress. I'm flying, and bang. I'm flying. And until it just becomes a game and it's not trying to do a thing.
And one of those times you're saying
up there,
you're going to really fly.
The daylight out of you.
You're going to really fly.
You're going to stay there. Still, it might be 1 second or 2 seconds, like my grandson.
But you'll know.
Oh, and so will those that are watching. The trick is you cannot try. That's your tonal, getting away as your Nagalis. Another story entirely. Just enjoy it. But when and believe me, you might jump for weeks until you get rid of that trying. You think you're not trying. But every time you get up there, by golly, I'm going to fly today, I'm going to try it subconsciously. No, it's when you get rid of the ongoing.
Does it require an absolute belief that eventually you can do it?
No. It just requires an absolute belief in enjoying yourself as you're leaping into the air.
Well, I admit, I've never tried it with that psychology. Never. It was always a very ardent attempt to fly, so I wanted it very badly. So.
It can be done, and I'm not the only one that's done it. As my grandson, this same gentleman who was with me in the time cave, you got to have a childlike mind. Now this guy's no kid, he's 36 next week, I think.
Yeah.
And but he's got that childlike view, and Scripture talks about that too. To have the mind of a child to do these things.
Well, does anybody have any pictures of anybody flying?
Yes.
Where?
That's that gentleman you're talking about. That's no trickery, my friend.
You're talking about David Blaine?
I am.
Yeah, I'm still, honestly puzzled over the photograph. I've seen a demonstration of how people think it's faked, but...
I think, my friend, you can lift up and you can roll right underneath it.
Yeah.
So you think the one thing this man's got going for him for these abilities is his innocence. He is not heady over what he does. And he had that childlike mind to learn this. And this is not the only thing he's learned. He's good. I would call him a great medicine man.
Well, the whole Peter Pan story supports the childlike mind.
Sir, if you're going to do anything, go into a tree and become a tree, one with the tree. You have to have a childlike mind of belief that at least I'm going to try, you know, to.
Yeah, I'll give you that. You do. You have to. That's right. All right. Western Rockies, you're on the air with Red Elk and Art Bell. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Carol. I'm calling from Oregon, KMED.
Yes, hi, Carol.
Hi. I was interested, Red Elk, in finding out, was your father a chief in Orange County by any chance?
My father, honey, was a drunk from Dakota.
Oh.
And he was white.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I just thought maybe,
There is a family called Red Elk. Their last name is Red Elk.
Uh-huh.
This is my whole name.
It is your whole name. Okay,
Yeah,
that
is my whole name.
I was just curious. I thought it was your last name. Maybe you were someone I knew from a long time ago, a little 10-year-old Indian boy when I was 10.
Apparently not.
Who serenaded me. And it was my first love.
Sounds like me with some of the girls when I was a young man.
Well, maybe you do know each other.
Yeah, from another life or something.
All right. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Take care. First time caller line, you're on the air with Red Elk. Hi.
Hello, this is Matt from Rochester. I just had a question about the levitation and any other things that Red was talking about. Is there how do you come upon these revelations, these discoveries? How do you discover? You know what I mean?
You apparently you didn't hear the first part of the show, right?
I heard it on and off. I'm here at work, and actually a bunch of people came in and they laughed when you were talking about the levitation. So that's why it interests me, because...
All right, well then listen, if I got it right, this has been passed down for more generations almost than we can count. There's all this knowledge about the lower world, apparently about levitation and flying, all of it. Isn't that right?
This is correct.
So, that's your answer.
I can answer a little bit more if you would like.
Well, go ahead.
All right, there are, again, I was speaking, our abilities are almost as being God itself. Not just my abilities and my friends. All humans were born with those abilities. And then we're told by our peers and our grandmothers and our preachers and our mothers and dads, you can't fly, you can't do this. Listen, you quit living in the word of can't and start living in the words of can, and also apply it only in a love way, because love is a greater power than using it any other way. And you've got that. I don't know how old you are. Matt, is it?
Oh no, he's gone now. But he's listening. He's hearing.
Okay.
He's hearing you.
All right.
Red Elk, if you really got good at it, rather than hovering for an extra second or two,
you can sit like you're on a car seat and drive down the freeway with your left arm out of a non-existent window and steering with a non-existent steering wheel, and go beep, beep right alongside the people at 70 miles an hour.
All right. Hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
I've been drifting on a sea of heartbreak, trying to get myself ashore for so long. For so long. Listening to the stranger stories, wondering where it all went wrong. For so long. For so long. But hold on to what you got.
Dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Want to fly? Well, you were just told how to do it. Want to go to Mel's Hole? He told you where to go. He is Red Elk, and he'll be right back. All right, now, as you all know, because of present circumstances, we are not accepting any snail mail here. We're just not doing it. We're not going to take that chance, as is the case with most media. But I'd love to hear from you electronically. It really is. It's painful not to be able to receive mail. It's really painful. But electronically, we can still speak. How's that, folks? So you see, they've had some effect, surely, haven't they? Anyway, you can communicate with me electronically. I'm Art Bell at mindspring.com or artbell@aol.com. That's artbell at mindspring.com or artbell at AOL.com. Either one will reach me. And that brings up an important question, because right now I've got 5 gazillion fast blast computer requests wanting to know how to get hold of Red Elk. Red Elk, if people in my audience wanted to speak with you, and I can assure you they do, so consider carefully whether or not you're going to give out any contact information. If you wish to, now would be a good time. If you don't want to really speak to people, they'll have to understand.
Well, first off, yes, I'll speak to people, but if people are really interested and will send a self-addressed stamped envelope, understand that I cannot afford to go out and buy stamps just to reply to you people.
I know.
I will give you my personal address. It's a small post office with a very heady postmaster. I would like to drown that man in some mail.
Would you now? All right, well,
not a nice thing, but the guy gets a little heady.
Does he?
But yes, I can go on with phone calls and
yeah, I understand, but in the meantime, let's have the address.
All right, it is Red Elk.
Red Elk.
Post Office Box 166, Thorpe. That's T like Thomas, H like horse, O-R-P like Paul, no E on the end of it.
Oh.
Washington. Now this is not D.C., just W.A. period.
Right.
98946. Now, the last time when I was on Lower Lee, I got a lot of mail.
Yeah.
And it's so much so that I got a strange bump on my finger replying, because I'm a one-finger typer, so I write instead, and realized what it was, and I've had to shave it because it was a callus.
It was a carpal tunnel bump.
Yeah.
All right, so
but I'll get back to them eventually. But please make sure that you make it a self-address stamped envelope, or you're going to be out of luck.
Yeah. Okay, that's Red Elk, P.O. Box 166, Thorpe, T-H-O-R-P, Thorpe, Washington, 98946, right?
This is correct, my friend.
All right. You don't have an email address, I think.
I do, but it's at the library. You only allow a half hour a day if you can get on.
Oh, I see. Then you don't want to do that. You don't want
I get so many from people that I know that it takes almost a half hour to read them.
Well, in that case, trust me, you don't want to give it out. All right.
Someday maybe I can afford to buy a computer and
they've got
a website.
Do you really want to get that technological?
My friend, I have been ordered to teach what I know. Up to a certain point, there's something like how to physically go into parallel time. That is too dangerous. It opens a door that our military, if they knew how to do it, they could go in and invade parallel time. At the same time, the door is opened.
But you're telling me you know how to do it?
I not only know how to do it, I've done it many times. I have a lot of fun over there. It's and I take others in with me occasionally.
Oh, you do?
Oh yeah. But you got to be careful on it's from Rod Skenendorf. Please recall this name, Rod Skenendorf. He lives in Oneida, Wisconsin. He's the head of the Red Wedge Society, of which I'm a member. There's, by the way, only 9. This is the last, not the last 9, but the last society prophesied that will be in the Indian world before the flip. And there's only 9 of us, and he is ahead. Now this man is, guys, I wish I had this man's love and this man's humbleness, and this guy is something else.
You do have, however, this man's ear, don't you? You can speak to him.
Well, matter of fact, I have 7 people, including this gentleman, at this moment listening to this show and praying that I don't put my foot deeply and have the black side come after me. And
Well, I can see that you might have already done that, but
no, not as deep as I could. I mean, I just put a little.
Okay, what I was going to ask is whether you could put me in touch with the big guy.
Rod Shenendorf?
Yeah.
Well, certainly. If after this is over, I can give you his phone number. You love him. I'm nothing compared to this.
Well, he'd be an obvious follow-up to you, right?
Well,
if there could even be one.
You understand? He was born in Moccasin. I was born in Street Shoes. This man knows traditional healing ways that I'm unaware of. All I know is if I need to know that.
Well,
I call him up and he tells me what to do.
Okay, all right. Well, I should.
Yes,
I should speak to you.
If you and I will speak afterwards.
All right. Good enough. First time caller line. You're on the air with Red Elk. Hello.
Yes, I wanted to ask Red Elk about the DNA mixing of people.
Oh, yes.
And if those people are walking amongst us at this time.
All right.
Well, first off, sir, you're one of those people. So is Mr. Bell, and so am I, and so is everyone else on this earth. Are there breeds, that have, like half lizards, half humans? Have Martians, have humans? Yes, I eat with them. I camp with them. And it's certainly, now, let me add a little something. Scientists says we use 10, 12, even up to 15% of our brains, correct, Mr. Bell?
Yes.
They are so wrong, it's pathetic. We use 100% of our brain.
We do.
The rest is in storage. It's just a matter of learning how to get it out of storage.
Well, I guess that's what they mean by non-use, though.
Well, yeah, but I guess that is. But there is a simple way of going upstairs in your mind and pulling out that folder for that little piece of knowledge. And by the way, this all works. We not only are DNA'd from the foreigners that came to our Earth, they themselves were DNA'd. And those that DNA'd them were DNA'd all the way back. So we have the knowledge of all creation sitting right upstairs in our brain. And there is a way to touch that and get it out.
That's not so far-fetched. A lot of people talk about the mass subconscious or the mass consciousness. Why couldn't we imagine that this is a simple storehouse in all brains?
It certainly is. This is one of the teachings within the medicine world.
Gotcha. Wild card line, you're on the air with Red Elk.
Good morning, Red Elk. What nation or tribe are you?
Honey, I am a Blackfeet. Please, never say Blackfoot.
I'm an enrolled Cherokee.
Oh,
the old settlers.
One of the proud
Well,
nations.
yes, we are, and we're a tattered nation. I was listening to you talking about the caves and such, and of course the Cherokee are called the people of the cave. That's the loose translation. The Choctaw gave us our name because we fell from the Iroquois. We really don't know. The Cherokee really has no true origination. There's no known where they came from originally. But are you a holy man or a medicine man of the Blackfoot?
First off, I'm Blackfeet.
Blackfeet?
I'm French. Shoshone and Irish.
Okay.
I look white, and it's kind of cool. It took me, 56 and a half years to get used to the fact that I don't look Indian, because I am Indian, But, and anyway, I lost my train of thought.
Well, you had a question.
If you're the holy man or the medicine man of the Blackfeet. And then I have another question.
All right, hold that. So are you considered a holy man or a medicine man
I am considered a medicine one kind, which is holy. I am both. I'm a spiritual teacher, and I am a medicine man. I do them both.
All right.
Then are you familiar then with Chief Looking Horse, Orville Looking Horse of the Lakota?
Yes, I'm
Carrier of the
familiar
Kite.
with him, though I've never met him.
I was going to ask you, on the prophecy of the Indians of North America, such as the returned chief that Orville Looking Horse is speaking of, and the Hopi, who the American government, very few people know, have gone to the Hopi to find out how to grow corn without water because they know a drought is coming. We're watching now, I watch the weather now, and we have no winter yet in the Midwest here. It's December, and we're still in jackets at 40-degree weather. And with the earth changes going on, when you mentioned the flip of the earth, I just understood that it's going to be a year of no winter, and that's going to be the sign. But I don't think it's going to be 25 years. Do you believe this, Red Elk?
Honey, I said I'm stretching it at 25
Oh, you're
years.
just giving the long route.
Oh, yes, I'm not just like that.
Well, never feel obligated to be optimistic on the show, Red.
With that year 12,000, it's a good year. Watch out.
Yes, it is. God bless you, Red Elk. Art,
Yes.
there. If you're ever going to have Orville Looking Horse on again, please do. I haven't heard him for about, I think you had him on about 2-3 years ago.
Long time, yes.
Are you going to have him back?
I would be willing to do so in a flash, man.
And what happened to, I don't want to say Ghost Wolf, he was from the Washington area also. I believe he'd come on.
Well, that probably is who you're talking about, as a matter of fact. Robert Ghost Wolf, I would imagine. And I am still in touch with him. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art?
Yes?
Yes. Maybe this is going to kind of crazy, but maybe he can help me with this. But it's kind of weird, but when
we don't have a very good connection, sir, so you'll have to...
Hello?
There's something really wrong with your connection.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Alright, Art. When I was 12, I had this weird dream that I was fighting a lizard person, but I was a lizard or whatever.
That you were a lizard?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I was part lizard, part man, and it kind of blows my mind because I got in a fight with this thing. And then I was half awake, and then it was like I climbed back into my window and everything. And I woke up, and then it was like I had a battle scar or whatever, I guess you would call it, because I had a scratch on my face. I didn't know it until I woke up.
An actual physical scratch?
Yes. Very small, though.
All right, then I guess the question, Red Elk, would it surprise you that people are dreaming of lizards and of being themselves half lizards? Does that surprise you?
Sir, I've met so many of these people that are exactly what they think they're dreaming, that it would fry your mind. It's too bad you can't surf with me at some of these. Their tongues dart out when they get extremely excited or agitated.
Wonderful.
Extended bellies. Really, one gal here, a good friend of mine, a woman, half lizard. When she gets really upset, her face, a good-looking woman.
Yes.
Her face turns to scales and wedges, and her eyes turn to like goat's eyes.
Oh, that would ruin it.
I mean, it scares the daylights out of everybody.
And this woman is a friend of yours?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I take these people, these half-breeds, I call them, and I explain to them, because, I explain to them their powers are so fantastic, it's fascinating.
So you might say, then, you are what you dream.
Few dream it, my brother. They mostly become it. And in daylight or night, very few dream it.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Red Elk. Where are you, please?
Hello, this is Rick. I'm in Apache Junction, Arizona.
Yes.
And I listen to you on KFYI.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I had a couple of questions for Red Elk. First question was, does he believe or think that the lizard people could some way be
some of these UFO people we've heard about. Remember the lady that you had on a while back who claimed to have had sex with the lizard man?
Yes, I do.
I was just wondering if he had any insight into that.
That was Pamela Stonebrook, by the way.
Yeah, I've been listening to you about 6 years, and I get him, you know.
That goes back a ways.
Right.
Red Elk?
Yes. He's very muffled to me. Could you?
Okay, well, he's basically wondering if there's any connection between the lizard people and basically aliens of the same type, or are they one and the same?
In a sense, they're one and the same, my friend. What has happened is a colony that originally came as an alliance has taken over the inner land, and they themselves believe they are both God and Lucifer, not knowing that they themselves are being conned by Lucifer himself. I open this up to the lizards, the half-breeds. I show them, I explain to them, and I take them on little trips, and they are shocked. And so far, the ones that I have shown and have led into the knowledge of who they are, you know, they're people like you and me, even the full-blood lizards. They're people from another planet, actually 3, with one main planet.
Well, you can understand most people, Red Elk, don't want to believe they're lizards from another planet.
Yes, and I tell you, this is a big problem. A lot of people come to me scared because they've had dreams or experiences, and I turn them away from the thought. I turn some away from total, very ugly witchcraft, and I turn them to the greater source of love.
You believe witchcraft is absolutely real?
Oh, sure. Hey, remember, part of my training was 8.5 years in the dark. God, the Creator, pulled away from me, and He said, "You must learn the enemy." Mm-hmm. Do I believe it? You bet I believe it.
Because you've seen it. You've done
part of it.
How does one become part of it and then get away from it? I always thought that, you know.
No, I'm told not to tell you that, so I won't tell you that. But
tell me. It doesn't matter.
It does too. It does to me. The Creator just said don't, so I won't.
Oh.
But let's just say it can be done. My birth was to do exactly what I'm doing now. Open eyes to people that there is their own ability, and love outweighs evil if they will just do so. And
well, listen, we're coming to the end of this program. The clock is ticking. I think what I would like you to do is just tell me very quickly, to all those people who think you're crazy as a loon and all this is nuts, what do you say to them?
I say mainly to my medicine friends, it is time to give the knowledge out that you have been called sacred and secret. And it's time to unite one case and the other. It's time to become one. One relation, quit infighting, and this goes for the world, this goes to the whites, the blacks, the Hispanics.
Okay, I think we've got it. Red Elk, we're out of time. Thank you.
Could I talk to you after the show?
Yes, I will put you on hold. Just stay right there. Red Elk, thank you for being here. Now, you've heard what we may be facing, the warnings we're getting about bioterrorism attack is all over the place. Stephen Quayle is the author of the book, Breathe No Evil, a primer for understanding bioterrorism. First published in 1996. Additionally, he's authored Blueprint for Survival, Investment Perspectives on Precious Metals, Aliens and Fallen Angels, The Sexual Corruption of the Human Race. Indeed. Quayle is currently writing a book called Colossus, A History of Giants and Lost Civilizations. May go well with my next guest. He's former editor and publisher of Survival Quest and Security and Survival Chronicles, both monthly newsletters which dealt with dangerous and perilous events and how to prepare for them. For the last 7 years, he's been articulating the need for American citizens to become aware of bioterrorism and weapons of mass destruction. On the publication
Breathe No Evil, Quayle upstaged the mainstream media by years in spelling out specifically in great detail the effects of bioterrorism. Prior to the publication of the book Breathe No Evil, Quayle went on record to predict a major chemical or biological attack in a major world city. 3 weeks later, that cult in Tokyo released the nerve gas subway. Remember that? Well, we've had, and I've been commenting on the air here several times, you'll recall, that a lot of scientists who are involved in biotechnological stuff have either come up missing or dead. And tonight, I think Stephen Quayle is prepared to deal with that question, as well as the present warning that we've got in front of us about possibly being attacked. Stephen, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening. All right, so even I've been commenting on it. I see the stories, I'm sent the stories of these scientists who mysteriously, overnight disappear or are found deader than doornails, and they're involved in exactly the stuff we're all worried about right now. What do you know? What do you think's going on? What has happened? Outline it.
Well, let me give you an outline. The last time you and I were talking on your show about 5 weeks ago, we were talking about the outbreak of Ebola in a certain part of Afghanistan, actually in Baluchistan, a province of Pakistan.
That's right. A lot of people didn't believe it, and I got the link, and I put it up on our website. Indeed, it was true, yes.
Now, our Jane's Defense Weekly, the most prestigious publication in the world on all types of military issues, ran an article that's claimed that the thing is spreading, this outbreak, this, what I would call pandemic is spreading. They now have 140 quarantine bases in Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. This is something the mainstream news is not paying any attention to.
What, did you say 140 quarantine bases?
Yes.
Which means you collect people up and you put them, what, in some sort of
Well, they've got to basically segregate the people. Listen, Ebola is a level 4 biohazard, and when you're encountering that, you need basically full-scale pressurized suits. And we're seeing what I believe is a trial run in Afghanistan. Bin Laden is known to have acquired Ebola from some Kazakh arms traders.
Well, if he didn't have it before, he sure as hell got it now. If they've got that much Ebola between Pakistan and Afghanistan, then they've got all the samples they could need, don't they?
Yes, and what's really fascinating, quickly, one of the foremost Russian scientists who was uniquely murdered about the same time as some of the other world scientists around the 15th of November of this year, was a gentleman who pretty much figured out how to aerosolize, in other words, Ebola, and allow it to be spread by air. Normally, Ebola is spread by contact with mucosa or body fluid.
Right.
Now they've figured out how to do it by air. Now, what
Are you sure of that?
Yes, I am.
They have aerosolized Ebola?
Yep. And my source for that is Dr. Ken Alabek. He was testified before the Congress on C-SPAN and basically went into specific detail on it. And unfortunately, Art, most of the guys there just didn't even get the full effect of that. What I'm saying, quite candidly, is that I believe that part of the hush-hush in the back rooms, if you will, of Congress and the intelligence community is they know what Al-Qaeda has access to. And I believe this release that you and I first talked about 5 to 6 weeks ago, and now it's making Jane's news as of a week ago.
I mean, that's incredible. 128 quarantine camps?
Yes, 140.
140.
Right, and then in addition to that, they set up 39 field hospitals. So they're expecting this thing to become massive. Guy know anything. I think it's important to recognize that he must have known something, or they wouldn't have committed, the CIA wouldn't have committed their assets to going and debriefing him.
Right.
Now, also, interestingly enough...
Excuse me, how long was he with the Taliban? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know that.
I mean, it was a big shock to all Americans that an American would have joined the Taliban. I'll find out more about that. I'm going to do a first-hour interview tomorrow night. You want to hear from Afghanistan, somebody on one of those sat phones from Afghanistan on the Walker issue. I'm really, really interested in that. How much credence do you give to what he said?
Well, I'm paying a lot of attention to it because, the point is that he not only talked about that, but he talked about phase 3. And if you remember when we were talking 5 weeks ago, that the Russian lady, the advisor to Vladimir Putin, Tatiana Korashnia, made the statement that the people that are trying to bring down the United States are not just going to settle for a financial interruption. They want to destroy us. And his exact words were phase 3 was the destruction of America. I doubt that being in the Taliban military and also being now under our armed guards, he's had too much of a chance to listen to her. So what I'm saying is we're getting intermittent verifications of the story that Vladimir Putin's economic advisor broke to the world on Pravda, which the West paid no attention to, and now we're seeing the very same thing happening. We're hearing it from Walker's mouth. This is part of the reason why the government, U.S. government, gave the warning they did several days ago, because it wasn't just what Walker said, but there was a lot of ancillary and additional events taking place that prove that something's getting ready to happen. And Ebola, I believe, is it, okay?
Well, aerosolized Ebola, does that mean aerosolized in order to initially release it, or once it's released, is it then contagious through the air, like the flu?
It becomes contagious with the air.
Oh my God, you're saying that you're sure about this, huh?
I'm quoting Ken Alabek. He was the head of the biological weapons development for the Soviet Union, Biopreparat. And listen to this, just a small amount of Ebola, especially the Marburg variety,
yes,
released like into the subways of New York, Boston, or Washington,
yes,
would literally result in hundreds of thousands of deaths within days. We're talking about a very fast act. We're talking 3 to 5 days.
All right, this is a phase 2 kind of thing, isn't it? In other words,
this is phase 2.
Phase 2, because phase 1, of course, was the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Phase 2 would be what you're talking about now. Phase 3, from their point of view, the complete destruction of America.
And the phase 3, as it's being basically bannered about in most mainstream newspapers and magazines around the world, not just the United States, the world press is giving more coverage to this than our local press, is basically the pre-positioned nuclear weapons, backpack, and the Cold War leftovers. Meaning...
All right, well, now, if most Americans, Stephen, watching the news tonight, yesterday, the day before, last week, are under the impression that Al-Qaeda is dead meat. That, and if they're not dead meat, they're close. We're blasting their last stronghold, it would seem, in Afghanistan, or Bora. They're either giving up, about to give up, or going to get liquidated, one way or the other. Most Americans are under the impression that this is kind of almost over, really.
Absolutely false and totally fallacious. Even the Saudi Arabians have announced that the death of bin Laden will not mean the end of Al-Qaeda, because obviously our relationship with Saudi Arabia as a country is going downhill fast, Art. And the point is the current head of it, the prince, who absolutely is anti-American and pro-bin Laden, he's the guy that said you can't operate from any of our bases. And now they're basically saying we've got to get out of Saudi Arabia. So the point is it takes big bucks to fund a worldwide terror organization as Al-Qaeda. It's in 60 nations. And also, I think most people miss the story that the 4,000 to 5,000 of the Taliban were airlifted out of Afghanistan into Pakistan. That's something that most people just overlook. So anyone who makes that statement, I immediately challenge and say, that's what it appears to be. That's not the way it really is.
Well, we've also heard that bin Laden is cornered and we're surrounding him. And then earlier today I was hearing that now there are reports bin Laden is long gone 10 days ago.
Right.
Somehow got into Pakistan or who knows where. And then I started hearing that Somalia might be the new base for Al-Qaeda. So this isn't over, huh?
This is not over. Again, these events that are taking place with the top weapons, biological biophysicists and biologists, molecular biologists, this is like the who's who in the world, Art.
I hear you. What's going on? What do you think is going on?
Here's what I
scientists are being they're disappeared, which probably means dead, or they're found murdered. Too many of them. Something's going on.
Well, listen, and it's not only in the U.S., in the Australian Animal Health Labs, which is basically a cover for their bioweapons development program. Today, we found another guy. His name was Seth Van Nugent. I take it he's Vietnamese, but a 15-year veteran microbiologist supposedly goes into a room filled with nitrogen gas, and they said, it was just an accident. I don't think so, especially when you figure out the fact that Dr. Vladimir Pishnik, that's the gentleman, the Russian I told you about, who figured out how to aerosolize this stuff, he was basically murdered on the 21st. I've got a who's been murdered when type thing, okay?
He was murdered on the 21st.
Of November, okay?
Are there any leads on this murder, or is it so cleanly and professionally done that there never is going to be a lead?
Well, let me just say this. It's always interesting that when these guys of foremost and worldwide caliber, it's always an accident, okay? Always an accident. It's going to be hard to say the guy, Robert Schwartz, one of the most famous biophysicists in the world, that he stabbed himself. He was one that was found dead today in his home.
Well, where was that?
That was in Virginia.
What kind of work was he doing?
His specialty was DNA sequencing analysis as it relates to Ebola, HIV, and influenza. Now remember, the great Spanish flu epidemic of 1918, we had some of our people from Fort Detrick and the military go and dig up some cadavers and recultivate the Spanish flu. 20 million people died. So you see, when I see everybody who's linked to Ebola being basically wasted.
Now, if one could imagine a scenario where the terrorists had wielded around a lot of money, and then let's just imagine for a second they finally got what they wanted from these guys. Just a scenario, of course. What would they do with these guys prior to using this almost doomsday concoction that we're imagining here? Well, they probably would murder these guys because otherwise the trail would go back to them, right?
That's one scenario. Another scenario is these are probably some of the only guys in the world that could come up with any kind of vaccination or antidote. At this point, there is nothing for Ebola. Okay?
So these guys could be totally above board, legit. They could simply be a threat to the terrorists because, as you point out, they might come up with some sort of antidote or something like that. God, either way, no matter how you think about this, it's really not good at all.
It's not good at all. And as people start to realize that you don't get a clustering of events that become totally random and non-related, especially since we're talking about one of the most heinous and horrendously deadly viruses in the world.
Yeah, you bleed out. I mean, every orifice.
Now, let me give you another thing to add to your scenario. One of the Ebola victims who is actively suffering from Ebola, has suddenly disappeared from a village in Gabon in Libreville.
Oh.
And listen to this. Here's a quote from the Republic of Congo Health Minister, Leon Opibat. Okay, he said this: "We are very, very worried. If you wanted to get a new strain or a variant strain of Ebola, and you didn't want to go through all the hassle of trying to track it down through labs and go through all of the scrutiny, what you do is you would grab somebody."
You'd go where there's Ebola and, or grab somebody and just keep taking blood.
Right, and she disappeared today. You see what I'm saying? Today she disappears. Robert Schwartz is murdered, and then this other guy, Seth Van Nugent, in Australia is murdered. And then you've got this cellular biologist on the 23rd of November at the same time that within a week of Don Whitley, the man who's disappeared, and he basically is beat up and he's in a coma in Florida. Something's very weird here, and I think that the listeners have got to realize something, that when Walker makes the statement, it's amazing how quickly the pundits try and move in and discredit him. But when you take all of the evidence in stock, you've got to say something really a major proportion is up.
Well, Walker, it seems to me, would be in a position where he's facing treason charges, along with others, but certainly treason, which is punishable by death, definitely, right?
Right.
And so they're going to sit him down, and I'm sure the CIA does a version of good guy, bad guy in interrogation that would make most police interrogations look like kid stuff. He's going to try to offer something up for his own hide, in all likelihood, wouldn't you think?
Well, I would think that. But
information.
again, remember, they went to him prior to this, okay? They were, interrogating him prior to all of these revelations. And they obviously had reason to believe he had some form of information, because if he were just, quote, the American guy who was fighting for the Taliban as a Muslim convert, okay, that's one thing. But what did he know, and when did he know it, and why did they send two of their field agents to debrief him? That's an interesting, what would you say, question mark. And now it's interesting because, again, one group of people is saying, listen, he's too low on the totem pole, he wouldn't know anything. The other group is saying they're all totally compartmentalized in Al-Qaeda and it's on a need-to-know basis.
Well, yes, but our government, contrary to what some people say, they're not dummies. And if he were so low on the totem pole that his warnings meant nothing, then the U.S. government, based on his warnings, apparently, would not have issued a warning that something might be about to happen. When you
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. All right, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. So somebody's aerosolized Ebola. 140 camps along the Pakistan-Afghani border. 140 camps full of Ebola victims. Gee, I wonder what we're not being told. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. All right, I've got a fast blaster here who I think effectively sums up what should be a question, and that is, Stephen, with a story as big as the one you're breaking here tonight, 140 camps, for God's sakes, with Ebola victims. That's a big story. And somebody fast blast, how could the press, not, the mainstream press, not be all over this?
Well, first of all, they weren't over it, and if you remember when Keith put it, your webmaster put it up, the sources that I got it from were right there.
Oh, that's true.
And what I'm saying, Art, is that no one else in the mainstream went to that. All I can say is they either have an agenda, and this is the only answer I have for you, or they are being told to ignore it because of the ramifications. Maybe that's part of it.
And same deal applies to the murder and the disappearance of these key scientists around the world. How come there's nobody putting that one together with the present threat?
Well, I think that, when you read what they've said about Whitley, one of the FBI guys is joking, well, it's not like the Al-Qaeda terrorists have got him. That's a direct quote. I believe the FBI's the gentleman's name is Bull. Well, the bottom line is maybe they've got to realize that they've got to, if they want to be objective and get the answers that everybody expects them to get, they've got to quit looking at this stuff with predisposed biases, these stories are so big that, I can't answer that question. All I can tell you is that anybody who wants to look it up can go to www.janes.com. www.janes.com.
The Janes website, okay.
Yeah, and here's the other thing I think people need to understand. We're talking about something that is so deadly that the incubation period is so short and death is so rapid that by the time the health authorities know what even hit them, everyone's probably going to be dead who was exposed to that, especially in the aerosolized version of inhalation Ebola.
Now, I want to be clear on something. I asked you, not only is it aerosolized, but it's also passed from human to human through the air like flu?
Yes.
Oh, my God, that's a doomsday weapon.
It is a doomsday weapon. And, it's interesting because even the British press, they have enough, let's just say, this stuff under their rug that if anybody stepped hard, they would come up with the fact that the hoof and mouth and mad cow disease that was, released over there, they even carry stories that it was released from stolen biological samples out of Porton Down, which is their bioweapons lab.
Do you believe that?
Yes, I do. I do for a number of reasons, especially when Dr. Prusner, the guy that got the Nobel Prize for identifying and qualifying prions, the active ingredient or the active agent in mad cow, You know, I mean, when you see how it happened and how it took place, it was absolutely an intentional biological release.
Stephen, on behalf of the audience, if something like this aerosolized Ebola were released somewhere, subways, in a major city, whatever, what action could somebody in Des Moines or Houston or L.A. or Pahrump, Nevada take, or should a person like that take?
Well, first of all, you know, you can go on, those who have internet access or even watching the Weather Channel can look at where the winds are blowing from, but you basically want to be, you know, as far away from the fallout. When I say the fallout, the spreading or the winds carrying it, you'd have to do the same thing that we talked about, Art, on your show. They'd have to build a safe room in their home, you know, covering all the windows, all the doors with heavy plastic and duct tape, and having a way of bringing purified air into the room, and pretty much have to sit it out for probably 14 to 21 days in that room.
In that room.
In that room. And I think that this is why, you know, it's kind of interesting, you know, people are so worried about the economy. I say, you got to quit worrying about the stock market. You better start worrying about your life, because we're talking about statements coming from Mr. Walker and former sheikhs and even Muslim clerics that are talking about what, let's just say, call it what it is, the potential for the doomsday weapon to be unleashed. So when you hear phase 3 being the utter destruction of America, I can only tell you this, Art, we're talking, you know, Senator Sam Nunn in his dark winter exercise, etc., you know, they came to the conclusion 2-3 weeks, the United States would no longer be what it was before that.
All right, but the thing about a doomsday weapon, when you release it, is it might kill you. In other words, in today's air travel society, the world is indeed very small, and a biological agent could spread very quickly right back to the originators of it.
Remember, they who originate these weapons also usually only make them known or available when they have the antidotes themselves. Part of the thing about biological weapons development is you're always working on the antidote at the same time you're working on the weapon itself. You follow me?
Well, I do, but our best scientists at the CDC and elsewhere have been working on, you know, some antidote for Ebola and things like it for a long time, and they haven't found one. So while I might understand that our enemies could have something like this, it seems unlikely to me that they have developed what the people at the CDC could not. Now, there is always the scenario which says they don't care. You know, they're going to paradise, and so releasing a doomsday weapon, even if it's suicidal, is something they'd be willing to do.
Sure, and the point is that you can't argue with the statement that someone's bound to destroy themselves and others. It's pretty tough to stop them. But what you need to understand, and I think it's really a critical issue when you're talking about the biological weapons development, you usually are always coming up with antidotes. You know, the Russians offered us an antidote for anthrax, and we don't have one. We have inoculations and a, quote, questionable vaccine, but the Russians were quick to offer us an antidote for anthrax. You hear what I'm saying?
Yes, something that could be taken after infection.
You got it.
Yeah.
So the point that I think is really a phenomenal talking point is that, okay, if these guys have developed it to the degree they've developed it, then point blank, they would obviously have most likely spent an equal amount of time developing the antidote. And that's why I think the second scenario, why all these scientists are getting whacked, murdered, if you will, is because these are the guys that could probably figure it out, and therefore the efficacy of a weapon, you want to, you know, if you can alleviate anybody that could come up with the answer to the puzzle, well, then you've got a corner on the puzzle market.
Well, that's at least one possible answer.
Sure, and I'm not saying that is the answer. I'm just saying that, you know, when I look at the voluminous ramifications of these guys are the equivalent of Einstein in their field, okay?
Right.
And when they're all disappearing, being murdered, and then the casual, if you will, the comme ci, comme ça, whatever is, you know, it just is amazing to me, because these are big stories.
Stephen, our government has now issued some number of non-specific warnings to the entire country. You know, something may be about to happen. We're basing this on solid intelligence, but we don't have anything specific. Is that a lie?
Yes, it's a lie, because I don't think they can tell the truth, and it's kind of a catch-22. If they tell the truth, let's say, for instance, we'll just pick on LA, and please, for all those of you listening in LA, I don't mean this, but let's just pick on LA.
Sure.
If there was a specific threat that they knew of, and they started to pass it out, can you imagine what would happen? It would be just total chaos.
I can imagine, yes.
Yeah, and so I see what they have to do. But again, my whole position with them is that they should have been proactive when this whole issue of biological terrorism was raised at least, a half a dozen years ago. And then even in the last several years when we've been seeing all the press on it, most of the mainstream press didn't even carry the story about Sam Nunn's little biological exercise that took place, and that basically they threw their hands up in the air. That's a very scary scenario, Art. By the way, you asked me last time, we now have my website up, and I want people to be able to go and read the first chapter of the revised edition of Breathe No Evil.
Right.
It's free, and I'm just going to probably put the whole book on the web or CD, because I don't believe we have time to print. That's how imminent this thing may be. But they can go to www.breathenoevil, BREATHE, noevil.com.
And I think we've got a link up. I hope we do anyway.
Yeah, I don't think you do, because I wasn't up last
That's
time.
right. This was a last-minute scheduling. So,
Right.
Keith, if you're listening out there, link, please. Give the link again.
www.breathenoevil.com.
Okay, we'll get a link up.
Thank you. And the reason I'm saying that is because people need to understand that again, they need to be like detectives almost, to be starting to put these things together for themselves. You can draw attention to them, I can draw attention to them, all those who speak of these things. But what they've got to understand is this, is that the mainstream press will not deal with issues like this, because the mainstream press pretty much is told what to cover. And we could argue about who tells them what to cover, but by not covering, I would say, the significant facts and significant events, you've got to say, boy, somebody doesn't want them to deal with this stuff.
Yeah, but if you were yourself in the government in charge of making a decision about, for example, you knew there, let's say, again, we'll pick on L.A., you knew there was going to be an attack on L.A., and we don't know that, folks. But you knew L.A. was a target, and it was going to be aerosolized, thank you, aerosolized Ebola. What kind of decision would you make, Stephen?
Well, first of all, I would say this. They've known that for a long enough time. I would have basically had my Homeland Defense crew positioning strategic resources there, and I would have basically started dealing with the state disaster and emergency services, and to my knowledge they haven't, Art. And basically the only thing you could do is tell people, look, if this thing breaks out, you're going to have to quarantine yourself in your room, preferably with some bathroom facilities, and basically be prepared to wait this thing out. Now, all of these viruses tend to break down with ultraviolet, light, sunlight, with temperatures, certain temperatures, etc. So the point is that it's both a blessing and a curse. The curse is that it comes quickly. In other words, the death will come quickly to a lot of people. The blessing is that if you understand that you can do something to protect yourself, it should give you more peace of mind. And I honestly believe that an effective civil defense program at a state, county, city level that should have been put into place, it's too late to put into place now. So all we can do is appeal to individuals to take whatever steps they believe they can take to protect themselves.
What do you think we're doing behind the scenes right now?
Well, I can tell you right now that there are a lot of people scrambling, and when I say scrambling, obviously, just as the FBI knew of the people that were involved in the World Trade Center, I can tell you this today, they rounded up a lot of Middle Eastern guys in San Diego. Did you see that story?
Yes.
And I think that you can see that by the rumors and the word out there that 2,000 to 3,000 people are now being held. But I don't think that, again, people don't recognize the fact that there is big money behind the terrorism. And I got to be candid with you. I think we have to deal very, very swiftly and I think almost ruthlessly with the nations that we know that are backing this stuff. If Saudi Arabia is found to be secretly funding Al-Qaeda, which I believe is going to be the case, then I think that the bottom line is that, we sure don't want 35,000 men, or however many men we have in Saudi Arabia right now, you know, exposed to that type of an environment. And let's face it, if it's the North Koreans, and the North Koreans have gone on, you know, basically their threat, every other day they're threatening to, you know, start another war over there.
Yeah.
But I think we have to find the source of it. And again, we know the source of this stuff. We don't have a $100 billion a year intelligence agency that's totally decrepit. I think the key is that they've got to get over this national security mindset and realize that basically they produce national insecurity, and I think they've got to be honest, but I think they have to always tell the truth, but they don't have to tell everything they know, because obviously that would be destabilizing. But I think that they had better begin to recognize the fact that whoever's funding this stuff, whoever's backing this stuff, and believe me, they know. The bottom line is they got to deal with them, and it's as simple as that. Look, if China is selling bioweapons development stuff to Iran, and Iran is selling it to Hezbollah, Hamas, and Islamic Jihad, then we know we've got a problem there. But you know, when you get into the world of geopolitics, you know, you can deal with the fruit of all this evil all day long, but until you deal with the root of it, it's not going to go away.
It's going to take me a while to digest all you have said tonight. Is there any reference for most of what you said, that, you know, the 140 camps? Certainly the Ebola development on the border is well known. We had that up plenty of links last time, so we know that's true.
Right. I think he should just go on www.james.com, and basically, you know, on their search engine, he can type it in. They have a subscription service, but the specific article that you can put up for your listeners and your viewers on the internet is basically, you know, 342 words, and so that can be extracted and it can be linked just like you did on the other two articles. Or if he would like, he can call me after I get off with you at the number that you called me at.
Yes.
And I get a fax. I can fax him a hard copy.
All right. Yeah. Whatever we can get up.
Yeah. Whatever works best
to document this.
And then also, Art, the thing is that what people have got to realize is that when you bring out stuff like this, important information, they've got to do their homework, just as you've done your homework and I've done my homework. And I think that it's really, now there's no longer a passive mindset, or gee, I'll just listen to what's going on. People are going to have to do what they're going to have to do to protect themselves and their loved ones.
I mean, this sounds like Captain Tripp stuff.
Oh, I know. You know, see, it's almost in the realm of the unbelief. It's so far out that the human mind cannot embrace it.
Maybe not before the 11th of September. But I'm not so sure so many people feel that way anymore.
Well, when you talk about biological warfare, I actually have talked to a lot of people. A lot of people call and say, oh, I think the worst is over yet. And when I ask them why they say that, they can't answer that. And you know what it always boils down to? It's not, I know the worst is over. They say, I hope the worst is over. And my answer to them is then, but what if it isn't? You see, again, had these scientists not been murdered, had this outbreak not spread, had all these events, had Walker not made the statement, again, independently, sure, he's a low man on the totem pole. But when you've got the lowest man on the totem pole, let's say he's the scum of the earth, whatever he is classified or categorized, when he starts to say words that advisors to Vladimir Putin have said, I take note, because I know there's no way he knows what she knows, because there's no way he heard what she said.
Well, again, what I'm sort of mentally going by is I believe somebody in the government actually said that the warning they were issuing was, in fact, based in part on what Walker said. Now, the timing for this is pretty close in. I mean, I believe he was talking about this coming Sunday, perhaps, right at the end of Ramadan.
Right, he said after Ramadan, which ended on the 27th, which is Sunday.
Okay.
And then a lot of the analysts they've had, the talking head analysts, said, well, what he was saying is any time after Ramadan.
Right.
And then the interesting thing that people need to understand is one of the Muslim advisors to Vladimir Putin made this statement just about a week to 10 days ago. He said, and he's a Muslim, he said, the clock is ticking, the torpedo is ready for the next event against the United States. That's a very scary statement. Clock is ticking, the torpedo's ready. You know, and someone said, you think that's a code? Well, I said on the surface, it sounds like more than a code. It sounds like they know that there is a time frame for this to happen.
I've heard there is a cell at least or more left in this country operating now, and I wonder if their communication with the bosses is cut off or not.
Well, first of all, any terrorist organization has obviously their plans. Normally, they can operate independent. And again, we've got to differentiate between Al-Qaeda and then we have Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad.
Sure.
I mean, there are so many terrorist cells, not to mention the state-sponsored ones, the leftover. I mean, there's North Koreans, there's Chinese, I mean, you can go on and on and on. It's kind of like a cornucopia of everybody that hates the United States obviously has their cells here.
All right, Stephen, bless your heart for coming on, just scaring the hell out of me in the first hour.
Well, thank you so much, Art. And again, if people want, they can go to www.breathenoevil.com, or if they want
to. All right, we'll get the link up. Gotta go. Good night.
From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, as it may be wherever you are in all these prolific time zones around the world. Howdy, everybody. I'm Art Bell, filling in for President Nori this evening, who's getting a well-deserved night off. I can tell you from having done it for decades that it's a rough haul, and when you get a night off, you deserve to turn the radio off and simply enjoy it. So we will fill in this night. I'd like to assure you that my wife, Erin, is well indeed. A more loving, supportive wife a person could, I guess, not ask for. She's just incredible. And updating you on our offspring. If you want to check coasttocoastam.com, it says Art's webcam up toward the top of the page there. Just click on that, and that is a picture taken by Erin, I think about a week ago. So that picture is about a week old, and our precious little one, Asia Rainbell, is now, as of today, 6 months old. So it is her 6-month birthday today. All else well in the AB household. Yeti, Abby, Dolly. Boy, Dolly is something. She's the little Filipina immigrant cat that we brought with us, and she's really a darling. She sleeps curled up to my legs every night, all night. And to finish up on the personal stuff, tomorrow, Saturday, our little Asia becomes a new Catholic, baptized. And so we will try and stumble our way through the baptism tomorrow. It's sort of a ritual kind of thing, and I'm not sure I'm altogether prepared for it, but I'm sure one way or the other, we will make it through. Again, to see a picture of Asia, just go to the coasttocoastam.com website. Up toward the top, it'll say Art's webcam. Click on that, and there she is, her little head in the air. She's now, well, see, that's the trouble. When dads get talking about their little ones, it's hard to stop them. But she can now turn over. For a while, she would just turn over to her belly, and then she would get frustrated that she was on her belly, and she couldn't get back around. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, she has just learned to turn around the other way. So that ends a lot of baby frustration for her. She can actually turn back around. Now she wants to grab cups of coffee and anything else that her little eyes can see. All right, we're going to take a look at the world news, never a totally pleasant task, and then get on to the real stuff. It was interesting, somebody walked into a Clinton office, campaign office, said he had a bomb strapped on him, and they thought he did. Whole thing went on about 6 hours. He finally gave up, let all the hostages out, gave up peacefully, and came out and wanted to talk to somebody about mental health accessibility. I suspect he's accessed the mental health system by now. 4 arrested in the murder of the Redskins jailer. Police said 2 men and 2 juveniles were arrested Friday in the shooting death of Washington Redskins star Sean Taylor. Unbelievable. Went to his home intent on stealing, not killing. And I heard he locked the door. And I guess they heard him locking the door to the bedroom or whatever and crashed through and shot him. Congressional Democrats reached a compromise late Friday to boost automobile fuel economy by 40 Get this, 40%, boy, we can sure use that, huh? Clearing the way for a House vote, probably next week or so, on an energy bill that Democrats would like to send to the president before Christmas. Wonder if he'd consider it a Christmas present. The agreement came after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi reached an accord with Representative Dingell from Michigan, a longtime protector of the auto industry that dominates his home state. Evel Knievel's gone, folks. An icon. And for most of us, my age certainly, Evel Knievel, at 69 years of age, dead after a long bout with diabetes and pulmonary problems. Take care, buddy. We all watched you. An Amtrak train ran right into the back of a freight train in Chicago, crushed one end of a boxcar under its wheels Friday. It injured dozens, some seriously. And then finally, looking at the pressing world, get this, the Bush administration intends to slash counter-terrorism funds for police, firefighters, and rescue departments all across America by more than half next year. Now, that's a big cut. That's a really big cut. Going to slash counterterrorism funds by half. The Homeland Security Department has given about $23 billion to states and local communities to fight terrorism since September 11. And I guess the thinking in Washington, right or wrong, is that that's enough. And we're ready. And so now we'll, I don't know, cut the fund or something. We're going to be doing unscreened open line calls for the balance of this hour, but in a moment we will peruse the other news. You know, the state of Massachusetts is actually trying to outlaw spanking. I saw it on CNN the other day. What is going on in our nation? Pass a law against spanking? Now, obviously, nobody wants to see any child struck and the line crossed to child abuse, but outlaw spanking? Weren't most of you spanked? I certainly was. And there are times, not many, hopefully, when for a child's own welfare, they have to understand what no means, and it takes a little swat on the tail to reinforce that. But to outlaw spanking, what are they going to do? Carry parents that are been rumored to spank off to jail? Yikes. Japan. Now, if you're going to Japan, you might want to listen up. They're going to fingerprint and photograph foreigners entering their country beginning next month as an anti-terrorism policy. And there's a lot of people really angry about it, anyone considered to be a terrorist or refusing to cooperate. I wonder if that would include somebody going to save the dolphin slaughter. Anyway, will be denied entry and deported. They say, quote, it will greatly contribute to preventing international terrorist activities on our soil. Japanese spokesperson. Japan, unlike the U.S., will require resident foreigners as well as visitors to be fingerprinted and photographed every single time they re-enter the country. Forget about the threat that mankind poses to the Earth. This is going to be oh, by the way, coming up next hour, Dr. Michio Kaku, who is one of Earth's greatest minds, theoretical physicist, been on the show many times, brilliant. It'd be a good question for him. Forget about the threat that mankind poses to Earth. Our activities may be shortening the life of the universe as well. The startling claim made by a pair of American cosmologists investigating consequences for the cosmos of quantum theory, the most successful theory we have over the past few years. Cosmologists have taken this powerful theory of what happens at the level of subatomic particles and tried to extend it to understand the universe since it began in the subatomic realm during the Big Bang. Now, what are we talking about here? There was an odd feature of the theory that philosophers and scientists still argue about. In a nutshell, it suggests that we change things simply by gazing at them, looking at them. That's it. And theorists have puzzled over this implication for years. They often illustrate their concerns about what theory means with the mind-boggling experiments, notably Schrodinger's cat. You've heard about that, right? In other words, the cat is either dead or alive until you look. And when you look into the box and you see a dead cat, then it's dead. But before you look, it could well be alive. And so the scientists, New Scientist actually, a very well thought out publication in the New Scientist reports a worrying new variant as the cosmologists claim that astronomers may actually have accidentally nudged our universe closer to its death by observing dark energy. You can bet we're going to talk about that tonight. A mysterious anti-gravitic force which is thought to be speeding up the expansion of the cosmos. So, just by looking at our own universe, we may have changed. We think of our universe as being in a box, like a cat. The origin of life is one of the great unsolved problems of science. Nobody knows how or where or when life originated. But all we know for certain is that microbial life had established itself on Earth in and about 3.5 billion years ago. In the absence of hard evidence of what came before, there's plenty of scope for disagreement. 30 years ago, the prevailing view among biologists was that life resulted from a chemical fluke, so incredibly improbable that it would be very unlikely to have happened twice in the observable, and that's a very important word, universe. That conservative position was exemplified by Nobel Prize-winning French biologist Jacques Monod, who wrote in 1970, quote, "Man at last knows that he is alone in the unfeeling immensity of the universe, out of which he emerged only by chance." Now that's a depressing statement. Listen again. Man at last knows he is alone in the unfeeling immensity of the universe, out of which he emerged only by chance. Or you could take the other view that the universe is teeming with life. And that, believe it or not, folks, is something we're going to discuss with Dr. Kaku tonight. Now, that surprises me, because Dr. Kaku's always sort of shied away in the past from discussing SETI or any possibility of aliens, noting, I think quite logically, that there's so many light years away that they couldn't get here, or we couldn't get there. They're impossibly far away, and so, while never denouncing SETI, certainly, scientists like Dr. Kaku have always sort of, well, I don't know, given it a wink and a nod and said, well, I suppose the money is not totally wasted or something of that sort. Tonight he actually wants to talk about SETI. That should be really interesting. Researchers in England have developed, get this, their own flying saucer, and it might be going to work for the U.S. and British military. Now, this will be a big problem for ufology. GFS Project's unmanned aerial vehicle can actually soar high in the air, hover, bank, fly over any terrain, making it ideal for military surveillance. It's like a flying saucer. It uses an aerodynamic principle known as the Coanda effect. It takes off vertically from any solid surface. A propeller mounted atop the 2-foot-wide aircraft apparently pushes air down over the saucer-shaped body, creating a broad cone of thrust extending outward. Now, this caught my eye because if they begin flying in our skies, we're going to get millions of UFOs. Of course, I saw a saucer. Well, indeed you did. And how will ufology ever differentiate between these things and those things? Answer is they really won't. A physicist and his biologist son apparently, get this folks, have destroyed a common virus using a super fast pulsing laser without harming so much as a healthy cell. The discovery could lead to new treatments for viruses like HIV that have no cure. Quote, we have demonstrated a technique of using laser to excite vibrations on the shield of a virus and damage it so there's no longer any functional virus at all. So the professor of physics at Arizona State University, we're now testing it on HIV and hepatitis. So hope for many if it works. Here's an article entitled, we have on this program many times talked about nanotechnology, and I've had a lot of nanotechnological people on the air, and inevitably I ask, is nanotechnology potentially dangerous? I am with that. And they always answer, oh no, Art, no, it's under control, don't worry. And here's an article that states on nanotechnology, experts actually see more risks than does the public. In a surprising reversal of roles, nanotechnology scientists outrival the general public, all of you, including me, in seeing a cause for concern in some aspect of their work. Nanotechnology, the science of making things little, measured in units of 10,000 times smaller than the width of a human hair, holds, of course, spectacular promise in virtually every sector. But it also holds an awful lot of worry. For example, you might breathe in, you actually might breathe in a little nanotechnological something or another, and it would be so small that it would just go straight to your lung lining, and who knows what it's designed to do, right? There's no way to really, it might go in there and start doing it to your body. So that's something to worry about, and the people who do these nanobots, nanorobots, and so forth, while they talk about repairing damaged tissue with these little guys might go racing around your body, tearing up everything in sight. Something to worry a little bit about. The weather came from Whitley Strieber's Unknown Country. Weather wars are a possibility, at least in this article. It seems to suggest that when it gets either too cold or too hot, the world has more wars, and there is statistical evidence to back it up. We could look at the mini ice age and get it, there were more wars. In other words, any time temperature in the world changes dramatically, or even fairly dramatically, nations begin to get hungry, and they go to war with each other. Now, they tend to go to more quickly to war when it gets colder, but they also, more slowly, but inevitably, go to war also when it gets warmer. Now, it's okay for a while. Apparently, nations like warming weather for a little while, but then when it gets too warm, that's when it gets cold, they go to war. Food, that sort of thing. University of Utah biologists genetically manipulated I believe they call it a nematode, little worm. So the animals were attracted to worms of the same sex. A study that shows sexual orientation is wired, at least in their brains. Biologist Eric Jorgensen says, quote, our conclusion is that sexual attraction is wired into the brain circuits, common to both sexes of these worms, and is not caused solely by extra nerve cells added to the male or female brain. Our conclusions are narrow in that they are about worms. How attraction behaviors are derived from the same brain circuit, but an evolutionary biologist will consider this to be potentially a common mechanism for sexual attraction. We cannot say what this means for human sexual orientation, but it raises at least the possibility that sexual preference is wired in the brain Humans are subject to evolutionary forces just like worms. Seems possible that if sexual orientation is genetically wired in worms, it will be in people too. Humans have free will, so the picture is more complicated in people. All right, we're going to take a break here at the bottom of the hour in a moment. When we come back, we're going to get a little promo about a show coming up tomorrow, Ian's show coming up tomorrow, and then we're going to go to Unscreened. That's right, Unscreened Open Lines. Now, what that means is I'm not going to have your calls screened to see what they're all about, so I want them to be good. In other words, don't pick up the phone unless you have something really cool that everybody would be interested in. West of the Rockies, the number is 800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 800-825-5033. First-time callers, 818, area code 818-501-4721. And finally, the wild card line, not quite finally, at area code 818-501-4109. Internationally, outside the country, 800-893-0903. Get hold of the international operator. Tell me you want to call Coast to Coast AM on the international toll-free line. Again, it's 800-893-0903. If you didn't get any of those, because I did it quickly, listen closely as we come back. We'll repeat them for you. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell in for George Norrie, and we'll be right back. Indeed, this evening in for George Norrie, and he's not the only one. The weekend has any number of hosts, one of which I've got on the line with me right now, Ian Punnett.
You want your Saturday night back yet? Is that what this is about?
I don't want it back, no. No, it's all yours, buddy, and what do you have planned?
Well, first of all, let me just say it's always a pleasure to hear you on, and secondly, I thought I gotta get this to you. A friend of mine named David Mack, who writes Daredevil and a couple of other comics, he's written a children's book, and he sent me a copy of it to give to you for Asia Rain, about a little girl who wants to be the vet for Bigfoot, Yeti, and the Loch Ness Monster, and shy creatures.
Well, I know she wants to get to my Yeti. She keeps reaching out for him. Soon she'll be able to do it, and then my cats will learn real fear.
So I'll have to get a copy of this to you autographed.
Contact me privately. I'll give you an address, Ian.
It's super cute. Hey, tomorrow night we have sort of the Michio Kaku of robots. Tomorrow night he's David Levy. He's written a book called Love, Sex, and Robots, and it is a futuristic look at companion robots. He's kind of worked out where we are right now with, even if you saw that piece earlier in the week about Japanese robots that are working on touch, the sensitivity of touch and language, and he takes a very provocative look, and provocative here probably being very literal, on how robots will be used as soon as 5 years, and maybe how they could replace human relationships altogether.
Really, can you imagine a moment in your life now or future, Ian, when you get so lonely or so whatever that you take up relations with a robot?
Now, he would argue.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, not me. No, I
Not you.
No, but what he says is, but we make it to a place where wives will want their husband to have a robot, a love robot.
Shepherd robot.
Yeah, he talks a lot about people who are in difficult relationships, or if there are sexual problems or other things, how robots will continue to serve men, as it were. But also true for women, too.
That should be a hell of a show.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah, that should be a hell of a show. All right, well, that's enough. Believe me, that'll get people tuning in, buddy.
Well, Michio Kaku's going to be great tonight. It's always good to hear him back on.
He will be, indeed.
He'd only do it for you, Art.
All right, Ian. Tomorrow night, robots, sex, and you. Good night, Ian. We'll be right back. You know that thing that we all experience as we get older? And that is, my God, you call that music? We change, right? I've been convinced for years and years, decades actually, that getting older, if you achieve it, you make it into your 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever, By the time you're ready to die, by the time you're ready to go, you are so fed up with a world where they've outlawed spanking and robots are available for sex that you just say, God, I'm ready to go. Take me. Take me. First time caller line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Art. This is Ted down in Florida, South Florida. It's amazing that I get to talk with you. I was listening in and I was like waiting for him to hang up, and I pressed the last digit and I got the ring and I've been hanging on. It's great to talk with you guys. You're great. I just wanted to cover just a few things that was on my mind about the nanotechnology regarding getting in and starting to do its thing and starting to build its own identity and whatnot. To get back to nature, I was thinking, because I have a friend that has this affliction, and
Excuse me, what affliction?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, the Morgellons disease.
Oh, yes. The mysterious Morgellons.
Yeah. And the only thing, and I'm so sad, and it's a hard subject to discuss and with her, and I feel that oregano, if they could just get some good organic oregano that's approved, GSA by the FDA, approved and everything, just take a couple of drops at a time, and maybe get some lotion and start putting it on the stores of, oregano.
Maybe.
And then just a couple other things I just want to mention real quick. One Bigfoot sighting in my life at about 9 years of age.
Where?
I upstate New York, where I grew up in north of Syracuse, and I saw it. I grew up in the woods, and I stayed out overnight, and I made up a lean-to. I got up real early in the morning because a squirrel woke me up, and anyway, I make a long story short, I got up real quiet, stood up, I looked across the turtle pond. That's where all the Boy Scouts used to do their thing, the Girl Scouts, and I looked out, and I saw this huge reddish-brown, mannish, postured thing walking, and it was just like so slow, and I saw it for like, maybe like 30 frames or something, like maybe like 2 or 3 seconds. I saw this image, and then another time in the same area, but maybe about 15 miles away, I witnessed a footprint of a Bigfoot going into a canal.
Yeah, but the only thing I can say about Bigfoot all the way around is, where are the bodies? Either Bigfoot is somewhat paranormal and is able to disappear, or we've got to get hold of the one guy I interviewed who knocked off, he claims, a couple of them and dig up the bodies. In other words, where are the bodies? Where's the proof of Bigfoot? Surely by now. I think there was a recent controversy about a chupacabra, right? And in the end, it turned out to be some sort of coyote or something. So, in other words, where are the bodies? I'm certainly intrigued by and willing to investigate, look into all of this, but we need proof. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Howdy.
Hi, how are you?
Just spiffy, sir. How are you?
Good. Is this Art Bell?
It is. What's up?
I just wanted to let you know that my name is Larry, and I talked to George Norrie last week when Christian Wilde was on there, on the show.
Yeah.
And I called in, and I have congenital heart disease, and I wanted to let him know that, I wanted to let George know that I've been in contact with Mr. Wilde, and he said he doesn't want to give me false hope, but he's going to talk to someone at Columbia University, and they're probably going to help me with my congenital heart disease and giving me a new heart.
Well, that's wonderful news. I guess you've got to get on a list, right? I believe you've got to get on a list if you want a new heart or other new body part, and you've got to wait and hope and pray. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, my name's Eric from Gardner.
From where?
Gardner, Massachusetts.
Welcome to the program. Turn your radio all the way off, please.
All right, 1 second.
It's very important because we get you on here live without a screener, so you can't have the echo.
Oh, I can't believe I'm on the air.
You are.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Art. It's great to talk to you. Today I saw a triangular-shaped aircraft in the air about 8 o'clock today.
They're out there, all right.
It was hovering over me a little bit over the trees for about a minute or so. And I was working at a ski resort at the time, and to my amazement, nobody else saw it, even though I kind of pointed it out.
You mean you yelled at other people, look at that, and they didn't see it?
No, I kept on looking up. I was running the ski lift at the time. I couldn't really stop it at the time, and I just kept on looking up the sky, and to my amazement, nobody else really looked up. I mentioned to one person, but he didn't really look up.
Oh, why didn't you turn around and say, what the hell's the matter with you? Look at that!
Yeah, I really should have, but yeah, it was really amazing. It was so strange.
Well, they're up there. I've had my own personal sighting, as most of you well know. And so they certainly are there. Great, big, gigantic, triangular craft that are powered by, no, we don't know, do we? Something that apparently defies gravity because there's no sound, there's no apparent propulsion system, nor are they going fast enough to traditionally, at least temporarily, escape gravity with the aerodynamic principles we're all well aware of. So what the hell are they? On the Wildcard line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yeah.
This is Mary Michael Sampson from Salt Lake.
Okay, you're not allowed to actually give your full name, so let's begin again. And your name is Mary.
Yes.
Okay, Mary, what's up?
I just wanted to, I don't know if you know Jeffrey Seelman or not.
I do not.
He's been on the program for about the last 5 years. He's an exorcist and a healer and a friend of mine. And he is in the hospital, and he may die, and I just wondered if perhaps the people on this program might say a prayer for him, that's all.
Of course, I'm sure anybody so stricken deserves a prayer. Thank you very much, and I wish him well. A friend of mine, actually, a young man at the time, who was a competitor of mine, Billy Goodman. Wonder how many of you remember. Now, you'd have to be probably a person who lived out here in the middle of the desert back in the 1980s. But if you were, you'll recall a young man at that time whose name was Billy Goodman, still is, actually, he's still with us. But he's fighting cancer, and I spoke with Billy just yesterday on hearing of his affliction, and I certainly wished him well. And it may well be that, given an opportunity in one of the programs I've got coming up, I'll have Billy on the air. We were competitors in Las Vegas. I worked for KWM Radio. He worked for, at that time, KVEG, both 50,000-watt radio stations, and we kind of had a blast. I mean, we were the only ones in the country doing it, as far as I know. And here, all these years later, I got an opportunity to talk to Billy Goodman. He had a show called The Happening. And Billy is very, very ill with cancer, although feeling that he's with God and has turned his life and fate over